Golden Radio Hour.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today you'll hear a story of the Golden West with Lorne Greene as your host. Tomorrow you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for things that are funny. Wednesday, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. Thursday, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. And Friday, Richard Widmark will host tales of adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Lorne Greene. The wagon train is moving west across barren, windswept plains. Far ahead, several days' travel at the least, the foothills of a distant mountain range swim in heat waves. One of the wagons, pulled by a seedy team of horses, is driven by a slender, shifty-eyed man. Beside him sits his wife, a clear memory of beauty in her lined face.
Get up. Get up there. I'd like to get up in front instead of being in the rear all the time. Less dust that way.
It was your idea, Bristol. Joining this wagon train at the last minute. Leaving everything behind and all.
Well, I told you 1,000 times, Hope. I got tired of apologizing to everybody all the time.
Well, you ain't the first man to serve time in prison.
I was railroaded.
You was caught. Oh, my backside. Wish you could do something about this seat.
We'll find ourselves a plot of ground somewheres out west. Somewheres we can grow things on.
We could grow things where we was.
Yeah, folks just won't let you live down a prison record.
Where do you aim to leave this wagon train and settle down?
Out west, woman. I ain't never been there neither, you know.
Well, it better be pretty soon, Bristol. My backside just about had this wagon seat.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your host,
Lorne Greene. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Retribution, by Ted Sherdeman. Our stars, John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan.
Bristol and Hope Gaston left the wagon train in Idaho to take hold of 160 acres of land they'd never seen. Land on which they planned to start a new life. With high hopes, they set out from the county seat at Hadleyville to see their spread. And they saw it. They were the owners of a dry, sparse piece of land with a few mountainous hills. It was worse than anything they could have imagined.
I can see now why the government gives it away.
Nothing for nothing. I could just cry.
Yeah. Be the first moisture this land has ever felt. Get up. Get.
What are we going to do, Bristol?
Only thing we can. Wait for the next wagon train to come through and look for something else.
Wait. But we've starved to death. Got exactly $21 left and what we got on our backs.
That's all we got, huh?
That and my bracelet with the gold coin dangling from it. What are you stopping for, Bristol?
Them hills or mountains. They give me an idea. Let me see that bracelet and gold coin, Hope.
Here. Why?
It'd work, especially after we dug into one of them a little ways.
What are you talking about, Bristol?
Hope, We're going to dig ourselves a mine.
What?
We'll sell shares in it and have all the money we want.
Sell shares? What are you talking
And
about?
I'll buy you a bracelet that'll knock 'em dead. Get up, horses. Get up.
Why, you turned around.
Hang on, Hope, old girl. Take out one of them hills.
What for?
For our mine. That's what for.
Bristol, are you all right in the head?
Never been better. We're going to dig into that hill there. And I'm going to cut up the bracelet and the gold coin on it. Stuff the pieces into my shotgun and salt the mine.
With my bracelet?
A nugget's a nugget, woman.
I don't get your drift, Bristol.
Well, you will, Hope. You will. Now, let's see. Take a real expert to tell the difference. Come here. Look at this wall, Hope.
You still shooting?
Yeah, all through. Look,
I've never been in a gold mine before.
like a real load, huh?
Whatever a load is, that looks real.
Now, to dig a few out of there.
Why are you digging them out when you just got them in?
To show 'em back in Headleyville. To prove we've struck it rich, woman. Now, these nuggets come from a mine. Whose mine? My own. Dug them out myself. Hey, real nuggets, these. Yeah, don't come no realer. You ought to see the streak of gold we found. Oh? Who found it? Me and Hope. That's my wife. Where'd you find it? About 12, 15 miles from here. We got the land from the government. It's choice, I tell you. Got some hills on it, and something told me to dig into one of them. Mighty glad I did. Hey, Bert, look at what he's got here. Huh? They're real gold. Hold them. Bite them. They're real, all right. I guess my wife and I must have dug for a week into that hill. Is she here? Oh, sure she is. Not spending money. That's a woman for you.
How much you figure is there?
Well, here's, I can calculate about $1 million, but that's just the first thing you found.
Well, you think there's more?
Well, gotta be.
Hey, Mandan, Lade, come here, listen to this.
I figure that hill's loaded with the yellow stuff. All it takes is some miners and the proper machinery to get the gold out.
Sure beats God busting for a living.
Beats anything for a living.
Hey, they sure are pretty nuts.
Me and my wife, though, we ain't aiming to get rich off of that gold mine. She's just as religious as me, and she thinks we ought to share the wealth with our neighbors.
How do you plan to do that?
Well, we don't know yet, but we'll think of something.
You open for ideas?
Wide open, mister.
Well, you need machinery and money for meeting payrolls for miners.
Yeah, you sure do.
Maybe you can sell stock in your mine.
What's that? Sell stock in it?
Sure. I'd buy some.
I'll buy some, too.
You can count me in. And keep the major share for yourself.
Well, now, I'll have to think about that. Thanks, Mr.
Burns. Carrie Burns.
Oh, my name's Bristol Gatt.
Sure. Pleased to meet up with you.
Thanks again. I want to talk it over with my wife first. Like I said, she's real religious, like me.
What's so funny?
This guy, Terry Byrne, he said to keep the major share of the stock for myself.
Well, if I never see that miserable land again, it'll be too soon.
Well, I feel the same way, but we'll have to go out there again. We left stuff in the tent.
How soon will you start selling stock?
When it's printed, Hope.
How much is that going to cost?
Nothing.
Nothing? Since when do printers work for nothing?
Well, I'll give the guy a share or two of stock for the job.
Oh, but how much will a share be worth?
Well, having 160 acres, $10 a share, there's over $1,000, woman.
Let's see. 10 times 160. That's near $1,600. Say, what if they find out the mine has been salted?
Now, it'll be too late for them. We'll be long gone before then, Hope.
$1,600? Oh, I can't wait.
There's something you got to remember.
Anything, Bristol. What?
You're real religious.
Me?
Yep, you. Me, too. So we go to church tomorrow.
I don't remember ever being in church.
Well, it's never too late to start.
Well, what'll I do?
Don't throw your arms around me in public.
Is that all?
Now, let's get over to the printers. And remember, you're religious as hell, so act that way in public. Good sermon, don't you agree, Bristol? Real good. Oh, you met my wife, Hope?
When we first arrived, Mr. Burns.
Mrs. Gaston, very generous of you, Bristol, giving our pastor a new church.
Well, it was my wife's idea to give it out of the first profits we made, Carrie.
Such an ugly word, profit.
Oh, our parson doesn't think so, Mrs. Gaston. You talked any more about my suggestion, Bristol?
Yes, I have. We give it a great deal of thought, and we prayed a lot. We're going to start tomorrow evening, Carrie.
Start what?
Selling the stock you suggested I sell in the gold mine.
Mr. Gaston, when you going to start selling the stock in that there gold mine? I sure am hankering to invest.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Menon. Tonight we start the sale about 7:30.
Well, how many of them there shares can I buy?
Well, as many as you want.
Oh, well, then I better get to the bank. I want to have the cash already. I'll take half of them shares, mister.
Hey, go on sale tonight.
For free.
What?
You heard me? For free. Didn't think I'd let such opportunity get by me, did you?
What makes you think I'd cut you in for free?
Well, it's simple, Gaston. Either you do or, go to the sheriff and I tell him about the time you served in prison.
I don't know you.
Just got into town a couple of days ago. Never expected to find a soft touch so quick.
Well, you better look someplace else, mister.
That mean you ain't cutting me in?
That's what it means. Now, you've seen the nuggets, friends. You know they're pure gold. We need machinery and miners to get the yellow stuff out of the ground. Now, that's all we need. But I ain't got the money, so I'm selling stock in this here mine. Now, Mr. Carrie Burns suggested it. Me and my wife thought about it a lot. But she's a religious woman, as I am a religious man. And we decided to let our neighbors share in the wealth, too. Praise the Lord. So if you want to buy some shares, just step up here, give your name to my pretty wife, Hope, pay your money, and own a part of Hope's mine. And I hope you'll forgive me for naming it after my wife.
Sheriff, can I talk to you?
Who are you?
My name's Leland Eakin.
Stranger around here?
I got in a couple of days ago, Sheriff. You ain't in line to buy some of that stock, are you?
Is that what you wanted to talk about, Mr. Egan?
But not exactly. See, I know that fella, Bristol Gaston. He served time for larceny in Joliet prison. That's back in Illinois.
I know where it is. How come you know him?
Oh, well, sir, I ain't proud of it, but I served time there, too.
Uh-huh. Well, I can't stop an ex-con from selling stock in a mine, but I can sure let the folks know he's got a record. Hey, let me through here. Well, let me get by, fellas.
It's the sheriff.
So the guy talked. We'll leave the sheriff to me. How we doing so far?
Sold near $300 worth.
We'll sell the rest before I'm through with him.
Well, now, if you'll just settle down, folks, I got something to tell you.
What?
I think you better know before you put all your savings into this gold mine. That man's got a prison record. Yes, sir. Gaston served time in Joliet prison for larceny.
Now, wait a minute. Please simmer down. Are you through, Sheriff?
I can't stop you unless you break the law, Gaston. But I thought these folks ought to know who they're dealing with. I want the money back.
Well, sure thing, brother. Hope, give him his money back. Now, I admit it. Friends, I served time, and I found the Lord while doing it. Married a Christian woman who made it more fervent and lasting than ever before. And that's why, and it's the only reason why we're selling these shares.
Amen.
Serving time only paid parts of my debt to society. I'll never be able to pay it all. But selling shares in the mine we found is a start.
Bristol Gaston, by his confession, has earned the goodwill and trust of those he counts on to fleece. His wife, Hope, has visions of riches beyond her greediest dreams. The informer, who thought he would put a crimp in Bristol's plans, has been thwarted. And only the sheriff is left with doubts about the mine as he talks to his deputy, Jerry Lago.
Never saw so many people eager to part with their savings, Jerry.
I don't never remember seeing you looking so low, Sheriff.
Well, you try to help folks and they turn you down. Well, not a happy thing.
You buy some of Gaston's stock, Sheriff?
No, sirree, Bob. Everybody else did, including the guy who told me Gaston served time in Joliet prison.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Shows you what?
Well, that if you believe in God and make it known, people will trust you with anything.
Not me. I think we'd best have a look at that mine.
Tonight? It's black outside.
In the morning, Jerry. Now, maybe that mine's on the up and up. Maybe it ain't.
Well, Gaston wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of getting stock certificates printed if it wasn't on the up and up.
Unless it's part of his plan.
What plan?
To commit larceny again. In even a grander way than before. We'll ride out at early light tomorrow.
Look at all the money. How much stock did you sell?
The works, Hope, old gal. Every certificate I had printed.
$1,500. I never saw so much money.
Yeah, that's for sure. But first thing in the morning, we got to go pick up what we got left in the tent.
Then we light out for Frisco?
Yep, baby.
Frisco! Here I come!
Oh,
Oh, you just ain't one to be put off, are you?
I just remembered something. Nobody's been in our mine or even knows where it is, except in us.
What are you getting at?
Oh, thank the Lord. Thanks for reminding me, Lord.
You getting religion all of a sudden?
Maybe I have. I tell you what we're going to do, Hope. And thank you, Lord, for reminding me. Get up.
I don't get your drift, Frisco.
We're going to blow up that mine entrance so nobody will ever find it.
What for?
What for? So nobody's disappointed with the lack of gold. And so nobody can ever accuse me of nothing. That's what for. Whoa, whoa.
Where are you going?
Get the dynamite in the blasting cast, that's where. Oh, thank you again, Lord.
Frisco, look. What them two horses doing over there?
Oh, where? What? Oh, they're grazing, I guess.
But who'd they belong to?
Well, maybe they throwed the riders. Yeah, that's what they must have done.
Well, shouldn't we look for them?
Who?
Whoever they throwed.
I ain't wasting time looking for nobody. I tell you what. You tie them horses up while I dig the holes for the dynamite.
Tie them up. What for?
'Cause maybe we can sell them.
Well, we can sure sell them fancy saddles.
That's one of the things I always liked about you, Hope, old girl.
What, Frisco?
Your nose for money. Now, tie up them horses. Digging seems to stop right here, Jerry.
Must have stopped soon as he hit that fig of gold.
He found it mighty quick.
That's the way it is sometimes, Sheriff.
These nuggets seem so scattered.
So?
Well, gold comes two ways, Jerry. Reef gold, where it's embedded in something, and then there's what they call alluvial gold. That's formed by the weathering rocks.
Yeah, I didn't know I was in the presence of an expert on gold.
Well, I ain't. That's just something I picked up during my prospecting days.
I didn't know you was ever a prospector.
A long time ago.
So, what kind is this?
To begin with, it looks like it's already been smelted.
What's that mean?
It's too yellow to be natural.
Too yellow. I thought that was what gold was supposed to be. What are you doing, Sheriff?
I'm going to use my knife to dig out a piece of it. Oh, I dropped it. Oh, there it is.
Right. Here you go, Sheriff.
Oh, well, thanks, Jerry. Feels like gold. Looks like gold.
Why not? It is gold.
Sure is. But how'd it get here?
How'd gold get any place?
Well, there's no mining in this area. Not none. Now, Don't it strike you kind of funny that an ex-con from Illinois comes out and finds gold right away?
Well, that he should give most of it away to a bunch of strangers strikes me as being funnier. Except, well, religion is a powerful thing.
Can be, Jerry, can be.
What are you thinking, Sheriff?
That we should dig out some more of these here nuggets, Jerry. I got a strong hunch this mine was salted with that shotgun we saw in Gaston's tent. Yeah, that ought to do it.
Why'd you dig all them holes for dynamite?
Now I run a fuse down. Come on, Hope. Yeah. That ought to be far enough.
Far enough for what?
Well, when I light this fuse, you run and get behind the wagon.
What do you plan to do?
Join you.
I meant by planting all that dynamite and blasting cat.
Like I told you, to close up that mine entrance so nobody can ever find it and be disappointed.
You used more than you did to make it.
Well, because I don't want to have to carry blasting stuff in the wagon, love. Too dangerous. You ready?
Yep.
Now, light this fuse. Praise the Lord. Now run. Get behind the wagon.
How many more nuggets you gonna need, Sheriff?
I think this one does it. Looky there.
Yeah, it's a date. 1840 something.
Off a gold coin. That's all the proof we need, Jerry.
Proof?
Look, this mine was salted. Now, come on. Time to get out of here and ride back to town.
Yes, sir.
Quiet down, you. Oh, there. Now be quiet. Did quite a job, huh?
Just look at there, Bristol. The entrance to the mine is all closed now.
Yep. Just the way I planned it.
Wouldn't nobody ever expect the mine was there once.
Nope. Oh, thank you, Lord, for giving me such wonderful ideas.
How about our tent?
We leave it. We ain't never again going to live in a tent. All I'm taking's my tools and my shotgun. Get up in the wagon. We'll hightail it out of here.
As long as you're in such speaking terms with the Lord, maybe he can do something about that seat.
Right, get in there, girl.
When you plan to sell them horses tied in the back, Bristol?
First town we hit. Get up.
We really on our way to Frisco now?
We sure are, doll. Get up there, do you hear?
Let's see. $1,600 from the stock. And how much do you think we can get for them horses near South Bristol?
Oh, maybe. What's the matter?
Bristol, what's that?
Where?
Over there. That cloud of dust.
What? Oh, riders. Must be 6 or 7 of them.
They're coming this way, Bristol.
Yeah. There's Carrie Byrne in the lead. Mr. Menon, Lane, and all men I sold stock to. What are they doing out here?
Bristol, what are we going to do?
Let me think, woman.
The mine entrance is all closed up.
Will you let me think?
Well, what if they find out what we've done?
Will you shut up and let me think?
Lorne Green again. And here's the concluding act of Retribution.
Mr. Menon, it's Lane, gentlemen.
Howdy.
Howdy, man. Morning. We heard an explosion as we was riding out to have a look at the mine. You heard that? Well, I tell you what that was, Carrie. Gents, I was trying to enlarge the mine, and, well, damnation, but the entrance tunnel collapsed. What? Shut her up tight. You mean it caved in? It sure did. And we was just now on our way back to town to get some help to dig another one. Wasn't we, Hope?
Oh, yes. Well, we was.
Well, how come you got 2 saddled horses tied to the back of your wagon? To the oh, you mean them two? That their Palomino nag belongs to the sheriff. Yeah, and the paint belongs to his deputy.
What are you doing with them, Mr. Gaston?
Well, we found them, Mr. Byrne. That was just, they was grazing around with, we decided to take them back to town with us.
That's the way it was, Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
As long as we rode this far, me and the boys would like to look around at the mine we bought into. Wouldn't we, boys?
You betcha. Yep. Well, it's back that a ways. It's closed up, though, you know, but...
Lead the way, Mr. Gaston.
I sure think. Well, good fortune still smiling. As long as you're here, we don't need to drive to town to tell you.
Tell us what?
Well, you know about me trying to enlarge the mine, blowing in the tunnel. Get up. Get up, horses.
What are we going to do, Bristol?
I'll think of something.
Maybe we ought to just give the money back.
Will you stop nagging me? There's our tent, Mr. Byrne.
So I see. Sure, sorry-looking ground, Mr. Byrne. Couldn't support a jackrabbit on it. No wonder the government gives it away. Only way they can get rid of it. That's the mine over there, Mr. Gaston?
Yes, sir, Mr. Byrne.
Sure, closed up the tunnel into it.
Yeah, by trying to enlarge it for the stockholders.
Now, just where'd you find them saddle horses, Gaston?
I found them right back before you and the others rode up, Mr. Menon. They was just grazing, you know. Ain't that so, Hope?
Sure is.
Carrie, the sheriff generally leaves word at the jail if he and his deputy are after an outlaw. Ain't been many outlaws since we made him sheriff.
Whoa.
Yeah. Help you down from the wagon, Mrs. Gaston? How come you look so nervous, ma'am?
Well, way past her time for prayer, Mr. Byrne. Ain't it, Hope?
Yes. Indeed it is.
You go right in our tent, dear, and get to praying.
I sure will. Excuse me, Mr. Burns. And all.
Yes, ma'am. She takes her praying real serious, Mr.
Sure
Burns.
does, Mr. Byrne.
And you don't, huh?
Why, are you so sure I do?
Maybe you better join her then.
Well, it's my custom to leave her pray privately.
Not much to see of the mine with that tunnel all blocked up.
No, Mr. Byrne, but the gold's still in there. Maybe you should come back when I get her opened up again.
You got some shovels?
Oh, sure.
Well, maybe we can start helping dig a new tunnel.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mr. Byrne.
Thought you said you was on your way back to town to get some help to dig another one.
Oh, when I dig, I was. But to have stockholders doing that kind of work, well, it ain't fitting.
If it'll make you feel any better, I'll put it to the boys. Hey, fellas?
Yep.
Shall we give Mr. Gaston a hand at digging a new tunnel?
Okay with me.
There's your answer. Now, where are them shovels?
Well, I got three's all.
Well, three's enough.
And the pickaxe.
Are they in the tent?
Well, no, they're in the wagon. I was taking them to town to show what the diggers needed to bring with them.
Well, let's get them. Here you are, boys.
I'll take the pickaxe.
Right. Okay, men. Shovel for Lane. You. One for me.
That leaves none for me to help you with, Carrie.
Yeah. You can watch, Mr. Gaston. Or wait in the tent where you can do some praying with your wife. Come on, boys.
Yeah, okay.
Hold it. Stop working. You hear that, Menon? I didn't hear nothing, Terry. It seems to me I heard something. There. There, you hear it? Yeah, I heard it that time. It sounded like the sheriff. That's you, Sheriff.
Hurry up! Jerry's about gone in.
It is the sheriff and his deputy, all right. Menon, you go back to that tent. And if Gaston and his wife try to leave, shoot them. Yes, sir. Dig, boys. Dig fast. Now, my orders are to shoot you both if you do more than blink.
Oh, Bristol.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Menon? Put up that gun you're holding on us.
You didn't tell us the sheriff and his deputy was in that mine.
What?
When you blowed it up.
Which is the sheriff and inside. I didn't know they was inside on us.
I thought there was something fishy about you just finding their horses out in the prairie.
Well, I told you the truth about that. Them horses was grazing.
Yeah, You two want to sit down, or you want to go to your maker right now?
You're talking to the president of the Hope Mine, Mr. Menon.
Then you just sit down, Mr. President. And you too, ma'am. How did you know the mine was salted, Sheriff? It was a good job. Except for this here nugget. What's wrong with it? What? Is that a date I see? Sure is. 1840-something. The smelting took out the last number. I'll be done. Oh, is Jerry all right? Still unconscious, Sheriff, but he'll survive. They're here in the tent. Good job, Mr. Menon. Well, thanks, Sheriff. Well, Mr. Gaston, Mrs. Gaston.
Sheriff, I had nothing to do with it.
Shut up, woman.
It was all his idea. Shut up. He took my bracelet with the gold coin on it.
What are you trying to do? Get me 10 years?
You knew we were in that salted mine when you set off that dynamite, didn't you?
I knew nothing of the kind. Honest, I didn't.
Oh, how come our horses ended up tied behind your wagon?
Well, we found them. Rounded them up. We didn't know they was yours, honest.
What about the money you took from these men who thought you were on a level?
I told him to give it back,
Oh,
Sheriff.
will you please shut up?
They'll get it back, ma'am. Don't you worry. How long will they get, Sheriff? Well, Mr. Byrne, it depends on how the judge looks at it. But it ought to add up to quite a few years. Why don't we just hang them now and save the cost of a trial? Because this is a nation of law, Mr. Menon. What's that? That's from inside the mine. Holy smoke. Look at them streaks of yellow. He couldn't salt all that.
Didn't I tell you? Look at it. Didn't believe it myself when I first seen it.
Why, it must go all the way back.
Man alive, this is a gold mine.
A real bonanza, and not salted easy.
Mr. Byrne, there must be $1 million worth of gold here.
Billions, men, and them explosions must have uncovered billions.
We're rich.
I'll go tell the sheriff. Sheriff, what do you hear? Just heard something interesting from the Gaston here, Mr. Byrne. Oh, nothing as interesting as what I'm here to tell you. Them explosions. What about them? They uncovered and exposed a load of gold that's unbelievable.
What's that? What?
Yes, Mr. Gaston, a real bonanza. Not a salted mine like yours, but a real one that'll produce $1 billion worth of gold.
$1 billion worth?
Of gold? When is a find like this and something to laugh at? Well, it's real retribution, Mr. Gaston.
What's that mean?
Deserved punishment for an evil done. I started to say, Mr. Byrne, that I heard something interesting from these people here. Like what? These two. They own nothing to this mine. They don't? They sold every last share of stock, all that was printed, to the suckers, as they said.
But the government give us the land. We still own it. There's nothing can be done till we give permission. Now, that's the rule of the government, you know.
Correction, Gaston. You gave an acre of this land away with each share of stock. The sheriff's right. We investors own the land and the mine. I told you to keep the major share of the stock for yourself.
He said billions of dollars, Bristol.
I heard him, Hope. There's got to be a way we can get some piece of it.
Maybe there is, Gaston, if the sheriff don't mind. But it's a small piece, very small.
I don't care how small it is, Mr. Byrne.
What do you mean, Byrne? These two are slated for prison. Instead of prison, they can work here. Him as a mule skinner, his wife as a scrub woman. About 5 years' worth, maybe. We could vote on it right here. Go ahead, Mr. Byrne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That's what I meant by a very small piece, Gaston.
A scrub woman. I could just cry, Bristol.
It's better than prison, Hope.
listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Retribution was written by Ted Sherdeman, produced and directed by Fletcher Marshall. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan. Also heard were Jack Manning, Vic Perrin, Herb Vigran, Tyler McVeigh, and Dawes Butler. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
American dollar continues to move lower following a chaotic Monday on the foreign exchanges. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Oil jitters are blamed for today's 10-point decline in the stock market and the activity on the money markets. In Washington, there was talk of some drastic measures unless Iranian oil resumes its flow to this country soon. The dollar opened lower Monday in Tokyo and is opened lower in Tuesday morning's trading, down more than 2 yen. In London Monday, the price of gold soared. Larry Miller has a report.
Gold's steady rise in value these past few weeks was apparently just a warm-up for today, because the price of an ounce soared in London to the lofty heights of $246.50. That's about a $15 hike in value over Friday's close. Bullion dealers attribute the increase to speculation that Saudi Arabia is to slow oil production and to the worsening situation in Iran. And Robert Guy, a director of Rothschilds in London, believes the price of gold will continue to gain.
I went on record in New York last week at a forum run by the American metal market, and my prediction at that time with gold at 230 was that we should see new highs in gold this year, and I foresaw a range of 262 to 90. I see no reason to change my view on the market.
Gold hit its previous record high last November, but fell back after President Carter announced plans to support the dollar on the foreign exchanges. Larry Miller for CBS News, London.
More news in a moment.
Big news from Amana. Now you can get a rebate check for $50 direct from Amana when you buy the fabulous Amana Touchmatic 2 radar range microwave oven. The Touchmatic 2 is so incredibly automatic, it cooks by time, cooks to temperature, even holds a temperature to tenderize economy cuts of meat. Amana is also offering a $40 rebate on the companion Amana Touchmatic radar range model RR9T. Rebate offer expires February 28, 1979 at participating Amana retailers.
Good morning.
Good company. Maxwell House. Coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Good coffee.
A congressional panel today opened hearings into the phenomenon of religious cults with emotional arguments on both sides. Rabbi Maurice Davis of White Plains, New York, who claims to have separated more than 100 young people from cults, said those organizations use dictatorial leaders to instill fear and hatred into their members. The Reverend Barry Lynn, Legislative Counsel for the United Church of Christ, urged Congress not to get involved in the non-criminal activities of cults, saying that would place the government in a constitutionally forbidden zone. Washington police report 20 arrests, including a few for assaults on police officers, in today's protest by farmers. About 1,700 farm vehicles tied up the capital's traffic as their operators demonstrated for higher prices. The protest was organized by the group American Agriculture. Their approach was not endorsed by Alan Grant, president of the American Farm Bureau Federation.
The way to get better prices is through building markets, an orderly way of increasing the market opportunity, increasing sales of commodities both in the United States and particularly worldwide. We think that's the way to do it rather than driving tractors around here and there or turning goats loose on the White House lawn. We think that our orderly way is, gets more done.
The protest in Washington is likely to continue tomorrow, although leaders of the movement have not yet disclosed their plans. As he left the United States, Chinese Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping today sent President Carter a message saying his trip to this country was a complete success. Deng said Sino-U.S. relations will witness a major progress under the new historical conditions. Deng's plane left Seattle and, following a refueling stop in Anchorage, is now en route to Tokyo. Deng plans 3 days of meetings with Japanese leaders before returning to Peking. Now this.
Fred, it's after midnight.
Oh, look what you've done. Will you stop eating and go to bed? You'll never get up in the morning for work.
I can't get to sleep. I took an aspirin, but I'm still wide awake.
Well, what did you expect? Aspirin's for headaches. You need a sleeping aid to help you fall asleep. I'll get you some Compose when I go shopping.
Some what?
Compose. Go to bed, will you, while I clean up this mess?
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Taken as directed before you go to bed. Compose actually helps you fall asleep when you want to fall asleep. At bedtime.
So what else happened at the office today, Fred? Did you get the order for that new job? Fred? Fred, you asleep? That's Compose for you.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Take only as directed. Compose is available at all drug counters.
Look magazine, a new version of it, made its debut on the newsstands today. Its predecessor folded more than 7 years ago. The new publication is trying to appeal to people on a regional basis. The copies distributed in the East have the late Nelson Rockefeller on the cover, while those being sold in the West feature a cover photo of Patricia Hearst. The original Look magazine first came out in 1937, but publication ended in 1971. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Good evening. I'm Jackson Kane, KMOX News. Missouri State Auditor James Antonio wants the Missouri Office of Economic Opportunity to pay closer attention to several areas of responsibility. Antonio said the OEO should monitor closely the program to help low-income families to ensure that government grants are spent properly. In an audit released today, Antonio said funds the office provided to community action agencies around the state have not been audited. These are funds for weatherizing or improving the heating capacity of the homes of low-income families. A $900,000 federal financial outlay has been granted St. Louis County in the state of Missouri to buy land. The money from the U.S. Department of the Interior will be matched by the state and county. The money will go for the purchase of land for recreational development in 3 areas of South County. The Missouri Division of Employment Security said it filled nearly 179,000 jobs through its service program in 1978. Division Director Joseph Dietrich said 1978 was the best job placement year in recent times, especially for permanent jobs. 3 men have been charged with robbery, assault, and stealing in connection with the beating of a maintenance worker at a Crestwood, Missouri car agency. Charged are 27-year-old Carl Shoemate and his 20-year-old brother Dennis, both of Alton, Illinois, and 20-year-old Dickie Rebstock of St. Louis. And 41 counties in Illinois have been declared disaster areas, including Madison and St. Clair counties. The declaration makes the counties eligible for low-interest loans from the Small Business Administration. The loans will be for physical disaster and economic injury caused by recent heavy snowstorms.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for things that are funny. Tomorrow, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. Thursday, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotion. Friday, Richard Widmark will host tales of adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. And on Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today with Lorne Green as your host. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
KMOX, St. Louis.
This is Andy Griffith. We're just about to enter the Bentley residence. It's all right. Come on in. Well, it looks as though Elizabeth has redone the foyer again. New carpet, new wallpaper. Whenever she's bored, Elizabeth redecorates the house. She's been redecorating a lot lately. As an attorney, Joe is kept busy at the office. Very busy. He's a divorce attorney. It's early, though, so I'm sure they're both home. Probably upstairs, still asleep. Joe and Elizabeth have been happily married for almost 10 years now. Of course, they have their little differences now and then, but nothing really serious. Cassie, the Bentley's housekeeper, will probably come barrel-housing out of the kitchen any second to find out what's going on up there. Nothing ever goes on in the Bentley household without Cassie having her say about it. Yes, sir, here she comes. And, something's up, all right. Here come the Bentleys. They both look like they're moving out. I think our story's about to begin.
Sears Radio Theater. a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your host,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, And Baby Makes Four, by Shirley Gordon. Our stars, Mary Jane Croft and Elliott Reed.
Andy Griffith here. I don't want to get in the way. Just want to remind you that the man and woman funking downstairs with their suitcases banging into everything are not what you might define as America's most happily married twosome.
Now, hold on a minute, you two. Who's leaving and who's staying?
I'm leaving and he's staying.
Look, if you can't even talk without each other, how do you think you're going to get...
If Mr. Bentley would be enough of a gentleman to allow me to speak.
If Mrs. Bentley would be enough of a lady to allow me to be a gentleman, obviously, as a husband, I should be the one to leave.
Oh, listen to him, Cassie. He's just an old-fashioned, gentlemanly male chauvinist.
Oh, Here, Cassie, if I get any important calls, this is where you can reach me. Until I find a nice swinging singles apartment.
You don't know what it does to me to watch somebody just stand there and let a man get away.
He's not leaving me. I'm leaving him. I'll let you know where you can send the rest of my things as soon as I'm settled. Meanwhile, I'll be at the Buckland Hotel.
But the reason I became a housekeeper was so I wouldn't have to live alone. The Buckland. Must be some hotel, since everybody's going there.
Well, I hope you'll enjoy your stay with us, Mr. Bentley.
Thank you.
Suite 805, Jimmy. The elevator's this way, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'd like a suite, please. I'm not sure how long I'll be staying.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll just sign the register. We're very happy to have you with us, Mrs. Bentley.
Thank you.
Let me see. Will suite 807 be all right?
Why? Is there something wrong with it?
No, of course not. Except that it's right next to suite 805.
What's wrong with suite 805?
Oh, nothing. Except that it's right next to suite 807.
Oh, well, I'm not superstitious about numbers.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, no, ma'am. Suite 807, Billy.
Margot, it's me, the new Elizabeth. Let's have lunch and you'll find out what I mean. You can meet me here at the hotel. You heard me. That's what it's about. Joe and I have finally decided to split. In fact, I've already moved out. What do you care where Joe is, anyway? Well, yes, I suppose he is fair game now, but you could at least wait until the body's lukewarm. Look, on second thought, Margot, I'm not sure about lunch today. I'll call you back.
Hello, Harry. Hey, this is Joe. Joe Bentley. Listen, Harry, how about a game? Poker. You're kidding. Was it that long ago? 5 kids. Sounds like you've been busier than I have, Harry. Well, give my regards to the little woman. See you around. Yeah. So long, Harry.
Bentley residence, more or less.
Hello, Cassie. I just thought I'd call to find out how things are at the house.
Lonesome. What do you think? How are things where you are?
Oh, fine. It's a lovely hotel.
Yeah? Well, you know the service isn't bad here either.
Yes, Taxi, I know.
Oh, by the way, have you run into anybody there that you know?
No? Why?
Oh, I just wondered.
You haven't heard anything from Mr. Bentley, have you?
No. But if he calls, should I give him a message?
Oh, no. No message. I'll talk to you later, Taxi, all right?
Sure. I think somebody around here ought to still talk to somebody. Hello, Mr. Bentley.
How did you know it was me, Tassie?
You're the only one left. I guess you're wondering how things are here at the house?
Oh, well, yeah, I just thought I'd call and... How are things at the house?
Quiet. I hear your hotel is lovely.
It's okay. Where did you hear that?
Oh, somebody else I know is staying there.
Oh. Mrs. Bentley hasn't called by any chance, has she?
Yep.
Is everything all right with her?
She's staying in a lovely hotel.
Did she? I mean, are there any messages for me?
One. Miss Margot Graham called.
Margot? You sure she didn't want Mrs. Bentley?
Positive. She was very explicit on that point.
Huh. Well, okay, thanks. I'll check with you later.
I'll be here. Somebody has to stay and look after the goldfish.
Room service? Your order, ma'am.
Fine. I think I'll have it out on the balcony, please.
Huh?
It's a beautiful day.
Yes, ma'am.
Here you are. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Enjoy the day.
I expect to.
Room service.
Come in.
Would you like to have your drink out on the balcony, sir? It's a beautiful day.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yeah, that'll be fine.
There you are, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy the day.
I plan to.
Joe, is that you?
Liz, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here?
With all the hotels there are in this town?
Why did you have to pick this one?
I heard the view was nice.
I didn't know you came with it.
So, where do we go from here?
Not we, me.
No, I wouldn't think of interfering with your plans. You can stay here. I'll leave.
Oh, where did this chivalry come from all of a sudden?
With you, it isn't easy.
Maybe because I've been married to you for too many years.
You do what you want to do. I'm leaving.
Not before I do.
Bentley residence? No, neither one of them's here. Only the residents. Yes, I can take a message for them. What? Would you mind repeating that, please? Funny. I could swear you keep saying that Mr. and Mrs. Bentley are going to have a baby.
Well, here's the pickle. Elizabeth's left home in the kid, and right behind her, husband Joe's left her. Old faithful Tassie stayed behind to care for home and hearth until matters get straightened out. And now, lo and behold, she finds out these two unhappy folk are about to become one mother and one father. What are they going to do about it, you might ask? Good question.
Hello?
It's me.
Oh, yes, Tassie. I was going to call you. I'm not going to be staying here at the hotel after all.
That's good, because I think you better come home.
Why? What is it? Something wrong?
That all depends on how you look at it. Are you sitting down, and do you have some smelling salts handy?
Would you please just tell me what it is you have to tell me?
Okay. You're going to have a baby.
I'm going to what?
The adoption people called. You and Mr. Bentley wanted to adopt a baby once, remember?
But that was more than a year ago.
Babies take time.
So didn't you tell them we couldn't now, that it's impossible?
I didn't get the chance to tell them anything. They just kept saying everything's all set.
Well, everything couldn't be more unset.
Well, what about Mr. Bentley? Should I call and tell him the news?
No, never mind, Cassie. I'll be home as soon as I can. Did you happen to run into Mrs. Bentley by any chance?
Yes, I did, by chance.
Oh, then she told you.
Told me what?
Then she didn't tell you.
didn't tell me what.
Well, I really think it's Mrs. Bentley's place to tell you.
Cassie, Mrs. Bentley and I are not exactly on speaking terms.
Still, the message was for both of you.
What message?
About the baby.
What baby?
Yours.
Mine?
Right.
Run that past me once again, slowly, okay?
Okay, but that isn't going to change anything.
Someone left a message for Mrs. Bentley and me, right?
Right.
About a baby?
Right.
What about a baby?
That you've got one.
Boy or girl?
Boy.
Mrs. Bentley and I have a baby boy.
Well, not a baby exactly. He's 5 years old, they said.
We have a baby boy, 5 years old. Ah, that adoption business we looked into. But that was at least...
Over a year ago. The 5-year-old babies take longer.
That was when things were different. That was when...
You and Mrs. Bentley were on speaking terms.
Yes, right. I hope you explained that to them. I mean, it's impossible now. What would we do with... A boy, huh? 5 years old?
He's a little half-and-half kid from Vietnam.
He's what?
You know, the unknown soldier in the...
Cassie, I read the GI Overseas Manual. Well, what would Mrs. Bentley and I do with the...
You must have told them that you weren't fussy.
Well, we weren't. We're not. But the whole thing is out of the question now. Even if he were an all-American kid with red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. And if you didn't explain that to them, you'd better call them right back.
Mr. Bentley's car's outside.
Well, he didn't bring it in. I don't think he's planning to stay.
Where is he?
Upstairs.
You didn't tell him, did you?
Well, I thought he had a right to know if he's going to be the father.
Cassie, there is not going to be a baby.
It's a little late to say that. By about 5 years.
5 years? You mean she isn't even a baby?
She isn't even a she.
A boy? A 5-year-old boy?
And chances are he doesn't have red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. This kid didn't do anything right.
Didn't Mr. Bentley tell you to call them back and
cancel the orders?
Well, then, tell them we're sorry for any trouble they went to.
Too bad the kid went to the trouble of being born.
Mr. Bentley and I are not responsible for that.
Neither is the kid.
All right, I'll call. Or I'll ask Mr. Bentley to call. So, what do we do now? Drop straws?
You mean about who's going to stay here at the house? Well, you are, of course. I'll get a room at a motel near the office until I find something else.
Will you call the adoption people and explain?
Of course. Too bad. For the kid's sake, I mean. What's going to happen to him now, I wonder?
Well, they'll probably find another couple who...
No, they're going to stay married forever.
Joe, there isn't any point to this. Just call and get it over with.
And forget all about it.
We both have a lot of forgetting to do.
Liz, I want to let the kid come.
What?
You haven't seen those kids over there the way I have, or you'd feel the same way.
What are you talking about? What kids over where?
Oh, Tassie didn't get around to telling you that part.
What part?
The part where G.I. Joe meets a Vietnamese Madame Butterfly.
You mean the child is Vietnamese?
The half of him that doesn't fit in over here is. The half of him that doesn't fit in over there is American. Look, all I was thinking is that, well, we could go along with this thing long enough to get the kid over here at least.
And then what?
Well, I'm a lawyer. I'll think of something. At least he'd be here, getting the right things to eat and everything.
But it wouldn't change anything between us.
Well, we just have to pretend a little longer, that's all. I'd have to keep on living here for a while. I could sleep in the den. We'd fix up the guest room for the kid.
Fixing up a nursery at this point in our marriage, it'd be funny if it weren't so hilarious.
Oh, Cassie will take care of everything. You don't have to worry.
So, what do we do now?
I guess I'd better call and try to find out just when this blessed event is supposed to happen.
I'll tell Cassie, since she's the one who'll be going into labor.
Afternoon, Mr. Bentley. I thought you weren't coming into the office today.
Couldn't stay away. Anything important?
I've put some things on your desk, but nothing really urgent.
Good.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Bentley, but I didn't know you played football.
Oh, this. It's a present for someone. A surprise. But as a matter of fact, I used to play a lot back in college. Feels good to heft the old pigskin again.
I suppose so.
Is Mr. Bentley in?
Yes. Well, shall I stay home?
Never mind. I'm an old friend of the family.
32, 57, 23.
May I play, too?
Oh, hello, Margot.
I'm not bad at intercepting a pass.
I wasn't expecting anyone.
I told your secretary I wanted to surprise you. I didn't know you were busy.
Exercise. You know, these desk jobs.
I'm in the mood for a little celebrating. How about taking me out for a drink?
Celebrating? Yeah. I'm kind of in the mood myself.
I thought you might be. That's why I stopped by.
You got a deal. Only, how'd you know? Have you talked to Elizabeth today?
As soon as she called me with the news, I couldn't wait to see you.
Oh, I'm surprised she's spreading it around already.
I was delighted to be the first to know.
Oh, Lenore, as long as there's nothing urgent, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in about half an hour.
Don't rush me.
Or so.
Yes, sir.
What should it be, Joe? Congratulations or commiserations? I'm very good at both.
Why don't we risk congratulations?
I'll drink to that.
Did Elizabeth call you, or did you call her?
She called me. She seemed eager to spread the word.
Oh? Oh, maybe she's happier about it than I thought.
She said it was her idea in the first place.
Well, now that I think about it, I guess it was.
Frankly, I don't really care whose idea it was. It's just great, good news.
Understand, it's not going to change anything between Elizabeth and me.
It's not?
No. We'll just go on pretty much as we have.
Oh?
We'll still live together, of course. For a while, at least.
Won't that be a little inconvenient?
We'll both just have to learn to be more tolerant.
Broad-minded might be a better word. I think she's a fool.
A fool?
To let you get away.
Well, maybe we're both a couple of fools. But as I said, finding out that we have this kid on the way doesn't change anything.
This what?
The kid Elizabeth told you about.
Didn't tell me about a kid? When's it due?
Any time now, it seems.
You mean right away?
I thought you said Elizabeth called you about all this. What have we been celebrating?
I think I'd better get you back to your office.
Yeah. This isn't any time for a family breadwinner to goof off, is it?
Not with this cookie. I only pick on people my own size. A baby is out of my league.
Well, this kid isn't a baby, exactly. It's a boy. 5 years old.
Amazing how time flies when you're having a good martini.
What are you doing lying around? I thought we were going shopping.
Oh, you go, Tessie. There's no point in my going.
Oh, he's going to be your kid, at least for a while.
I had 9 years to get used to being a wife, and I didn't make it. You do the best you can with the shopping, Tessie. I don't feel up to it. And before you go, will you take that picture and put it away someplace out of sight?
Your wedding picture? Oh, now, wouldn't it be kind of nice to leave it out just for the kid? So he could feel legitimate for a change.
Cassie, Mr. Bentley and I have agreed this child is not going to change a thing between us.
Well, then you put the picture away. I'm not going to do all your dirty work for you. Well, that's one way of putting it away. Oh, wait till that poor kid gets here. He thinks the war is over.
Andy Griffith again with the concluding act of And Baby Makes Four.
Anybody home?
Margo? Sorry, Cassie's out. Just come on up. I'm in the bedroom.
You know, I might think this was a touch of morning sickness if it weren't 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And if your husband hadn't already told me that you've ordered a little ready-made model.
Joe told you?
We had a drink together to celebrate. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, why should I mind?
Yes, I see. Why should you?
Oh, Don't. That was just a little accident.
You weren't kidding when you said you were breaking up your marriage. And what's all this about adopting a child at this point? And why Chinese?
Vietnamese.
Joe wasn't too informative.
I'm afraid I'm not going to be either.
What's the big mystery?
Motherhood, as far as I'm concerned.
I must say, you don't sound too inspired.
Would you be if you just learned you were about to become the mother of a starving refugee?
You mean this was all Joe's idea?
No. We both agreed to it.
I got the idea you two weren't in agreement on anything these days.
So you didn't waste any time moving in on the situation.
And moving out again under the circumstances. Has anybody told this poor kid what he's in for? Seems to me he'd be better off staying in China.
Vietnam. Fortunately, there's Tassie.
Oh, then this was all Tassie's idea.
It doesn't matter whose idea it was. The child will be here soon.
And the patter of little feet is all you need in your cozy little love nest.
Oh, Margot,
I just believe in facing facts. A spade's a spade. You can't make it into a heart.
Well, you can relax. Joe and I aren't kidding ourselves.
I know exactly what you need. Get yourself freshened up, and I'll meet you for cocktails at Tony's around 5.
All right? I don't know. Exactly what do you have in mind?
Trust me. See you at 5. Oh, hello, Cassie.
Hi.
My goodness. It looks as though you bought out the town. Don't forget, Liz. Tony's at 5.
Well, how'd the shopping go, Tassie?
Look.
For heaven's sake. It had to get so much you should have had it delivered.
I did. The truck will be here tomorrow.
Liz, there you are. Good girl. I was afraid your impending motherhood had you completely immobilized.
All right, Margot, what are you up to? Just what is it that you think I need?
Not what, who. And here he comes now. Do you believe it?
Oh, Margot, really?
Well, after all, Liz, you're practically a divorcee, aren't you? And you're not a mother yet. Bill, darling, sit down. This is the Elizabeth I told you about.
And I'm thoroughly intrigued. How are you?
How do you do? What did you tell him?
Liz, this is Bill Beaumont. And if you think he looks like something off the cover of a magazine, he is.
Well, it's a living. But let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you, little mother.
I beg your pardon?
I think it's just beautiful how you're setting aside your own pain and misery to take in some starving little Oriental waif.
But relax, Liz. Let yourself go for a change. What do you get to lose? If you haven't already lost.
Well,
Good. Now drink up, girls, and we shall proceed to hit every disco in town.
Don't want to wake up anybody's husband.
Don't worry, little mother. Now that we've seen you safely home,
We'll tiptoe away like a little boy.
Don't bother. Nobody's husband is asleep.
Oh. There was no reason for you to wait up for me.
I didn't.
Oh, did we wake you? Sorry. But it's good to see you, Joe. You look so warm and rumpled in your jammies.
I'll tell you what happened, Joe. Margot said your wife needed a little relaxation, so
No, this is Bill. He's a model.
A model what?
Photographer's model. You know, horses, the West. Show him your tattoo, Bill.
Had it done especially. I believe in realism in my work.
Admirable.
Well, now that we're all here, no reason to let the party die.
Oh, it'll have to live on without me. I don't feel so good all of a sudden.
Oh, what's the matter, little mother?
Just a little 3 o'clock in the morning sickness.
Well, then you better get her right to bed, Joe. Come on, Margot. Time for us to tiptoe away like little bitty mice.
Oh, well, another time, Joe, darling.
I'll be seeing you, little mother.
Oh, shut up. Oh, and good morning to you, too. Cassie, if you lay that tray full of food in my lap, you are fired.
Starve a fever, feed a hangover. Well, I hear you had a hot date with John Travolta last night.
I gather you've seen Mr. Bentley this morning.
On his way out. He said you could reach him at the office if you get any news.
I'm not up to any news today. If anybody calls, I'm not in.
President? Yes, Mrs. Bentley is in. Just a minute.
Oh. Okay, I'll make a deal. You eat the breakfast, and I'll answer the phone.
Well, if you put it that way. Can I take a message? Right. Thank you.
Yes, what is it?
It's the kid. He's on his way.
What do you mean he's on his way?
I mean, the stork has taken off. Only in this case, he's coming by jet.
You mean the child is actually going to be here soon?
Even sooner. Try 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh,
don't worry. With luck, baby, your head will be back by then.
Somebody has to go to the airport to pick him up, and I think it should be both of us.
Why? Why give him the wrong idea right from the start?
Look, he's going to be set straight soon enough, but right now, he's a little kid landing in a strange place. He'll need somebody to comfort him, like a
mother.
Well, he's so young. I don't know how to talk to a 5-year-old kid, especially one that doesn't understand English.
Look, I agree. We should both go, but honestly, Joe, I don't think I could make it the way I'm feeling.
You picked a great time to go disco hopping.
No, I don't think it's a hangover. It's like flu or something.
Anything that gives you an out, right?
Well, there's still a few hours. Maybe I'll feel better by then.
Maybe you'd better feel better by then.
Oh.
No, don't look at me. I'm the home front welcome committee. I'll have the hot meal and the warm bed ready. I can't do everything.
But, Cassie, I just feel awful.
For you, I have in mind a cold shower.
Did he sleep?
Almost before his head hit the pillow.
Poor little guy. I don't think he knows what's happening.
I'm still working on it myself.
What did he do when he first came off the plane and saw you?
Started to cry.
I never stopped.
Oh.
Until I gave him a lollipop to suck on.
You know, I've been wondering about that. How do you happen to have a lollipop in your pocket?
I've been trying to quit smoking.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. How you doing?
Please.
Maybe the kid will help you quit. I mean, you'll be too busy playing football.
Maybe. Only I can't count on the kid as a permanent solution.
You keep forgetting that, Cassie.
How can I when everybody keeps reminding me?
But for the moment, at least, it looks like we're in the parent business.
For better or worse.
As someone said on another auspicious occasion.
Why, Joe, this is a surprise. Come in.
Is the bar open?
For you, anytime. That's on the rocks, right?
Right. Cheers.
How'd you find out where I live?
Well, Liz has a handy address book.
It's been weeks since I've seen either of you. I gather the kid was keeping you both pretty busy.
He is. He could get under your skin if you let him.
But you're not going to let him.
The only way to do that is to get away.
Which brought you here?
Seemed as good a place as any.
You sure know how to set a girl up, don't you, pal?
Oh, don't think you haven't looked interesting to me at times, pal.
How about now?
How about now? What's the matter?
You don't hear me complaining, do you?
No, but...
You don't have to make excuses to me about still being in love with your wife.
I don't know if I'm still in love with Elizabeth. I haven't been able to give up smoking either.
All right, then. Maybe it's just your new father image getting in the way.
I have to admit that Joey keeps popping into my head.
Joey? A Joe Jr.? Oh, you really are asking for it, aren't you?
No, it's not for me. It's for the G.I. Joe who started him on his way.
And how's Elizabeth taking to little Joe Jr.?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her.
I think I will. Where do you think you're going? Miss Graham just called. I'm going to meet at the cocktails. It'll be good to get out for a little while and think things over.
Oh, you never heard the old saying about running away.
I don't want to hear it now. Anyway, Mr. Bentley's turn with Joey.
I know. I ought to print up a schedule for the kid.
What are they going to do today, do you know?
Mr. Bentley says he's going to take Joey fishing.
Mr. Bentley is the one who's going to wind up getting hooked.
And you're not?
Cassie!
I'll see you later, Cassie. Tell Joey if I don't get home before his bedtime, I'll see him in the morning.
Well, I got all the fishing gear together. Where's Joey?
I'm looking for his sneakers.
His sneakers?
Yeah, you seen him anywhere?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I took them. Well, you know, guys sometimes get their kids' shoes bronze to keep on their desk at the office. They make great bookends.
Yeah. Only usually they wait till the kid outgrows them. Well, I guess Joey better not wear them fishing then. If he fell in, he'd sink.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. He wants to wear his cowboy boots anyway.
I'll buy him a new pair of sneakers tomorrow.
They make great pencil holders, too.
So what's Joe doing today? Babysitting?
Yes. We take turns.
I know. He told me. You've seen Joe? Once. With feeling. He came over to my place one night. Voluntarily. And left voluntarily. For one thing, he's getting hung up on that kid. How about you?
Joey's only 5. We can't ask him to put things back together for us.
You don't have to. Look again. Nothing's really come apart.
Where's Joey?
Gone to bed.
Joe, I've done some serious thinking.
So have I.
I
want to keep... Well, what are we going to have? A custody battle?
I mean it, Joe.
So do I.
Well, then I guess that's what we're going to have. But I'll win. I'm the mother.
Oh, no. Things have changed. You better get yourself a good lawyer.
I already have one.
Liz, are you sure it isn't just Joey coming into our life and...
No, I'm sure. I found out you're a habit I don't want to break.
Like smoking?
Pardon me, but I could have told you that in the first place and saved you all that trouble. Kathy, please. And Joe, I guess now's the time to tell you something else.
What?
That morning after sickness I had, I went to the doctor for it.
The doctor?
How do you think Joey's going to feel about a little brother or sister?
I think Joey's going to love it.
Nothing like getting the ball rolling in the right direction.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. And Baby Makes 4 was written by Shirley Gordon, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Andy Griffin. Our stars were Mary Jane Croft and Elliott Reed. Also heard were Elvia Allman, Doris Singleton, Myron Kane, Lenore Kingston, and Sidney Miller. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaks. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
CBS News. Israeli Foreign Ministry sources are quoted as saying the Israeli cabinet will consider a U.S. plan for reconvening the stalled peace talks with Egypt. I'm Christopher Glenn, reporting on the CBS radio network. The Foreign Ministry source, quoted by the Associated Press, says the cabinet will take up the U.S. proposal at its regular meeting on Sunday, and the cabinet will seek to have the peace talks resumed in a location which would permit quick consultations. Secretary of State Vance said yesterday the new talks probably would be held in Washington. In Tel Aviv, meantime, a leading member of the Israeli cabinet is proposing the U.S. be kept out of the negotiations. Dan Raviv reports.
Agriculture Minister Ariel Sharon, who's in charge of Jewish settlements in the occupied territories, is proposing that Israel return to Egypt now, the largest Arab town in the occupied Sinai, El Arish. Sharon says this would be a gesture by Israel aimed at getting Egypt to agree to direct talks without American mediation. Sharon told interviewers that the United States has been managing the Mideast peace talks according to its own interests. And he said the U.S. is working toward a Palestinian homeland or state on the occupied West Bank of the Jordan, something unacceptable to Israel. Sharon is generally viewed as a hardliner, a war hero suspicious of Egypt's intentions. But his close friends say Minister Sharon has adopted the view of most Israelis, that a peace treaty with Egypt is inevitable. Sharon, however, believes Israel could get better terms talking directly to Egypt without U.S. involvement. At least through the next round of talks, the full cabinet is not expected to approve his proposal. Dan Raviv for CBS News, Tel Aviv.
We'll have more CBS News in 1 minute.
Hello?
Marge, it's Fran. Did I wake you up?
Oh, no, I always talk like this in the middle of the night. Oh, anything wrong?
Nothing, really. It's just one of those nights when I can't fall asleep. I took an aspirin, but it did nothing for me.
Why should it? Aspirin's for headaches. What you need is a sleeping aid. On the way to work, pick up some Compose.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Taken as directed before you go to bed, Compose actually helps you fall asleep when you want to fall asleep at bedtime.
Marge Walker.
Marge? Fran. Thought I'd call you during the day this time so as not to scare you to death.
Hi. How's the Compose work?
Oh, great. I don't get sleepless nights often, but if I do again, Compose is what I'll take.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Take only as directed. Compose is available at all drug counters.
The Department of Agriculture held public hearings in Detroit today, getting comment on proposals to restrict sales of so-called junk food in schools, which participate in the National School Lunch Program. Assistant Agriculture Secretary Carol Foreman chaired the hearing and told a news conference her concerns.
I am very much concerned about the fact that the taxpayer spends $2.5 billion, $3 billion on school lunch and school breakfast each year, and that we have a responsibility to see that that money is well used and that it accomplishes its purposes.
Opponents of junk food sales in schools spoke of manufacturers who make profits selling what were called second-class foods, which cause children's teeth to rot. Industry representatives countered that barring such sales would rob school officials of control over school policy. Militant farmers were permitted to pass police blockades for a traffic-snarling tractorcade past the White House this afternoon, but only for about an hour. They returned to the barricade area, joining more than 1,000 other farm vehicles there before the peak of the rush hour traffic hit. Agriculture Secretary Bob Berglund said the two-day demonstration was an unmitigated disaster, and he assailed calls by the militants, supporters of the American agriculture movement, for higher government price supports on crops, and he called them just old-fashioned greed. Chinese Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping, his American visit over, went to bed early in Tokyo tonight, drained by the cold he caught in the United States. Deng canceled a dinner appointment in the Japanese capital and retired, hoping, a spokesman said, to conserve his energies for talks with Japanese leaders coming up tomorrow. We'll have more CBS News following this message.
I know my friend Marge so well that if she happens to call early in the morning, I know exactly what she's going to say. She'll say, I hope I didn't wake you.
Sally, I hope I didn't wake you.
She'll say, but I had to talk to you.
But I had to talk to you.
She'll say, my boyfriend
and I are into a problem. He wants to disco on wheels, and my ankles just can't take it. But he won't go near a regular dance floor now that he's discovered skates. Sally, I feel better just telling you about it.
Then she'll say, I haven't even asked how you are.
I haven't even asked how you are. Well, next time. Thanks, Sally. I'll speak to you soon. Bye.
That's my friend Marge. And as well as I know her is how much I love her.
Dial direct state to state without operator assistance and save 60% before 8 in the morning and evenings after 11, except Alaska and Hawaii. The Bell System.
4 government agencies have agreed on ways to identify cancer-causing substances. That move is described as a major step toward unifying the government's overall approach to dealing with cancer problems. Researchers at the Roswell Park Memorial Institute in Buffalo, New York, meantime, say they've gotten very encouraging results with a new vaccine, which seems to improve the survival chances of people who have had lung cancer surgery. I'm Christopher Glenn, CBS News.
Good evening. I'm Jackson Kane, KMOX Radio News. Former Missouri House Speaker Richard Rabbitt, rejected in an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court for a new trial, has been sentenced to 4 years in prison, a $7,000 fine, and 5 years probation. Rabbitt was convicted of corruption in office. Aldermanic races in St. Louis City's even-numbered wards today, and in many parts of St. Louis and St. Charles County. Voters decided on taxes and school bonds, and some results are in from St. Charles County. Orchard Farm R5 School District passed a bond issue on their 15th try. The Wentzville R4 School District passed an almost $2 million bond issue to finance additions to 2 new schools. Jefferson County, Crystal City narrowly passed a $795,000 bond issue in addition to an elementary school. And in Jefferson County, Water District Number 1 approved a $250,000 bond issue, 3-1, for new buildings. A 22-year-old Cahokia, Illinois man who faces the death penalty has pleaded guilty to murder and 4 counts of attempted murder in the holdup at the State Park Cafe. The trial of Eugene Walker, Jr. had to be delayed until Tuesday because Walker's 5th attorney refused to represent him. Unemployment benefits for some people are now subject to state and federal income tax. The Missouri Division of Employment Security said they doesn't mean much change to government, but they do say the cost of their operation will go up. An agency spokesman said benefits were exempted from taxes prior to January the 1st. Cloudy weather with occasional light snow tonight, little or no accumulation, colder by morning, low 10 to 15. Clearing Wednesday with a high near 30, increasing cloudiness Wednesday night, low near 10. We have a chance for snow Thursday with a high in the 20s. Right now in the St. Louis metropolitan area, cloudy skies, barometric pressure falling, 29.92. Southeast winds at 5, humidity 78%, and we have 31 degrees.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery and suspense. Tomorrow, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. Friday, Richard Widmark will host tales of adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today with Lorne Green as your host. And on Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for things that are funny. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Vincent Price. The quiet suburban town of Farrington is a typical bedroom community. It exhibits all the trappings of a settled small town. Tree-lined streets, solid brick homes, even an authentic 19th century town square. Bikes, station wagons, and manicured lawns give it the air of affluence and normalcy. One house, a single-story ranch-style home, would appear to be the perfect example of the serenity of this neighborhood. Husband standing just outside the partly open front door. Wife within the house saying her last goodbyes. But if we look closer, the woman seems frightened. The man in a fury. And the door is held in place by a chain.
Please, Frank, don't make another scene.
I just want to come in and talk this out. Unfasten the chain, please.
No.
It's that damn lawyer. He turned you against me.
I'm not going to rehash our marital problems at the front door.
Let me in.
No, I can't trust you. Not after the last time.
I promise not to start anything.
Call me tonight. It's better that way.
So you can record the conversation?
Don't get paranoid.
Just talk with me for 5 minutes.
I can't. I'm late getting to the bank as it is.
I said I want in. Listen, it's still my house.
Stop it. You'll upset the children again.
Dad, Carrie!
Oh.
It's Daddy, help me! Mommy won't let me see. She won't let me come home.
Stop it. Now stop it. Don't drag them into our mess.
All I want to do is sit in my own living room and reason with you instead of some attorney's office. Is that asking too much?
We've been talking for months. Nothing's changed.
I'll never give you a divorce. I mean it.
I haven't asked for one. Now give me time to think.
I won't let you go. I know you want to marry Brock. Just keep him away from this house.
Frank, please.
I don't want him touching you, holding you.
You're only making things worse.
I'm warning you. If you see that lawyer Brock again, you'll live to regret it.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your host,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson, with stories about love, hate, and religious things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Hostages, by Ken Gerard. Our stars, Virginia Gregg, Shepard Menken, and Vic Perrin.
In spite of her husband's threat, Carol Madsen called her attorney, Ted Brock, the moment she arrived at the bank. She was terrified. She needed advice. Ted Brock told her he would come to her office immediately.
How are you this morning, Mr. Enright? Never better, Mr. Brock. Oh, you can smell spring in the air. So go right in, please. Mrs. Matson's expecting you in her office. Thanks. I know the way. I've been here enough.
Come in.
I came as soon as I could. Are you all right?
I'm still shaking.
Did he get violent?
No, I had the chain on the door. He didn't get in.
What about the children?
They didn't hear it. I drove them to school after he left.
Carol, why don't you and the kids spend a few days at our house? Betty would love it. The kids can use the pool. The change would do you good.
That would be the final straw. Teddy thinks there's something between you and me. He's gone completely mad.
When Frank threatened you, you should have called the police.
It would have done some good. How do you arrest a police lieutenant? They wouldn't have believed me.
Hasn't your situation gone far enough? You've given him every chance to pull himself together. He's not going to change. Please, file the divorce papers. I can have them ready for your signature this afternoon.
Oh, the thought terrifies me. I don't know what he'd do if I went through with it.
I'll have him enjoin from seeing you.
That wouldn't stop him.
We'll go to the police disciplinary board and open up the whole case, even the incident with Jeff.
It has to be a different way. That could ruin him.
But you've exhausted every remedy, Carol. The marriage counseling was a fiasco. You begged and pleaded. Haven't you punished yourself enough? And you can't subject the children to his rages much longer.
I know, but I still hope that...
He isn't going to straighten himself out. That's wishful thinking. Why spend the rest of your life in fear?
No, you're right. It's even affecting me here at the bank. Sometimes I think he's out there watching me or following me home.
Let me call Inspector Metzger and explain the situation. Maybe he can reason with Frank.
Oh, that's not fair. It might affect his efficiency rating. They might use it to deny him a captaincy.
He's been passed over twice, Carol. Other people see he's disturbed, too, you know.
I don't want to do it.
I can't understand you. This man has threatened you and the children. He's almost strangled
I don't want to hear it.
All right, I won't go into it. I can't help you with my hands tied.
He's still my husband. Yes.
Mrs. Matson, I'm sorry to bother you,
I told you I didn't want to see anybody for a few minutes.
I understand, but this customer insists on seeing the manager.
Can't you handle it for once?
No way, honey. Why bother with a junior exec when you can talk to the boss?
Do you mind waiting outside? I'll be with you in a minute.
I'm sorry, lady. I happen to prefer group meetings.
Oh, my God. He's got a gun.
Shotgun.
Don't point that at me.
Now, everybody just stay nice and orderly. No fuss, no sudden moves. We're marching out front. Mrs. Manager here will instruct the cashier to fill up my briefcase. If everybody keeps cool, this whole thing will be over in 2 minutes. Don't anybody get heroic. Now, move.
I don't want any bloodshed. Just take the money and leave.
That's good enough for me. Mrs. Matson, we can't let him do this.
I don't believe we have a choice.
Keep walking. Don't show the tellers anything's wrong. It'll be over before you know it. Just keep in front of me.
Fine, but don't shoot.
This is just your garden variety bank holdup. It's not a shooting.
Harriet, please fill this brief.
Grab his arm. Give me that.
That was dumb.
Stupid. Mr. Brock.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Brock.
He's covered with blood. It's all over my face.
Don't shoot. Don't kill me. I didn't mean it.
You miserable creep. Had to play hero. Huh?
Oh, he's bleeding to death. He's going to die. Quiet. Control yourself.
Everybody on the deck. Except you, lady. You fill up that bag. Did you hear me?
No, wait, Harriet. Give him everything. Well, all right.
Be quick.
You started.
Just the paper money, you idiot. That's better. Now, nobody gets off this floor for the next 10 minutes. You got it, bright boy?
Yes, sir.
In a moment, Ted. It's almost over.
Oh, that better be an ambulance. I'll take a look. Damn it. 2 squad cars. All right, get back.
Everybody get behind the counter. Hurry up. Move that fat body, mister.
Yeah.
Now, who tripped the silent alarm? Which one of you morons did it? Answer me or I'll blow somebody's head off.
I did it. I'm sorry. Oh, don't kill me. Tell him not to shoot me, Mrs. Nestor. Please,
Shut
I don't want to die.
Shut up. I've got to think.
This is the police. The building is surrounded. Release all the people trapped inside and come out with your hands behind your head.
Hey, you see, it's a real mess. This one had to get brave, and she had to bring in the cops. Now it's a real production. You had to make it complicated.
This man needs medical attention. He could bleed to death.
Oh, that's tough. That's the price of trying to be a hero.
I can't stop the bleeding.
Make a pressure bandage. Here, bright boy, rip up your shirt. This guy's bleeding all over the floor, and she's thinking I'm going for her, but... Oh, forget it. Here, here's my jacket.
If he dies, it's murder.
No kidding. You're telling me, the law lady, I'm a two-time loser. If I don't get out of this one, it's all over. I'm gone for good. You'll throw away the key.
I repeat, the building is surrounded. There is no way to escape. You don't want to hurt anybody. Free all the people in the bank and come out with your hands in the air.
Is he crazy? He expect me to let you go?
We want answers in 5 minutes.
What's with him? I'm the one calling the shots. You want an answer? Sure. Here. That's my answer. You know where you can go. I'm calling the turn. You got that, huh? You're my ticket out of this hole. I get out, then you get out. Otherwise... Well, there better not be an otherwise.
No, we'll do anything, but please, no more shooting.
No, that's more like it. This is your fault, you know. You had to protect somebody else's dough. Why? Was it worth it? If they rush this place, you're all dead. Think about that. You. Get that phone.
You mean me?
Yeah, I mean you.
Hello?
Carol, it's Frank. Are you all right?
I think so.
Give me that. What do you want?
Who is this?
Donald Duck. Don't try anything funny.
I'm not.
Okay. Talk.
Is this Enright?
Sorry, he's with a customer. Call tomorrow.
You're a real comedian.
Hey, check with me some other time. I got a couple of problems right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching the whole thing.
This ain't a spectator sport. Now keep out of this, huh?
You know, you're in a whole lot of trouble. Armed robbery, bad news, you know.
Are you, the man?
Yeah, I'm the one in charge. Come on, buddy, give it up. Don't make it tougher on yourself. There's no way out. Let the civilians go. Come out, huh? Don't make it any lousier than it is.
Are you nuts? I got all the aces. The manager, a couple of flunkies, and some would-be hero. I'm calling the tunes, not you.
Okay, I got the message. Anybody hurt so far?
Yeah, Captain Heroic got it in the shoulder.
Is that all?
At least for now.
Come on, cool it. Take your finger off the trigger. I want to cooperate with you. We'll try it your way.
Oh, you're going to let me go scot-free, huh?
Why don't you let the wounded guy out?
No way. The hero stays put.
What's his name?
Hey, what's your name? He's out cold. Anybody know this joker? Everybody's shaking their heads, including the manager, lady.
Hey, let me talk to the manager. How about it?
Forget it. This is a one-man show. I make all the decisions.
Now, don't get bent out of shape. I just want to make sure the women are all right.
Okay. But any tricks and they buy it. Here, talk to the cop. Tell him everything's under control.
Hello?
Is he listening on another line?
No.
All right, play along. Don't jeopardize yourself, okay? How many guns is he carrying?
The other two employees are fine.
Two. You're sure?
Oh, positively.
Pistols?
We're just play pigeons.
Shotguns?
No, it's just a combination of things.
I got it. Pistol and shotgun.
Yes, that's right, Lieutenant. Everything's fine. Don't worry, we're being treated well.
Good girl. I'm going to get you out of there, Carol. Trust me. Keep the others calm. I know what to do. Carol, I love you.
Give me the phone. You satisfied?
Hey, no sweat. Take it easy.
Don't con me, huh?
Listen, I forgot to get your name.
No names. I don't want you running a make on me.
All right, have it your way. You need food or cigarettes?
Oh, blow it out your ear. Save that jive for the amateurs.
How about a doctor for the wounded man?
Oh, sure. Anything to get a cop in here.
Take it easy. You're holding all the high cards. I just don't want to see anybody die.
Make you a trade.
Let's hear it.
First, you clear out all the cops, SWAT teams, and everything. Then I send out the wounded guy. Second, I get safe passage to the airport and a plane to Cuba. Once I'm there, I release the hostages.
That's complicated. You got to give me time.
Take it or else.
I need authorization.
Listen, get the plane in a half hour or I start throwing corpses out of the bank.
Okay. It's a deal. But it's outside my authority. If I go out on a limb for you, you got to show me some good faith.
Good faith? This isn't a union contract.
I need it. It shows my superiors I can handle the situation. I'll tell you, just release the wounded man. There's no reason for him to die, right?
Yeah, okay. First, pull back the troops. You come get him alone and unarmed.
Now you're talking.
Okay, folks. The hero's going to the hospital, and we're heading for Cuba.
Cuba? Oh, Lord, I never needed to get to Philadelphia.
Who hired this idiot?
Why don't they bring a doctor in here? He's too weak to be moved.
You just get him on his feet.
He can't walk.
Get him up. Do it now. Move.
Come on. Here we go.
I thought you didn't know this guy.
We all know him. He's Mrs. Matt.
He's lost too much blood. He can't be moved.
Shut up. Drag him to the door.
All right. Come on.
Here he is. All right, keep him moving fast.
Yeah, okay. I'm coming for him.
All right, everybody else, back behind the counter. Now.
Come on. I'm out here at the front door.
Please help me. Well, I'll be damned. Rock.
You got a half hour to come across.
Yeah, sure. She lied to me. I should have known it. You met with her. I told her not to see you. I warned her, but she did it anyway. Please help me. You couldn't stay away from each other, could you? You had to put your filthy hands on her, touch her. Please. Oh, I hope you're in agony. Serves you right, breaking up my home. She's deceived me for the last time. I told her I meant business. I got her now. And she thinks I'm going to save her. Across the street from the beleaguered bank in the town of Farrington, Ted Brock's body is placed in a waiting ambulance. Lieutenant Frank Maxson, bullhorn in hand, is briskly supervising all the activity out in the street.
All right, you in the bank. I kept my part of the deal.
For now. Yeah. You're just what I want. Harry, come in.
Yeah.
Pull the marksman back, completely out of sight. Tell those guys on the roof to get down.
Roger.
Sergeant Lopez, take 3 men with riot guns and the SWAT team to the rear of the bank. You wait on my orders.
10-4.
When I give the word, you go in blasting. Everything. Yeah, he's a wild one. But wait for my word. And Lopez, no screw-up.
Sure, Frank. You're in control.
We're going to have to watch him, Commissioner. He's got automatic weapons.
Sounds like a tough monkey. What's the status?
The area's roped off. No TV, no press. The place is surrounded. Hank set up a command post in the stationery store across the street. There's a phone there up front in the window. You can see it clearly from the bank.
Good planning.
Now, I've got one guy out already. Bad shoulder wound, but he'll survive.
Anybody else in there?
3. One of them's my wife.
What? Frank.
Yeah. It's a rough one.
How about Captain Gordon taking over?
No, sir. It's my ball game. And it's my wife trapped in
All
there.
right. Okay, now run the show. Let's get him out of there in one piece.
Just let me alone and I can do it.
All right. Any demands?
A plane to Cuba, $2 million, and release of all political prisoners.
What prisoners?
Beats hell out of me.
He sounds like an extremist.
Nah, he's just a punk hood. Says his name is Claudio.
Hey, there's a Claudio wanted in connection with an attempt on the German ambassador.
Could be the same guy, a radical. Pro hitman.
Listen now, don't you make any moves yet. I'm going to get the FBI in on this. Meantime, just stall some more.
Maybe that's what he wants us to do. Why be a platform for him? Once we bring in the feds, then I can't hold back the press. Let's handle it like a local matter. Nurse him alone.
All right, I'll buy that. Treat him like a stick-up man. Play it low-key. Keep it one-on-one. For now.
Until we can force the issue.
Now, Frank, this Claudio is no back alley thug. He's got a full sheet. Arson, political assassination, murder, and rape. Now, don't take any chances.
In my situation? Look, I want my wife out, alive.
If you need anything, I'll be at the command post.
I'm coming with you. I'm going to use that phone in the front window. He'll see I'm alone. No taps, no SWAT team. Good.
Frank, you pull this one off and you'll make Captain yell.
Well, we'll see about that later.
Yeah?
Hey, everything's cool. I just got the word on your plane. Slow it down.
Good. Now, no fancy stuff.
Oh, I know. Or everybody gets hurt.
Right. Hey, did that guy make it?
Oh, sure. The paramedic stopped up his wound.
Ah.
Be good as new in a couple of weeks. You did a smart thing, buddy. I won't forget it.
Sure. You'll be a character witness.
Let me speak to the manager again, will you?
She's good stuff. You got something going with her? Manager lady, Dick Tracy wants to talk to you. Lady, get on the horn.
Hello.
Carol, Ted Brock died. Bled to death in the ambulance.
Oh, no. Oh, Ted. Oh, my Ted. He was just trying to help. It isn't fair.
What the hell is going on?
My fault. Miss Masson, what happened?
What did you do? I didn't do anything.
I killed him. I killed him because of me. He's dead.
Who's dead?
Dead. I killed
No. He murdered him. He shot him. Killer.
I knew it. We're all going to die.
Everybody shut up. What is going on? Did that cop tell you something?
Yes. Brock died on the way to the hospital.
Oh, the hero?
Yes.
Well, the cop told me he's alive. They patched him up. Hey, lady, if this is some trick, you'll all be sorry.
Hey, let me go, please. I got a bad heart. I'm sick.
Fink, coward. You let these beauties stay here, wouldn't you? If that badge has something cooked up, you better skip it.
I want to say something.
There's a lot of funny stuff going down. First, nobody knows the hero, then everybody does. The cop tells her one thing, then feeds me another line. I just don't like the smell of this. Too many bad vibes. That's so? Talk to me and give it to me straight.
The dead man was Ted Brock, Mrs. Masson's attorney. He was here to talk with her about a personal
Save the editorials. There's a missing piece that makes me nervous. And, folks, that's bad news for all of you. Yeah,
You're set. 25 minutes.
maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? I had it all worked out. The plane's fueling. The car will be in front of the bank in 10 minutes.
There's stuff in the air. The guy I sent out. What's his name, Fatso?
Ted Brock.
Yeah, Ted Brock. He bought it, huh?
No. I told you. He's at the county general being sewed up.
The manager says he's dead.
Hysterical women. What do you expect? Can't hear anything right. Let me talk to her.
Here, talk.
No.
Get on the phone now.
Hello.
Pull yourself together.
I'm trying to.
Brock isn't dead.
Then why did you...
Because I wanted you to feel what it's like to be hurt, to lose something.
Oh, please don't. Not now.
Please. Haven't I said please for months? Please, let's be a family. Please, may I see my children. Please don't see a lawyer. Please let me come home. My home. I've been saying please until I choke on it.
It wasn't that simple.
But now it is. You want me to get you out of there. Now you want me. Now I'm necessary.
No, I've always wanted it to be like it was. Like 3 years ago.
Lawyer?
No, Frank, it's true.
Behind my back. You defied me for the last time, Carol. Understand? The last time. I just can't let this pass. You have to be taught a lesson.
This is different. There are others involved.
That's their problem.
Oh, don't blame our troubles on innocent people, Frank.
They're in it with you. I knew what went on down there. Even Enright and you.
Don't do this to me. Oh, please let someone help us.
Oh, you'd like that. But the commissioner says it's my show. I could make captain yet.
You're creating a situation.
I know.
Don't put us in this position. Please. It isn't fair.
Life isn't fair. I want to talk to him.
Why are you punishing me?
I've got nothing else to say to you. I want to talk with our friend.
It's all yours, mister.
Put us in what position?
Hey, I want to tell you before my wife gets it all balled up.
What wife?
The FBI won't go with the plan.
Are you crazy? Tell them to get on the stick or they bought some dead people.
They can't do it. They took it out of our hands.
Well, get it back. In the next 5 minutes, our brains will be all over the street.
No. Don't get trigger happy. I know you mean business. You think I want to have my wife murdered?
What is this wife routine?
The manager is my wife.
Oh, bull. I don't believe any of you.
Listen to me, fella. I want to help you, and I want to get my wife back home. Hey, we got 2 kids.
Oh, save the corn, huh?
She is my wife. Keep your hands off her, or I'll come in there and blow you away.
Do that, and she's the first one coming out, dead.
Huh. Well, you try it, and it's all over. The negotiations are closed. We'll come in there with more guns than an army.
Better not. I'm holding the aces, all 3 of them. And I don't think this babe is your wife. You're just giving me a lot of smoke.
No smoke, buddy. It's all true. And I'll prove it.
She's got a small scar above her left breast. Check it out.
Okay. Come here.
I don't want to talk to him.
Take off your blouse.
No.
I said take it off.
Don't touch me.
Come here. He's going to rape her. You got to stop him.
Okay, now we go. Commissioner!
What's going on, Frank?
It's falling apart. The whole plan backfired.
Take it easy.
He's after my wife. I think he shot the teller.
Where's the SWAT team?
Rear of the bank. Let them rush him from the rear, and we'll open from the front. I'll leave.
Now, hang on. Now, let's not turn this into a massacre. I don't want to see innocent people get killed.
Oh, sure. It's not your wife that's going to be
Now,
raped.
get hold of yourself. I understand what you're going through, but we've got to try and save lives.
There's no time. Don't you understand? We've got to get in there.
No! Rush him and we lose everybody.
Okay. Then let's make it a solo job. I can get into the bank through the air conditioning ducts. The main feed is in a room to the rear of the teller's cages.
And we'll start a diversionary movement in front.
Yeah. Pull some squad cars back and forth. It should give me enough time to do it.
All right. Get whatever gear you need. Flak jacket, helmet, anything.
Yeah, well, all I need is my gun.
Fine. Let's move. We'll start the cars in 3 minutes.
Sure, that'll give me enough time to get into the shaft and start down.
Good luck, Frank.
Thank you, sir.
Don't take too many chances.
No, sir.
But get him.
I will. I'm going to shoot to kill. Both of them. Vincent Price again. And here's the concluding act of Hostages.
Are you satisfied? Did you see what the scar looked like? It's pretty, isn't it?
I'm sorry, lady, but, well, I had to make sure.
Did my husband tell you how I got that beautiful scar? No, of course not. Because he did it. In one of his rages, he attacked me with a steak knife.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
Nobody means to hurt.
There's too much stuff going down, too many stories. I don't trust anybody.
Who wants you to?
Close that face, fat boy. Thug.
Oh, George, don't make it any worse.
Yeah, why die angry?
Don't you see what's happening? My husband's using you. You're being set up. He's creating situations. He wants you to kill me.
Oh, now that's some story. Cop wants wife dead? I don't buy it. If he's coming for me.
For both of us.
Come on.
For me, because I defied him. The man you shot was my attorney. He's a divorce lawyer. My husband hated him. Threatened me if I saw him again. Charlie said I have to be taught a lesson.
Oh, that's screwy.
Yes. Well, that's why we were separated. He's unstable, violent. He needs help. You know what 16 years on the force does to a man? What he's seen? Murder, suicide, death, the insane
ugly side of humanity. I tore him apart. He started screaming in the middle of the night. He kept hearing gunfire. Sleeping with his service revolver under the pillow. Begged him to go into therapy, take a medical retirement, but it was too late. That really started his paranoia. I became his enemy. They were plotting against him.
Even you?
Even our children. In one of his rages, he tried to strangle his son.
What?
Now he's planning to get rid of some more enemies. Me. You. Even those two.
He wants to kill me?
Oh, that's a great story, lady. Okay, you're his wife, but you're still a cop's wife. The rest of that routine is just too much to swallow.
Ted Brock is her attorney. She was separated from Frank. Everybody knows how he treated her.
Maybe, but lady, I think you're just buying time. Enough time for the FBI to get into the act and pull the noose tighter. But your husband's dumb. I've got complete control. A cop's wife is a first-class ticket out.
You're wrong. It's a death warrant. I'm not a hostage. I'm a target. He'll kill us both. Doesn't matter. Or you'll kill me. He thinks he can't lose. If you don't give up, I'm dead. We're all dead.
You expect me to fall for that? Give up? Just march out there and say sorry? Hey, if I don't get out of this, I'm gone for good. Armed robbery, assault, kidnapping. Well, even without a prior record, I'm away forever. So drop the routine. I don't believe you. Okay, Fatso, up. It's time to send him another present.
All right.
Mr. Enright.
Just pain.
It's his heart.
Oh, bull, it's another trick.
Trick. That's all you can think about. He's had a weak heart for years. What do you expect when a gun's aimed at you? Breathing so heavily. Get some water.
Don't let me die.
Take it easy, George.
I don't want to die.
He needs oxygen. A doctor. Is this what you want?
All right. All right. Get a doctor. Tell the cops to call the paramedics.
Yes.
This is the commissioner. I want to talk to Claudio.
Who?
The man who's holding you hostage.
We need a doctor in here. Mr. Enright's had a heart attack.
A doctor's impossible under the circumstances. It's too dangerous. We might risk more hostages.
He needs a doctor now. Oh, they won't.
Give me that phone. Okay, it's over. The whole thing's over. I don't want any deaths. I'm giving up. I'm finished.
Send out the hostages first.
I said it's over. Now get a doctor in here before this guy dies. It ain't worth it. I'll toss out my hardware.
You got a deal.
Here. Tell him you're intact.
This is Mrs. Matson. Carol Matson. We're safe. It's all right. Let me speak to my husband.
That's impossible. He's trying a solo rescue. I guess he's somewhere in the bank.
Oh, you've got to stop him. You've got to stop him.
No. Don't worry, Mrs. Matson. Frank won't take any chances. Get Matson on the two-way. Tell him Claudio surrendered. We're trying to raise him now.
Hurry, please. Oh, hurry.
What do you mean he doesn't answer? Try it again. Now, just a minute. I think he's turned off his set. Frank doesn't respond, Mrs. Matson.
Oh.
He's probably there. Inside now.
What the hell's going on? Give me that phone. If you're coming in here, they die.
No. I've called off the operation.
Sure?
I'm pulling everybody out.
Okay. You can have two of them, but the manager sticks with me until I'm positive.
That's not our deal.
Neither with the goon cars. Now pull them out, everybody.
All right. Surrender to me. I'll meet you in the front of the bank.
What an honor. Okay, chickens, you're going home. Hang tight, fella. We're getting you a doctor.
Mr. Enright, here, let me help you.
I think I can make it, Harriet.
Oh, you didn't have a heart attack. That was a fake.
Run, Harriet. Run. Oh, don't shoot, officer. Don't shoot. I'm a hostage.
I'll be damned. The coward. Fink. Chicken butt. Go ahead, sister. Beat it.
No,
I said go. Move now.
Go ahead, Harriet. I'll be all right.
Oh, what a screw-up for a lousy couple of G's. Boy, you people on the outside are something. It's safer in the joint. Come on, lady. I've had it. We're coming out. Hold it right there. Oh, it was a trick.
Oh.
One move, and she gets it right in the head.
Frank?
I moved. Kill her. Are you crazy? I'm surrendering. I don't want to do it. I'm closer. Kill her. Lady, tell him. I got nothing to lose.
You haven't got the guts to pull that trigger. You're just a small-time punk hood.
Frank, please. We worked it out. He's giving up.
In the crunch, these guys haven't got it. No guts, no backbone. See, he can't pull it off. He's impotent.
You stay right there, cop.
No way. Carol, I've got this aimed right at you. No one will ever know.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Matson. No. Real easy. It's all over. If we had just been a second quicker.
What?
Frank's dead. The robber killed him. I'm sorry. Fortunately, our marksman shot Claudio. He's dead, too. You were next.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
I know how you feel. Frank was a devoted husband. All he could think about was you. He was a real brave guy. He died a hero.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Hostages was written by Ken Gerard, produced and directed by Fletcher Marshall. Your host was Vincent Price. Our stars were Virginia Gregg, Shepard Menken, and Vic Perrin. Also heard were Sarah Selby, Norman Alden, Tyler McVeigh, and Olin Soule. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI.
That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with a tale of love and hate, a drama involving human emotion. Tomorrow, Richard Widmark will host tales of adventure in outer space, under the sea, anywhere there is adventure. Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West, and the West we know today with Lorne Greene as your host. Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for things that are funny. And on Wednesday, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Cicely Tyson. It's a winter afternoon on a residential street in one of those little commuter towns on the Long Island Railroad. In the front window of a corner house, a man sits alone, unmoving, staring out at something. It is the railroad station nearly 2 blocks away. Inside the house, we can see that the man at the window is sitting in a wheelchair. There's a much-used drawing board on his lap with a blank sheet of paper on it. The tools of an artist all around him in the room, which is a sort of studio. We can also see that the man is not alone. There's a young dog with him, a black and tan dachshund, looking at his right hand, which swings limply at the side of the wheelchair. The man is crying. You can see the tears running down his face.
What happened to me at the station that day? I can't walk anymore. I can't use my right arm. I can't draw anymore. I can't do anything. Why did this happen to me? Why is that damn little dog licking my hand like that? Why?
And that's how we begin our story.
Sears Radio Theater, A new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your host,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Hildy, by Ted Sherdeman. Our star, Fletcher Markle.
The man in the wheelchair slowly, painfully, makes himself remember, forces himself back to a happier time, a healthy and productive time.
It began in the late summer at our Long Island house, where I lived with my wife, Joan, and our 12-year-old red dachshund, Sam. I was a commercial artist who worked at home and spent most of my time, when I wasn't with clients or ad agency people, in my studio, which was my pride and joy. Close at hand, napping as usual, was Sam. I'd just finished pasting up some type sheets on an ad when the phone rang. You get that, Joni?
Okay.
The cement needs some thinner. Just this one little problem, we seem to be out of thinner.
It's Barry Mills from Los Angeles, Eddie. Pick up the phone in your studio.
Hello?
Hi, Eddie. How are you?
Fine, Barry. How are you? And what are you doing calling me all the way across the country?
Lydia and I are going to England.
Hey, how about that? Did you hear that, honey?
Hear what?
She's right beside me now, Barry. They're going to England.
Oh.
What happened? Smog get too bad for you?
My agent sold me to an English producer, and we'll be gone the better part of a year, I guess.
Hey, that's wonderful. In London?
Yeah, part of the time. What I was wondering, do you still like dachshunds?
Doxies? Sure. Wouldn't have any other breed of dog.
Well, Lydia and I feel the same way, but Hildy is the problem.
Who's Hildy?
Doxie.
Oh.
She's only 3, and she'd die in a kennel here. And there's an English law about bringing dogs into their country. They're kept in quarantine for 6 months. That's why I thought of you and your love, your and Joni's love for dachshunds.
Well, sure,
Will you take Hildy? All we want is somebody to love her, and we won't ask to have her back when we get home. Would you do it, Eddie?
Well, I don't know, Barry. We've got Sam.
Now, please, Eddie, Lydia and I would love to go to England, but we won't go if we can't find a decent home for Hildy. Will you take her?
Just a minute, Barry. Did you hear that? What do you think?
Well, we've been talking about getting a spare around when, Sam dies.
Barry, you won't ask for her back.
No, honest, we won't. Is it a deal?
Well, I guess so. I'm not coming out there to get her.
No. We'll put her on a plane. She'll be there tomorrow. Lydia and I are flying direct from here to London.
How about shots and stuff? Has the dog had a rabies shot?
Everything works and up to date. I'll send everything in the mail to you. Hildy will be there tomorrow.
Okay, Barry, we'll pick her up.
Thanks, Eddie. You've taken a load off our minds. Goodbye.
Bye. Well, guess we've got another dog, whether we want one or not.
Sam will hate it.
He'll get used to her.
He'll have no choice. Will you, Sam?
Come on, Joni. Out, Hildy.
I guess you'll eat whatever Sam eats, huh?
Sure. Here you are, driver.
Thanks, Mac.
Come on, Hildy. This is your new home. Making a club to help you in the dog fight.
With a rolled-up newspaper?
Better be prepared.
Look out. There's Sam.
Huh? They only sniffed noses, and there goes Hildy inside.
Sam, be patient with Hildy. She only wants to explore her new home.
The dog expects to find her old owner somewhere.
Look at Sam. He's curled up and gone back to sleep. Couldn't care less about Hildy being here.
Where's she?
Like you said, looking for her old owners. registered in the American Kennel Club as Brunhilde of Westwood.
Go fetch the ball, Hildy. That's a good girl. And give it to me. Now sit up and I'll throw it again. Good girl.
Well, she's had all her shots. Says here not due for another rabies shot for nearly 2 years. And I'm not throwing the ball for you, whether you sit up or not.
At least he doesn't sit up and beg while we're at the table like Sam used to.
Good old Sam. Look at him. Sound asleep.
And look at her, curled up beside him to keep him warm.
I hope he makes it to Christmas. He'll be 13 then.
I hope it's not an unlucky number for him.
Look at all the snow, Hildy. It'll be a white Christmas for sure.
Daddy,
I'm in the living room.
come here.
I was just showing Hildy the new snow. What's the Sam? Sam?
I think he's dead.
Sam?
I came back to the bedroom to find out why he hadn't shown up in the kitchen for his breakfast. He always did before, and... Eddie, we knew he was old and that it had to happen.
He didn't make it to Christmas. Sam's death taught us one thing, that you can't prepare for such an event. It doesn't matter whether it's all of a sudden or long in coming. There's no way to keep from remembering all the things you could have done, maybe should have done, but didn't. But like all things, dismal as they may be, a little time worked its wonder. And I got back to work at my drawing board. Joni was a perfect housewife, and Hildy was a perfect pet.
Do you have to deliver that artwork in person?
I always have.
But it snowed so heavily last night. I don't know whether you can even get through to the station.
I've waded through snowdrifts before. Right, Hildy?
It's still snowing, see?
Don't worry about it.
I don't worry about it. I worry about you. Bundle up carefully.
Am I okay? Can I go now?
Be careful.
Always am. Bye. Bye, Hildy. My train. That's my train.
Look at the elbows, mister.
Wait for me. Wait a minute.
He must have slipped on something. Is he alive? Somebody better call an ambulance. I don't tell you. We'll just call this guy is hurt bad. No, man. He's just curled up to take a nap in his own blood.
Hey, all I did was ask a couple of questions.
I called for an ambulance. You find out who he is?
No, not yet. I'm just trying to find out who he is, lady. Here. His name's Edward Gaskin.
Well, he'll be dead on arrival if that ambulance don't get here soon.
Station platform, the snow reddening with his blood. Other commuters crowded around, some of them frightened, others wanting to give help but not knowing what to do. At last, the ambulance came and took him away.
Of course, I have no memory of how I got to the hospital, but somebody phoned Joan, and she came right away. I was in a recovery room when she finally saw the surgeon.
You're Mrs. Gaskin?
Yes. How's my husband? Is he all right?
Sit down, please.
I don't even know what happened to him.
Well, according to witnesses, he was running to catch a train and ran full steam into one of those steel girders on the platform.
Oh, God.
He did quite a job on his head, Mrs. Gaskin.
Go on.
But he's alive and will recover eventually.
What do you mean, eventually?
Just that.
When can I see him?
In about a week.
A week?
Mrs. Gaskin, I'm not sure. That's why I've asked some other neurologists to see him. But I'd be less than honest if I didn't tell you
that your husband may be paralyzed on his right side and unable to speak.
Why did this have to happen to Eddie? Oh, I want to see him.
You can't see him for quite a while, so I suggest you go on home.
How long will he have to stay here in the hospital?
It's anybody's guess, but figure several months.
What do you mean by several?
It's up to the neurologist and staff.
Will he need more operations?
Possibly. Look at it this way, Mrs. Gaskin. Your husband could have been killed. He's still alive.
Well, will he want to be if he's paralyzed and unable to speak?
That's up to him. And you.
I finally saw Eddie on the 6th day. But I don't think he even knew who I was. The doctors still weren't sure about his paralysis, but a neurologist was abrasively sure Eddie would overcome the aphasia and get some sort of voice back. I spent hours waiting for some sign of recognition. Every day I visited him at the hospital, going home only to feed Hildy and then spending sleepless nights with her worrying about Eddie. It was 6 weeks before he smiled at me. You're smiling at me. I'm your Joni. Hildy misses you. I miss you. And pretty soon you'll be at home in your own studio again. Oh, don't stop smiling. Please don't stop.
It's awful to think of words you are unable to say. Like a bad dream, but worse. To hear how I'll be in my own studio, unable to do anything. Not with a paralyzed right side. How can I ever use an airbrush again? How can I paste up a headline? I can't even use a triangle or straight edge on a drawing board without two good hands. Hands that work. Get rid of me, Joni. Get rid of me.
Be careful getting that wheelchair into the cab.
Here, let me help, man.
Thank you, driver.
There you be, sir.
You take care of yourself now, Mr. Gaskin.
Sure, I will.
Here's the address of our home, driver.
Yes, ma'am. You take care of everything.
Yeah, you're on your way home from the hospital, Mr. Gaskin. Hildy's anxious to see you. And all your friends have called, especially George Glassine. He can't wait for you to get home.
And enemies.
What?
People who are not crippled with eager to look at me who is.
It's temporary, Eddie. You've already got your voice back. In no time, it'll be as good as new. The speech therapist at the hospital was sure of it.
I don't make drawings with my voice.
He'll be so glad to see you, Eddie.
Get away from me.
Here.
Wheel me inside.
Yes, sir.
Hildy, that's a good girl. He didn't mean it.
That's one way to stop a hysterical greeting I'm in no mood for.
Hildy wants some attention from you.
Keep her off my back.
Come here, Hildy. Get down now. I'll get the front door.
It's me. Is he home?
Hi, George. We just got here.
I brought my portable checkerboard. Thought he might like a game. Hi, Hildy.
I doubt it, but come on in. It's George Glassine, dear.
Hey, you look great.
No visitors.
Well, George isn't a visitor. He's an old friend.
I brought the checkerboard. You want to play?
Get out.
I'm sorry, George.
Don't make excuses for me.
Oh, well, maybe another time.
No time.
Come on, George. Like I told you, we just got home and he's tired.
Get out of here.
I didn't come over here to be insulted, Ed. When you decide you'd like some company, you just phone me. What's the matter with him?
He's depressed and upset because, well, he'll never draw again. With the right hand and arm, at least.
But I meant it about Eddie. If and when he wants company, he can phone me. Bye, Joe.
Bye, George. And thanks for coming. And thanks for everything. I only told them I was taking the morning off to get you ready.
What?
I have to go to work.
What did you say?
I had to get a job. I was lucky to get it.
Doing what?
At the library. I stack books mostly, but sometimes I help the librarian out. She's a woman, too.
Quit.
What?
You heard me. Quit. Won't have you working.
Listen, Eddie, do you have any idea how long you were hospitalized? How many operations?
Insurance covers it.
I'm trying to explain to you. The insurance is used up, Eddie. There are staggering medical bills, and we've got no more savings. I had to go to work.
Just to prove I'm not capable of supporting you.
I'm not trying to prove anything, except how much I love you.
Prove it by quitting.
I get off at 6. Then I'll be right home.
You're going to this job?
Yes, Eddie.
Well, don't try to kiss me. Get out. Take that stupid dog out, too.
Okay. Come on, Yodi. I'll bring your lunch to the night table. Come on, Yodi.
I seemed to get some kind of perverse satisfaction out of refusing to kiss Johnny goodbye and ordering her and Hildy to get out. Finally came the day I contemplated suicide. Deliberately broke a water glass after I'd considered just where to slash my right wrist with the razor-edge shard. Obviously, one could die from one cut wrist as well as two. It was just too barbaric to cut my throat and sever the jugular vein. Then I remembered my life insurance wouldn't pay off for suicide. Joni would be left with no money, the additional expenses of burying me, and a bloody mess in the bedroom. The real reason for not taking my life was that I didn't have the courage, or lack of it, to do it. All I got out of it was a long crying spell.
You shouldn't lie in bed all the time, Mr. Gaston.
Or what do you suggest, Doc? I sometimes do a buck and wing.
Eddie.
Your wife has rented a wheelchair for you.
And I'm applying the rental on the payments to buy it.
Good. So use the chair. Want some help getting into it?
No. Not from you, Joan, either.
I'll see you out, Doctor.
Right. I recommend you at least try to use that chariot there, Mr. Gaskin.
Whether it was the doctor's advice or seeing that investment just standing there, I decided to try the wheelchair. But I refused to let Joan help me into it and waited until she left for work the next morning to try out the chariot, as the doctor had called it. I managed to get out of bed, hop once on my left leg, then fall.
Oh, leave me alone. Stop licking me. Just get out of the room.
I had a few falls, but by hopping on my left leg from one place to another, I finally reached the chair. I wheeled myself into the living room. I didn't dare wheel myself into the studio where I'd worked. It was too painful to even think of all the art activities I could no longer take part in. But I finally did. I wheeled myself into the studio where I'd spent so many years. I finally picked up a piece of charcoal with my left hand and, using the paper taped to the drawing board, tried to sketch the tree I could see from the window. My efforts were so crude, I had no heart to continue. All I'd read about the great Mexican artist, Jose Orozco, losing his drawing arm and gaining fame only after he'd learned to paint with his left arm, all that depressed me instead of inspiring me. I concluded his triumph over catastrophe was due to copious quantities of tequila. Specious reasoning, of course. But we couldn't even afford a pint of the stuff. A six-pack of leader-priced beer would be cause for a celebration. And then I became aware of Hildy sitting up, holding her ball in her mouth.
You want to taste the ball? It's the only thing left I can do for you. Give it. Not the right hand, Hildy. This one. Will you stop pushing it into the dead hand? Here. I'll show you. I'll drag this useless arm onto my lap where you can't get to it. Now, give me that ball in my good hand. That's fine. Good girl. Now. Well, don't just lie there. Go fetch the ball. Never made any difference to you which hand threw it or you know when it was kicked. Okay. You won't chase it. I'm going back to bed.
You want to hear about my day at the library?
No.
Okay, I'll put the wheelchair beside your bed so you can get into it.
Don't bother.
But, Eddie, the doctor said...
I heard him.
I wonder why I take this abuse.
Abuse? From paralyzed has-been?
You're determined to remain surly and unhappy. You're a spoiled brat wallowing in self-pity. I can't talk about anything that doesn't anger or depress you. You cost us our best friend, George Glasheen. I'm sorry about the accident and that you can't draw anymore. But you had your life.
What good is it?
It's as good or bad as you want it to be. Hildy and I are fed up with you, Eddie. Either you change your attitude and realize that you have our love, or you can rot right where you are. Tyson again. And here's the third act of Hildy.
It was the next morning, and Joan was in the kitchen, followed around by the little doxy Hildy. Suddenly, the dog barked. Joan looked around and found me wheeling the chair into the kitchen. She gaped with surprise.
Eddie, you're in a wheelchair.
I thought I'd join you in the kitchen for breakfast. Hi, Hildy.
I would have been glad to bring it to you in your room.
I know you would have. I've been thinking about our talk last night.
I'm sorry, Eddie.
Look, don't be. I have been acting like a spoiled brat. Forgive me.
Oh, yeah. forgive me for saying what I did?
You were right.
Oh, Eddie. I know it hasn't been easy for you.
Well, so what? It never has been. But there's no reason to take out my frustrations on you or Hildy. Confession. I tried out this wheelchair yesterday.
How did you manage to even get into it?
Oh, it took some doing.
I'll put it next to the bed for you next time, so it'll be real easy.
Well, the point is, I finally went into the studio. I can't draw with my left hand, but at least I'll try.
Oh, Eddie, I can't ask for anything more.
And after you leave for work, I'm going to phone George Glashing and apologize.
The winter came early that year and seemed to go on forever. I kept on trying to draw with my left hand, but my efforts were like a child's, far from the commercial gloss in which I'd made my way. While I sat in the wheelchair and drew, Hildy would push my paralyzed hand and arm back, pressing the ball into my dead fingers until she released it, and the ball would drop to the floor. She picked it up and repeated the performance over and over and over, not stopping until I dragged the useless arm onto my lap and held out my left hand to her.
I'll throw the ball for you if you put it in my good hand. This one. Right here, Hildy. Okay. I'll let this dead wing hang down again. You see? You push it back, Hildy, but you can't give life where there's none to give. Nobody can.
It's miserable outside.
Looks miserable. I'm glad you're home.
I'm glad to be here. Hi, Hildy. The supermarket was so crowded. People were buying like eating had just been discovered. I got us a steak. Yes, Hildy, you'll get some real meat tonight.
She won't taste the ball anymore.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Hildy? Here, now, touch it.
You threw it with your left hand, too.
A woman's touch.
Oh, here, Hildy, put it in my left hand. See? She won't do it.
Well, give it to me, Hildy. Good girl. Like I said, a woman's touch. Come on, Hildy, let's fix dinner. If this steak is tough, I am going to kill the butcher.
I was sitting by the front window watching the icicles melt and thinking spring might be trying to appear. Hildy was playing her repetitious game with my right hand. I looked at her. Her tail was wagging furiously. Then, with her nose, she nudged the right arm as far back as she could. Then she jumped aside. The arm swung forward, and I still held onto the ball. I could feel I was holding something in my hand. I tried to move the arm back, but felt nothing. Hildy nudged it back for me, then jumped aside. When it swung forward, I let loose of the ball and knew my fingers were beginning to work.
Oh, Hildy, come up here. Come up on my lap so I can hug you.
You don't mind eating in the kitchen?
Not at all.
Here, Hildy, here's your bowl, and the water's right there. Well, why are you frowning? Did I do something wrong?
You don't like barbecued chicken?
Not that.
It's what?
Well, why do you always put the spoon and fork on the left side of my plate? Can't you ever remember I'm right-handed? There's no knife to cut up the chicken with.
Well, it's already cut up for you, and... Oh. See.
I carefully raised my right arm, picked up the fork in my right hand, awkwardly picked up some food, and spilled most of it as I tried to bring it to my mouth.
Now I'll have to learn to use this hand to feed myself all over again.
Oh, Eddie.
Not my doing it. All the credit belongs to Hildy. Thank you again, Hildy.
Well, how did she get... How did you... Oh, Eddie, I'm so happy.
She did it. Instinct, wisdom, whatever you want to call it, but something kept urging her to keep at this right hand with that ball. It wasn't just a game. She just seemed to know that if she did it long enough, I'd get this arm and hand back. And you know what else?
I only know I'm so grateful.
I'm going to call George Glassine tomorrow and start to go to the Y with him. Well, maybe my bad leg won't ever be as good as it was, but swimming can't hurt, and I'll feel like a whole man again.
With age now. She sleeps a lot, and Joni and I know there'll come a day when she won't be here to ever chase a ball again. But we're not getting a fare to soften the blow after she's gone. Wouldn't be fair to the new dog. We'd always be making comparisons the poor creature couldn't live up to. There's just no way to replace somebody who gave you back your life.
Listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Hildy was written by Ted Scherdeman, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our star was Fletcher Markle. Also heard were Gene Howell, Lance Kolvig, Barney Phillips, Lou Krugman, Herb Rudley, and Linda Gary. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI.
I'm Palmer Payne, WNEW News, on the Radio Theater. That's the theme from Sears Radio Theater, which will be brought to you Monday through Friday on this station. Today, Richard Widmark will host a tale of adventure in a faraway place. On Monday, you'll hear stories of the Golden West and the West we know today, with Lorne Greene as your host. Tuesday, you can laugh with Andy Griffith as your host for Things That Are Funny. Wednesday, Vincent Price will bring you a generous helping of mystery, suspense, and detective stories. And on Thursday, Cicely Tyson will enthrall you with tales of love and hate, dramas involving human emotions. The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Hey, sit down, honey. Is this the first time you've interviewed an important celebrity like the old crooner?
Gosh, you sure are relaxed. Is it just an act?
No, honey, nothing bothers the old crooner. I just go out there and be my wonderful self.
No tensions or anything?
Not a thing, honey, except this young doctor told me the old crooner has high blood pressure.
Are you following your treatment every day?
Hey, no need to. Like I said, no tensions or nerves to hassle the old crooner.
That doesn't matter. High blood pressure usually has no symptoms.
No symptoms at all?
Well, that's why it's so important for you to follow your treatment every day, even if you feel relaxed. You have to control high blood pressure all the time. Well, actually, I don't think I ever heard you sing. Do you mind doing a few of your hits?
Me sing? No, never sing anymore now that I've been elected governor of the state.
Hit a few wrong notes there, too, huh?
To learn more, the National High Blood Pressure Education Program urges you to consult your doctor, health department, heart association, or local high blood pressure education program.
This is Richard Widmark. You're flying over a small tropical country in Africa. It could be any of half a dozen countries caught in the middle of civil war or political upheaval. Once occupied by the Belgians and the French and the British, it is now in the hands of its native people. Or perhaps I should say, in the hands of Mandu Ranana, the self-appointed president. The name of the country isn't important. What is important is the sound of those engines. A sound that has pilot Del Hall dripping in sweat, his knuckles bone white as he fights to keep his DC-3 cargo transport in the air for just a few more miles. A precious few seconds longer.
Simbali Tower, Douglas, 1169er, Tango, over.
Simbali Tower, Douglas, 1169er, Tango, over.
Position 060, altitude 1,200, speed 9 or 5 knots. I have engine malfunction. Request emergency landing instructions. Acknowledge, over.
Roger. Permission to land denied. Proceed to Marpura Airport.
What? Say again, over.
Permission to land denied. Proceed.
Negative. I've got 5 passengers on board here. I can't make it to another. Simbali Tower, I have engine failure. Ready or not, I'm coming in. Mayday.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life. Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Choosing, by Steve Sharon. Our stars, Dane Clark and Hans Conried.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
Sears has a bedspread with all the muscle to resist the wear and tear it gets from high-spirited kids. It's Tough Cord, a sturdy blend of 75% polyester and 25% rayon. Choose from bunk twin and full sizes in 10 bright solid colors or 5 coordinating plaids. All machine washable and perma-pressed for no-fuss, easy care. When you want value in a strong and sturdy bedspread, look for Tough Cord, because kids not only sleep in their bedrooms, they play there too. At most Sears retail stores.
One Valentine's Day I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Give your Valentine fragrances from Sears and release the inner spirits of romance. Give her freewheeling, breezy Charlie by Revlon. Give him the rich, manly crispness of English leather. Or for them both, Chauvin Sport Scents. Refreshing, exhilarating, and all of them ideal for a Valentine surprise. Choose these or many other popular fragrances at most Sears retail stores.
The crippled plane struggled to stay aloft. With both engines gone, the pilot fought to hold the craft in a glide, which would bring him to the airstrip he could see through the thick jungle growth below. He was nearly clear, almost free of the treetops reaching for him, when one last limb caught his right wing. The plane spun to the right. And the minute the wheels touched the landing strip, the craft skidded to a stop against an ancient storage building, left there a generation ago by soldiers no longer living. The side and front of the plane were crushed. The passengers survived.
I'm losing her. I'm losing her. I can't control. I'm losing her.
Captain Hall. Captain Hall, wake up. Wake up. You're dreaming.
Huh?
Captain, you were dreaming. A nightmare. You're all right now.
We landed? I thought we were all going to end up like Chris Bacon. I must be a better pilot than I thought. Oh, my head.
Don't touch it. Don't. It wouldn't be hard to get an infection in a place like this.
I must have cracked it against the overhead.
Well, I've managed to stop the bleeding.
Now, if you could just stop the throbbing. How are the others?
Few cuts and bruises. Mr. Rosen got the worst of it, sprained a wrist. How are you feeling, Mr. Rosen?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little tired. A retired tailor's not used to such excitement. But you should help the captain. He needs medical attention.
No, I'm just a little groggy. Say, where are we? This doesn't look much like a hospital.
It's a prison, that's what it is, and I'll tell you one thing. I am not going to let them get away with locking me up in this filthy stinkhole. Imagine a man in my position in prison. When the embassy people find out I'm here, I'll see to it.
I don't want to rain on your parade, Mr.
Franklin P. Butler, Trans-Allied Industries.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Butler, but the United States broke off diplomatic relations with this country 6 months ago.
What? Well, that's incredible. Do you mean there's no embassy here, no one to look after our rights?
I mean, we're in one hell of a fix.
Well, I'm holding you responsible for this, Captain. And you'd better start thinking of a way to get us out of here.
Quiet. Can't you see he's hurt? Let the poor man rest.
Thanks. Here you are sticking up for me, and I don't even know your name.
Elizabeth Salming.
You know, he's right, though. You people shouldn't be here. I fly cargo, not people. If I hadn't been so greedy to pick up a few extra bucks,
Nonsense. We missed our connection, and we would have been stranded in Pretoria if it hadn't been for you.
Well, I just wish I knew why they threw us in prison.
Well, I'm afraid they didn't give us a clue. None of us wanted to argue with the armed guards. We just did as they ordered.
I'm Jeff Tanner, Captain. The guard told me to collect all the passports.
They've already confiscated my camera equipment. What do they want with our passports?
Well, I'd better do as he says. Here's mine, Tanner.
Here's mine. I'll see if I can get Mr. Rosen's without waking.
I couldn't help overhearing you, Captain.
Look, will you call me Dell?
Hey, I think our imprisonment might be political.
Well, it's not a very cheery thought.
Especially with Mondo Ranana running things.
I'd like to pump that guard when he comes. See if he can tell us anything.
Good idea. I'll let you know when he shows up. How's the view?
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
Oh, I'm just a little edgy, I guess. The view isn't very good. Just a green jungle as far as you can see.
My name's Jeff Tanner.
Ann Fraser.
I'll need your passport for the guard, Ann.
Of course. There you are.
Thanks.
I've, never been in prison before.
This isn't much as prisons go. A couple of wooden benches, 4 cold walls, and some straw on the floor. Probably built by the British. It has a dungeony feel to it.
You sound like an expert.
No, just an ex-anthropology major. I was in jail a couple of times back in the States. Don't worry, I'm not a hardened criminal. It was for protesting the war.
At least it was for something you believed in then. You stood up for your convictions.
Well, actually, it was for something I didn't believe in. Killing people. That's why I joined the Peace Corps. Funny how it worked out.
How's that?
Well, I thought of it just as a draft dodge, but I found I liked it in Africa. I felt needed. I guess the Peace Corps was what I was looking for all along. Anyway, I've been here for about 8 years now. What about you?
Nothing as altruistic as the Peace Corps. I'm doing field work for my master's degree in political science.
Strange place to do research.
Not really. My thesis is on the future role of the third world nations in the modern political structure. As a matter of fact, this is one of the countries I wanted to visit. But they wouldn't let me across the border.
Well, you got your wish after all.
Unfortunately, I'm researching ideologies, not penal systems.
Del, the guard's coming.
See here, what's your name?
Jarima.
Do you have any idea who you've got locked in here, Jarima? I'm an important man, and I've done a great deal of business with your president, Renana. He's not going to be very happy when he finds out I'm in here.
What kind of business did you say you were in, Butler?
Well, I import certain products.
What kind of products?
Jarima, I demand that you release us immediately.
You have all the passports.
Yes, here they are.
I'm Captain Hall, the pilot. I'd like to know why my passengers and I are being held prisoner.
I am told you landed without permission.
But we broke no law. If anything, you people are guilty of denying me landing permission in an emergency.
That is not my decision. For now, you will all come with me.
Well, that's more like it.
What are we doing out here?
Looks like some kind of exercise yard.
Yes. Now you will have exercise. You may walk about for a little while.
Swell. Nothing like a brisk walk around a hot, dusty prison.
Well, at least we can take advantage of the fresh air.
Good idea. No telling when they might let us out again.
You're not going to walk, Dale?
No, I think I'll just sit here in the shade.
Mind if I join you? I don't feel much like walking myself.
Oh, not at all.
How's your head?
Oh, better, thanks. You know, I get the feeling I've met you somewhere, but I can't remember. Do you spend much time in Pretoria?
Well, this is my first visit to Africa. I'm on a photography assignment for a magazine.
Photography, that's it. You're a model, aren't you?
I was at one time.
Yeah, and you used to do those car layouts? The ones with
that was 10 years ago at least. I was just starting out.
10 years? Yeah, that'd be about right. My parents sent me all kinds of magazines when I was in Vietnam. You know, that ad you did was taped right over my bunk. I used to dream about going home and buying one of those sport jobs and driving off with the girl.
I'm flattered you remember me after all this time.
Well, how could I forget someone as beautiful as you? What I mean is, dreaming about you used to keep me from going crazy in Nam.
So, did you get the car?
No, I never did. Just couldn't stay put in the job long enough to make any money. Too restless.
Must have been a tough readjustment after Vietnam.
Well, they say war is like a narcotic for some guys. They can't get used to no longer making life and death decisions after they turn civilian. They miss the high, the living on the edge, you know.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah. I felt like a fool, so I came to Africa with some wild idea of finding adventure. So what do I end up doing? Hauling machine parts back and forth in an old crate that should have been on the junk heap years ago.
That sounds like...
It is.
Hall! Hey, Hall, did you hear that?
Don't panic, Butler. Those shots are about a half a mile away.
But they could get closer, couldn't they?
Oh, I think we are safe here, Miss Salming. At least I hope so.
Well, it doesn't seem to be disturbing that Jarima fellow. He and that other guard he's talking to hardly seem to have noticed.
Well, they're probably used to it by now.
I could never get used to that sound.
Well, my guess is Ramana's boys are flushing out rebels.
Well, I regret to say I don't know much about this country. In Israel, we have enough of our own problems to worry about. But this name, Renana, I have heard.
Oh, everybody's heard about Mondo Renana. He's practicing to become another Hitler.
What you don't seem to understand, Tanner, is that since Renana took power,
You said it, Ann. He took power. That's what all the shooting is about out there. Renana wasn't elected by the people. He named himself president after he assassinated his own uncle.
Great leaders have to seize power.
So do the dangerous ones.
I never said I condoned his methods.
Now, what do you really know about it? You haven't seen the refugees fleeing out of this country like I have, beaten and maimed. You haven't heard the horror stories about the mass executions and the brutal torturings, so don't try to tell me.
Shh. Better keep quiet about Renana's cheerful personality. Here comes the guard.
All right. You have enough exercise. Back now.
Home sweet home.
I promise you there's going to be hell to pay when we get out of here.
If we get out of here.
I will come back later with food. For now, I leave you alone so you can prepare.
Prepare? Prepare for what?
To die. You will all be executed today. President's orders.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Here's your chance to make someone's dream come true for Valentine's Day. Put their name in lights on Broadway on New York's most exciting light display, Spectacolor. For only $25, your message can blaze over Broadway. Tell her you love her. Ask him to marry you. Call 221-6938 for details. 221-6938. For a few extra dollars, they'll even take a picture of your message. So call Spectacolor 221-6938 now and light up someone's life.
Hey, did you happen to see...
Stan Martin letting you know this Sunday night we will relive 1974. After the 8 o'clock news, my special guest will be Marvin Hamlish on a WNEW $1 Million Weekend.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight, put an end to their sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words.
Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget, too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Listen with your heart and start to understand.
Grandma, does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. You know, your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
They stood stunned, staring in disbelief at the impassive guard. They looked toward one another, hoping they'd not heard. The guard must have been used to such a reaction. He repeated what he'd said.
By President Renana's orders, an example is to be made. You will all be executed.
Executed? My God, that guard wasn't serious. It's his idea of a joke, right?
It must be, Captain. This can't be true, can it? Tell us this is a nightmare.
Yeah, just a nightmare. We're all going to be killed. We're all going to die.
Renana can't just kill us. We haven't done anything. We're American citizens. Doesn't he realize what'll happen when our government finds out?
If they find out.
What do you mean?
Communications to the outside world is non-existent unless Renana approves. No one even knows we're here.
But certainly someone will realize we're missing when we don't arrive at our destination. Help may be on the way already.
Is that true, Captain? Captain?
We're just an overdue cargo transport. As far as anyone knows, we may have crashed in the jungle. There'll be usual searches,
This is all your fault. If you weren't such an incompetent pilot, we wouldn't be here.
I suppose you'd rather be dead in the jungle.
No, but I wish you were.
You...
Butler, what are you doing?
Dell, he's crazy. Oh, Dell, are you all right?
Stupid fool.
He's out cold.
Just as well. Customers like him are the reason I retired from the clothing business. I'm sorry, Miss Fraser. I wish I could say something to cheer you up, but under the circumstances, I feel like crying with you.
Why is Renata doing this? Why does he want to kill 6 innocent people?
The man's insane. It's as simple as that.
You heard what the guards said. Our execution is an example. But to whom? Not to the people of this country. We're obviously part of some political maneuvering with the U.S.
Wasn't this Renana the one who gave refuge to those terrorists who hijacked an Israeli airline a few years back?
That's right. He held them all hostage until a settlement was negotiated for his benefit.
Oh, well, maybe he has no intention of killing us then.
Yeah, maybe he's bluffing.
No, Renata can't back down. He has to kill us now.
I have brought you food.
I don't think anyone has much of an appetite now.
But I also have good news. My president has decided not to execute all of you.
Did you hear that, Ann?
Thank God.
Indeed, this is his doing.
It's a miracle.
I can't believe it.
I knew Renana would back down. He knows better than to tangle with American citizens.
Instead, my president has decided that his purpose will be served if only one of you is shot.
Which one of us is it going to be?
Oh, that is for you to decide.
What do you mean?
You yourselves will do the choosing of the person that is to be executed. Do you not want to eat now? I will leave the food. When I return, it will be time to take the one you choose.
Jerima, listen to me. I'm a very rich man. Here's my card. Tell your president my company wants to do business with him again. I have 10,000 units I can deliver to him by...
Hey, what are you doing?
I must go.
What's the big idea, Butler?
He's selling us out, that backstabbing Judas.
Stay away from
You know, I ought to bust your face wide open.
Dell, no, please, let him go.
You're just mad because you didn't think of it.
Shut up! Both of you, be quiet. Your fighting isn't going to solve our problem. And we do have a difficult problem to solve.
Ann, why don't you try to eat something?
I don't think I can.
Come on, try some of this. You'll feel better.
No, I can't eat. Not until I know who it's going to be.
Ann, I want to apologize for the things that I said to you out in the exercise yard. I was out of line.
No, it was my fault. I must have sounded pretty stupid trying to defend someone like Renana. I guess I just wanted to show off my intellectual prowess.
Think we can be friends?
I'd like that.
Good. Say, were you planning to go right back to the States after this?
I don't know. Why?
Well, I thought I could show you around a bit. I'd like to take you out to some of the villages so you could get to know the people like I do, see what they're up against.
Well, that sounds really nice, Jeff. If we ever get out of here.
You mean when?
I don't know why, but I'm even more scared now than I was when I thought we were all going to die.
Well, the difference is that now there's a faint glimmer of hope. You know, you reach out for it, desperately wanting it, and you know there's 5 other people that want to live just as badly as you do.
I just wish it was all over.
Well, the longer we wait, the harder it's going to be on all of us. Oh, come on, let's get it over with.
How do we decide?
We could draw straws.
Yes, that's the only fair way to decide.
Fair? You think there is a fair way to decide who's going to die?
All right, we draw straws, but I think we should leave the women out of it.
I agree.
Wait a minute. Eliminating the women lowers the odds for the rest of us. I'm not picking unless they...
Why, you gutless son of a...
Look, all I care about is staying alive. And if that means a woman has to die to let me off the hook, well, then that's just too damn bad.
He's right, Dell. There's no reason why Ann and I shouldn't have to take the same risk as the men. I'll pick.
I will, too. I guess.
Oh, come on. This is a hell of a time to be a woman's lip advocate.
We are all in this together. Here are 6 straws. I'll put my hand behind my back so I can't see which straw is which. Short straw is the loser. Who'll pick first?
I'll pick first. Well, here goes. Not too long, not too short. I hope.
Miss Fraser?
Somehow I don't feel very lucky.
Go on, Ann.
Wait. I am not going through with this.
We all agree.
This is the only fair
It is not fair. And I'm not risking my life on some stupid lottery. I won't pick.
All right, then I'll pick for you.
No! Don't you understand? This isn't a bingo game. This is for keeps.
Do you think the rest of us like this any more than you do, Butler? There's no other way.
There is a way.
Look, you're not going to buy your way out of this.
No, let's hear what he has to say, Captain. What do you propose?
I think I deserve to live more than anyone else in this cell.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think I deserve to live, too.
So do I.
We all do.
My point exactly. But one of us has to die. And it should be the one least worthy of living.
That's all well and good, Butler, but since God is near to tell us who that person is, how do we decide?
We'll have a trial.
Where the hell do you think we are? In the chambers of the Supreme Court?
Each of us will stand trial before the other, stating his reasons for deserving to live.
With the rest of us acting as combination judge and jury, is that the idea?
And prosecutor.
It'll never work.
Would you rather take a chance on picking the short straw?
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue-and-groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
It's enjoyable to think about your favorite things, and even more enjoyable to wear your favorite sportswear from Sears. Like the shirt, teamed with pants that fit. The shirt is a perma-pressed Easy Care polyester knit in a choice of prints and solid colors. And a comfortable, flattering fit is yours with pants that fit. These polyester knit perma-pressed pull-on pants are proportioned for tiny, typical, or tall gals in splendid solid shades to match the shirt. Give a boost to your wardrobe in the sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Understand you type fast.
Yes?
Accurate?
Well...
That's okay. You'll be typing on Sears' exclusive Corrector electric typewriter with easy correction and more. It's Sears' best. Try typing Sears Corrector typewriter. Whoops. Now first, Sears is S-E-A-R-S, not Z. So backspace to the incorrect letter. Tap the correction key. Now the mistake is blocked out. Next, type the correct letter. Then proceed.
Yes, Daddy.
Richard Widmark again, with the concluding act of the choosing.
Any objections to my suggestion about having a trial?
Yeah. I don't trust you, Butler. I think you've got an angle. I just haven't figured out what it is yet.
What happens after we've all stated our cases?
Majority rules. We'll vote to choose the unlucky person.
So, Who will be the first to stand trial?
I will. I mean, I'd like to get it over with. I don't know what to say. I just know I don't want to die.
You're not alone.
I know that, but I can't help feeling cheated, and to choose me would be cruel.
It'll seem that way to whomever we choose.
But it's different with me. My life is just beginning. I'm not even out of school yet, and there's so much for me to do, so much for me to see.
Well, my child, we all have things we want to do.
Yes, but at least all of you had a chance. You're all older than I am. You've had time to stretch your wings, to feel, to experience. You just can't cheat me out of my future. I know you can't.
What about my future? Maybe it isn't as ambitious as yours, Anne, but I know it won't be wasted either. I intend to keep working here in Africa with the Peace Corps.
Don't cry and make it sound so noble, kid. I overheard what you told the girl you joined to stay out of Vietnam.
I admit that. I didn't feel like killing people, all right?
No, it isn't all right. Because while you were out on safari, I was slugging it out in the rice paddies with the VCs.
I'm sorry, Del. You did what you had to, and I did what I had to. I'm proud I didn't go, and nothing's going to change my mind.
Any man who helps another man brings meaning to his life. No matter how the world changes, this remains the same.
Very touching, Rosen. But you're going to have to come up with something more than sentimental dribble to convince me that a tired old man like you isn't the answer to our problem.
Oh, so because I'm old, you think I'm ready to die? I'm Mr. Big Shot Executive?
The way I see it, you're the logical choice, Rosen. You could let us all off the hook.
Oh, I am old. My life is nearly over. I had no family besides my brother in Durban, who maybe would not miss me so much if I die. But I'll tell you something that I would miss, and that is living.
Oh, we all have that in common, Rosen. Age has nothing to do with wanting to live.
But it does. You people will never understand life until you're old and face death. Every day. You, Miss Fraser.
Yes?
You speak of accomplishments. Well, I'm a tailor. I'm too busy working for these things. At my age, just to wake up every morning, that is an accomplishment. You are young, and life seems very long. But to me, life does not seem long enough. My thirst for it is never filled, never satisfied.
Look, old man, the fact is you've had a longer life than any of us. You're going to die soon anyway, so why not just volunteer?
Oh, what's wrong with you, Butler? You don't hear so well? I'm not ready to die. I'm not going to be one of these old people who just kicked aside and stepped on by the young. You are what's wrong with people today. You care for no one but yourself. You use everyone for your own purposes. And if I was a younger man, I would teach you...
Oh, Mr. Rosen.
What's wrong?
Oh.
Looks like his heart's giving out on him.
Tanner, call the guard, will you?
Guard!
My pills in my pocket.
Yes. How many, Mr. Rosen?
One.
Here's some water. Lay him down. Over here on the straw, Del.
Where's that damn guard?
Jarima! Hey, Jarima! It's no use, Del. He won't answer.
How are you doing, Mr. Rosen?
Oh, better. Just let me rest.
Well, I guess that solves our problem. We might as well choose the old man now that we know he's going to...
Oh, shut up!
We'll be doing him a favor. It'll be quicker, less painful.
You don't know for sure if he's going to die?
Well, it should be fairly obvious.
Look, the trial isn't over yet, Butler. This was your idea, and we're going to see it through to the end.
I look back on the frivolous life of pleasure I've led, and it hardly seems to have any reality now. It all seems a dream. Rather self-centered one, I suppose. I've done nothing that would benefit mankind, only myself.
Sounds pretty selfish.
It never seemed so at the time. I was always interested in living every day to the fullest, had very little concern for how others lived. Been all over the world, done everything I wanted. Well, almost everything. I've experienced more than most people do that are twice my age.
Why shouldn't we pick you then? Why shouldn't I have a chance to live the way you have?
Because for all that I've done, I still find my life lacking. Empty of the one thing that would have made me happy. Love.
But you must have been in love at one time or another.
It's a terrible thing to realize, but I've been in love only with myself.
So what are we supposed to do? Feel sorry for you just because Prince Charming hasn't galloped into your life?
No, I'm not asking for sympathy, only understanding.
Well, you won't get it from me.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me
You know,
too much.
Butler understands nothing that isn't related to himself or his business or whatever that might be.
And what do you understand, Captain?
I understand death. I should, after all the killing I've seen.
And done?
Yes. I was a perfect soldier, a perfect killer. You know, it's amazing how easy it is. The guilt doesn't last very long, you know. You can't let it last or you go crazy. You can wipe out everything except the nightmares.
What kind of nightmares?
Nothing like what you'd expect. No dreams of battle, no dead VCs coming back to haunt you.
What then?
Well, dreams of solving your problems in the real world, the way you did in Vietnam, with the pull of a trigger. And pretty soon you get anxious, you get paranoid, and before you know it, you're back at Nam, only it's all in your mind for 24 hours a day.
That's sick.
Yes, it's sick. And there's a lot of sick guys walking around because people were too stupid to realize what a war like that did to a man. How it changes his life, how it ruins it like it did mine. You see, the terror of death for me is that I've done nothing to make my life worth living.
But you can change all that. You've got the rest of your life to make something of yourself.
Do I? Why does one guy in a foxhole get blown away by shrapnel and yet his buddy walks away clean? How do I know that fate or God or whatever hasn't put me in this cell because it's my time?
Well, what about the rest of us? Why are we here?
It's a coincidence. If we hadn't missed our connection, we wouldn't be here at all. Captain Hall would have flown this route no matter what.
And the plane would have developed engine trouble whether you were on board or not.
Well, I don't believe in coincidence.
Well, I do, because I know I deserve to live.
I doubt that, Butler. I doubt that anyone will even miss you when you die.
Well, that's where you're wrong, kid. I'm not like the rest of you. I'm an important man, an executive vice president with
Trans-Allied Industries. You've told us all about it. Far be it from me to suggest that you're just like any other employee of a large company. Expendable.
Hardly. 1/5 of the countries in Africa depend on products supplied by my company. All due to contracts that I put together. And I'm the only one who knows all the details, all the unwritten arrangements involved. If I die, some very tenuous political relationships are going to collapse. Relationships that could upset the balance of power on this continent.
Just what is this product that Trans-Allied supplies?
Well, I can't talk about that.
Wait a minute. Now I remember. Trans-Allied. Trans-Allied Industries is a munitions firm.
No wonder you were so secretive about what your company does.
And the products they supply. You know, you're a damn gun runner.
A gun runner is someone who sells weapons illegally. We are perfectly legitimate.
I'll bet you supplied weapons for every brush war in Africa for the last 10 years.
And probably to both sides.
When I think of all the innocent women and children that have been slaughtered just so you could make a buck...
Well, I have nothing to do with all that. All I do is supply a product. I don't pull the trigger.
You fool, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have a trigger to pull.
It's a competitive business. Even the United States government sells arms to these people.
That doesn't make it morally right.
There are no morals in this world. Haven't you found that out yet?
Because of unprincipled butchers like you. All right. We've all had our say. Let's vote now. I demand that Butler be the one to be executed.
No!
I agree. He deserves to die.
You can't do that. That's not the way I planned it.
Wait, and let your tempers cool. We are still talking about sending a man to die.
Do you hear that?
The rebels?
Maybe it's the firing squad practicing.
Oh. Dal, you think we'll get out of here?
You will, Elizabeth. I'm sure of it.
We both will, won't we? Dal, look at me. You can't be thinking they'll choose you.
No. They won't choose me.
Because I want us to be together when this is over, Dale.
Look, we barely know each other, Liz.
But there'll be time for that.
Let's not kid each other. We're just two people who met briefly, that's all.
No, there's something more.
Is there? How do I know you're not trying to buy my vote with the promise that something might happen between us?
Dale, you can't believe that.
I do.
You can't.
It'll be easier for you this way, Elizabeth. You'll forget. Believe me, you'll forget.
Rosen? Yeah? Oh, it's you, Butler. What do you want?
I have a proposition for you.
Nothing you have to say could interest me.
You're dying.
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. Whatever happens, I'm in God's hands now.
The others, they're going to choose me. I know it.
And you want me to volunteer for the execution?
Yes, I'll make it worth your while.
If you pay me to kill myself, how will I spend the money?
No, that's not what I mean. Your brother in Durban. I can see that he's taken care of.
He wouldn't take your blood money.
I'll pay him anything you ask. Anything, if you'll just do this for me.
Oh, leave me alone, Butler.
What's wrong with you? Talk about compassion and helping others. How can you let me die?
It is time. Who have you chosen?
No one. Yet.
Then do so now.
Jarima, did you take my message to Renana? Does he remember me? Is it a deal?
He remembers you. But you are not to be released.
But he has to let me go. He can't do this to me.
Forget it, Butler. Let's vote. Mr. Rosen, who do you choose?
The man who should die should be me.
You won't regret this, Rosen. Just give me your brother's name and address, and I'll...
You don't understand. I'm not doing this for you, but for the others.
Suit yourself, old man, as long as it isn't me.
We agreed to a vote.
That's right.
But we don't have to now. You all heard what he said.
I say we go through with it.
So do I.
All right. I choose the old man also. That's 2 votes.
And I say that I'm the one who should be executed. 2-1.
Dell, no.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I got us into this mess. I'm responsible for the lives of my passengers.
You can't do that, Dell. You...
It's done.
Now, look, the rest of you, listen to me. I'll pay any one of you $50,000 if you vote for Rosen.
You're wasting your breath, Butler. I choose you.
No!
So do I.
1 vote for the captain, 2 for Mr. Rosen, and 2 for Butler. It's up to you, Elizabeth.
I'll pay you $75,000. No, $100,000 if you choose the old man. He's dying anyway. For God's sake, don't be a fool.
Dell.
Choose, Elizabeth.
Butler.
No. No, you can't do this to me. It isn't fair.
Take him.
I'm an important man. You can't let me die. It isn't fair. You're no different than I am. You're all murderers. You hear me? You're murderers and assassins.
Your plane is being made ready.
My God, what have we done?
I'm sorry for putting you through that, Elizabeth. I had to believe in myself. I had to give the others a way out.
Doesn't matter now. We'll be together.
Yes. Yes, Elizabeth, we will.
Captain? It's Mr. Rosen. He's dead.
Poor guy. You knew he wasn't going to make it.
Dell, did I make the wrong choice?
No, you couldn't have known.
Yours was only 1 of 3 votes, Elizabeth. Listen. I'm ashamed to say I don't feel very guilty.
If it was anyone other than Butler.
Renana's a killer, not us.
Yes, but he made us his accomplices. We have to live with that.
You know, I was just thinking...
What?
Well, Butler said he'd done business with Renana. And I can't help think how ironic it would be if the firing squad was using the guns he sold them.
The waist on these jeans fit fine, but the hips are too tight.
My hips look sleek in these jeans, but I'm swimming in the waist.
We need jeans that fit at the waist and hips.
We need jeans that fit from Sears. For every size waist in jeans that fit, there are 3 hip sizes to choose from, and 2 lengths. Tapered, contoured, fitting as if they were tailor-made. Whether a little skinny, a bit hippie, or in between, it's jeans that fit from the fashion place at most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
My walls couldn't look worse. So I'm going to give them a new lease on life with Sears Fashion Flat and Semi-Gloss paint. Right now, I'll save $4 on every gallon and choose from 25 snappy colors as well as bright white ceiling paint. They all cover with one smooth coat when applied as directed. Plus, easy soap and water cleanup is a snap. Good looks for the walls, big savings for me at most Sears retail stores. Hey, walls, you'll look terrific. Sale ends February 24th.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The Choosing was written by Steve Sharon, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Richard Widmark. Our stars were Dane Clark and Hans Conry. Also heard were Shepard Menken, Mary Jane Croft, Parley Bear, Norman Alden, and Patricia Ann Joyce. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
When George had his heart attack, the doctor told me that we had to reduce the animal fat in his diet. His cholesterol count was too high.
What did you do?
George gets only lean meats, and I always cut off extra fat before cooking. He gets low-fat dairy products, grains and cereals, fish, poultry with no skin, fresh fruits and vegetables. And you know what?
What?
Our food bill is lower than before George had his heart attack.
But doesn't he miss all of them?
What's to miss? He eats better than ever before and has more variety in his meals, too. And you know what?
What?
I do, too.
What?
Enjoy.
The American Heart Association wants you to eat foods that not only taste good, but are healthy for your heart. It's not as complicated as you might think. Ask your Heart Association for their free booklet on heart-healthy diets. The American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
And you know there are certain foods, plants, and animal products you can't bring back to the U.S. You can't because they're prohibited. They're prohibited because even one of these foods, plants, or animal products might carry a disease or pest that could spread to our crops and gardens and animals with devastating results. You haven't been everywhere on the globe yet, but there's always tomorrow. And before you go again, write for the free booklet that explains the law.
Even one can hurt. Write for Traveler's Tips.
Write to Traveler's Tips, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C. 20250. It's free.
Be sure and tune in next Monday when Sears Radio Theater presents Leavin' Cheyenne, a night of Western drama with your host, Lorne Green. The mood turns to comedy Tuesday with Andy Griffith as your host for Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot?
On Wednesday, Vincent Price is your host for The 13th Governess, a story of mystery and suspense. Love and hate is the subject of This Home is Dissolved, and Cicely Tyson will tell you about it next Thursday. And Richard Widmark will round out the week with a tale of adventure called Cataclysm at Carbon River. So be sure and tune in Monday to the Sears Radio Theater.
I'm Stan Martin. This Sunday night, my feature year will be 1974. Relive it with me and my special...
I'm Palmer Payne, WNEW News, on the Radio Theater.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Our story, Leavin' Cheyenne, by Percy Granger. Our stars, John Daner and Don Johnson. Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Up to 2 miles now. Sure wish I'd started this about 20 years ago. Take it easy, Pugsley.
Hi, Mr. Kessler.
Hello, kids. Say hello, Pugsley. Okay, about 4 more blocks and we're home. Time to sprint. Let's go, Pugsley.
Over a year ago, Tom Kessler had a heart attack. He never misses his nightly run these days. But before his heart attack, the most exercise Tom got was pushing a pool cue. Regular exercise alone won't guarantee that you'll never have a heart attack, but it will increase your blood flow, relax you, make you feel better. Don't wait until you've had a heart attack to start exercising. See your doctor this week, and the two of you can come up with an exercise program that's right for you. For more information, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Here's your chance to make someone's dream come true for Valentine's Day. Put their name in lights on Broadway. On New York's most exciting light display, Spectacolor. For only $25, your message can blaze over Broadway. Tell her you love her. Ask him to marry you. Call 221-6938 for details. That's 221-6938. For a few extra dollars, they'll even take a picture of your message. So call Spectacolor 221-6938 now and light up someone's life.
Hi, I'm Bill St. James, and although January is gone, our salutes to women will continue. On my show from 1 to 4, each Wednesday will be Women's Day. We'll pay tribute to a woman in the WNEW area nominated by a listener. We'll acquaint you with our winner's accomplishments, plus award $100 to our Woman of the Day and to the person nominating her. Our mail response during January was so fantastic, we got a little backed up. So listen Wednesday afternoons for Women's Day on the Bill St. James Show right here.
This is Lorne Green. Imagine a desolate prairie. I mean, really desolate. A few wisps of sagebrush tumble by. A bit of dust is lifted off the unyielding earth and carried toward the razor-flat horizon by a hollow wind. In the distance, a few outcroppings of rock. Mesas that appear to be maybe an hour's ride away. You could ride for 2 days and they'd still look an hour's ride away. Or maybe you'd only been in the saddle a few hours and it just seemed like 2 days. Out here, time is just another mirage. Out here, the seasons don't show. Out here, a man could get lost in plain sight. As the sun drops from sight and the wind turns cold, 2 small figures cut an aimless track across the unmarked land. And later in the darkness, a single light flickers from a campfire made from buffalo chips and corralled sagebrush. 2 figures huddled close to its meager warmth, their horses hobbled nearby. Maybe they, too, are only a mirage. And that's only the beginning of our story.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
This spring for women, the fashion place at Sears suggests these up-to-date separates. They're comfortably casual, yet dressy and lighthearted enough to go anywhere this spring. Margaret mixes Sears texture blazer and the small collar striped shirt with trousers, while Wendy wears a shawl collar blouse and the slimmed-down dirndl skirt. Color coordinated, these great-looking separates will come together beautifully for you. Spring's mixable, matchable, up-to-date separates. Get them at most larger Sears retail stores. One Valentine's Day I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hours have passed. It's still dark, and the two men still sit by the fire, which now burns low.
Look at all them stars. And all that black sky. Prairie. Wouldn't know there was any towns ever, anywhere. What happened back there anyways, Potluck? I recollect sitting there with that lady, and the next thing I knowed, I was just about to connect with that dude's jaw. And then suddenly you was there. And then he said something and you lost your temper. Is that right? I ain't never seen you do that before. But he hit you, yeah. And then we was hightailing it with that whole saloon after us madder than a hornet's nest. I guess we must have caused a stir, huh? Yeah, we caused a bona fide ruckus. It's a some gun, ain't it, Potluck? Brand new Colt. All them stars sitting up there like sitting ducks. Twinkling, just waiting to have their lamps blowed out. Yes, sir. Your twinkling days are over, Star. Like shooting fish in a bear. Hey, look at there.
What? Look at what?
Shooting star. Up there. Practically scared a leak in my water tank.
Well, some decks shy a joker, that's certain.
I can't keep the conversation going by myself, you know. You sitting there with your back to me. Usually can't shut you up.
Yeah, you let the fire go almost out, Ross.
I mean, even the cattle make noise once in a while.
This hour before the dawn's the coldest part of the night.
What are you doing over there by yourself anyway?
No heat left in these coals. Gonna need some more brush.
Not me. I ain't going out there. Damn prairie.
Here, we got any more of that calomel?
Sure is quiet without them cows.
Fetch me the calomel, will you, Ross?
Ain't no crickets either. That ain't natural, no sounds at all. Sure makes it more than just dark. Calomel. Oh, first quinine, now calomel. All you need to make you a cripple's a fistful of pencils. Catch. Potluck.
Huh?
Here.
Oh.
Have to lean you up against the wall to spit.
Thanks.
I miss them cows.
The cows is sold, Ross. They're sold, and we've been paid off.
I need some more smoke.
Hey, go easy on that stuff.
I got a headache.
Well, loco weed's about the worst thing you can take. Just expands it.
Okay.
Someday you're going to stun yourself right into oblivion with that stuff.
I said okay. What's oblivion?
Who knows? And put that gun away if you ain't feeling well.
It ain't a gun. It's a Colt.
In your hands, it's just a gun.
Only a hash-slinging cook could call it just a gun. It's a Colt. You want to see the hallmark?
I don't know why you wasted all your money on it anyways.
I had to. That dumb horse stepped on my old one.
If your head's bothering you, brew some bark tea.
Yeah. We ain't got no more bark tea, Potluck.
Cuidado.
What?
My name is not Potluck, it's Samuel.
Got you to turn around.
Huh? So you did.
Score one for my easy brilliance over your plodding reason.
Good work, kid.
You want some coffee? Samuel? Oh, that's hot. Hey, Potluck. I ain't your personal flunky, you know.
Yeah. I'll take some coffee if it'll shut you up.
Well, you better watch it. It's hot.
Yeah.
Clumsy jackass. Well, how's my coffee?
Well, I never knowed there was more than one kind. You sure spiked that notion.
You gonna teach me how to make it right, Potluck?
Samuel.
Samuel? How come you're putting on airs all of a sudden?
I ain't putting on airs. That's my name.
Well, it's a dumb name. On the trail, you is always Potluck.
We ain't on the trail no more.
I don't see what difference that makes.
Hey, what the heck is my pot doing in them coals?
Keeping warm.
That's my pot. Ah. You'd ruin it that way.
It's only a pot. It can't get hurt.
It's my pot. You never put a pot directly on the coals. Get your own pot.
I don't have a pot.
Well, get one, for Pete's sake.
I'm sorry.
Lazy.
It was just easier than building up the fire.
Good for nothing, kid.
Ow, damn. Seam squirrels. Hey, Sam, how's your lice? Why is it such an effort for you to be sociable tonight?
I'm ruminating.
What's that?
It means thinking, Ross.
Oh. What are you thinking about?
How the heck should I know?
You was with that outfit a long time, wasn't you?
Ooh, I guess. Charlie Maxwell was a good fellow to work for. He was to ride the river with, that's for sure.
Well, I say it's good riddance to all of them. How about a game of cards?
Oh, now, it must be 4 o'clock in the morning, Ross. The sun will be up in another hour.
Ah, come on. Rummy? Go fish? Ball in the jack? I'll even play cabbage with you if you want.
Cribbage.
Huh?
The game's called cribbage, not cabbage.
I knew that.
Cabbage you eat, cribbage you play.
All right, don't rag me. It's a bluebelly's game anyways. Oh, tonight ain't like you at all. You're about as much company as a sore fanny. Why are you wearing your chin on your instep? What's bothering you?
You.
Now, how can I bother you? Pals don't bother each other. They talk to each other. But you're sitting over there about as noisy as a cactus.
And whose fault is that?
I ain't the one that hit you.
All right. Come here.
What's the matter?
Come here. Come on, now, sit down. Just so, facing me. Now, closer. Cross your legs. No, closer.
Like this?
If there's a germ on my knees, squash him. That's how close. Now, hunker down.
Why?
Hunker. You're so determined to air your lungs, we'll have us an arguing match.
Of what?
Oh, Moses, you don't know sick'em. When I give go, you set your tongue riding easy as a horsefly in a mule's ear and go for broke. First person to run out of words gets the drinks.
We ain't got no drinks.
Now, get down. Ready? Go! Powder river, let her buck. I'm wild and woolly and full of fleas, and I've never been curried below my knees.
Huh?
I've got hoof and mouth disease, and I'm cutting loose. I got fat on my tongue, needs working off. So if you don't want grease on your tonsils, shut your mouth.
What in the heck?
Come on, you full-eared calf. Come on. I'm a wolf, and it's my night to howl. I'm going from soda to hawk, sweeping the desert and scalping the hills, blowing the chin fuzz off on a hobble-tongued rat-tailed punk kid who couldn't hit the ground with his hat in 3 throws. That is you. I'm raising hell and putting a chunk under it, and you're still swapping ends like a hog-back bronc looking for a dog to kick. I'm chinning the moon, and you're sitting lame as a puddin'-footed fildoodle, checking his shadow to see if he's dressed quick enough to snare a pot-bellied bar girl.
All right. I ain't puddin'-footed either.
Take 3 bullets to knock someone off feet like yours. Have to use barrel hoops for stirrups. Congratulations. You just lost your first arguing match. Now, maybe we can have some peace.
Well, you rancid left-handed old parallelogram.
That's my own private cuss. Strictly cold deck. Well, it's encouraging to know I can still cram grammar when I'm shouldered to it. Only a fool argues with a skunk or a cook. I could have kept going, too, just getting behind my steam if it weren't for this sore old jaw. Used to be able to cuss 10 minutes straight and not repeat myself. 20 minutes if I mixed in the brags. Only one person who could out-diction me was my wife. She always had the lead when the tongues give out.
I didn't know you was married.
Well...
You okay? That guy in the saloon really caught you a good one, didn't he?
Just let it pass.
Well, don't fret. Because that's just an old has-been cowtown. That guy was a dude, didn't know dung from wild honey. And I'll take him easy tomorrow.
You'll what?
When I go back to settle the score.
Just forget it.
I ain't forgetting it.
Well, you ain't going back there, so just put it out of your mind. All right, now, where's that coffee?
He insulted me and he hit you. It's a question of honor, that's all. Hey, what are you throwing out my coffee?
Why don't you go back to sleep, Ross? You make me nervous.
Heck, Potluck.
Samuel.
What kind of a man am I if I let some dude get away with hitting the guy that's been like a paw to me?
I ain't neither. I ain't your paw. I ain't nothing to you. You got that? We're off the trail now. The drive's over. There ain't nothing more I can learn you. And your concerns ain't of no interest to me. Since the shank of yesterday afternoon, my ears has growed a second layer of skin. You got that, Ross? I just don't hear you.
Sears, where America shops, invite you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
Show how much you care this Valentine's Day with a gift of gold from the jewelry store at Sears. Take advantage of Sears' extensive collection of value-priced Italian 14-karat gold. Choose from dazzling serpentine neck chains in many popular lengths, or matching bracelets and earrings for a total look of elegance. All feminine and flattering, just the thing to make her feel as good as gold. Stop in the jewelry store at Sears for something she'll find as irresistible as you. Now at most Sears retail stores.
It's enjoyable to think about your favorite things, and even more enjoyable to wear your favorite sportswear from Sears. Like the shirt, teamed with pants that fit. The shirt is a perma-pressed easy care polyester knit in a choice of prints and solid colors. And a comfortable, flattering fit is yours with pants that fit. These polyester knit perma-pressed pull-on pants are proportioned for tiny, typical, or tall gals in splendid solid shades to match the shirt. Give a boost to your wardrobe in the sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Two men, alone in wilderness country, their fire keeping the darkness away. The older man recognizes the young man's uneasiness.
I just want to be alone.
We're alone?
Ross, I ain't a cook no more, and you ain't a wrangler. We're just a couple of out-of-work bums in the middle of nowhere. And when dawn comes, you'll go your way, and I'll go mine.
I ain't got much money left, Potluck. This gun, this new Colt, I don't know if I was overcharged or underpaid or...
Well, you wasn't underpaid, I can tell you that right now.
Oh, my head's getting worse. Feels like I got a fever blister on my brain.
Well, here, look at here. Lie down. Now put a cold scarf at the base of your skull.
If I'd have just laid that dude right out, you wouldn't have been cold-cocked, and we could have just been on our way tomorrow to wherever we'll go with no hard feelings.
I ain't got no hard feelings. Come on now, lean forward.
It was my fight anyway. You oughtn't to have butted in.
Ross, our outfit left yesterday morning. We was all alone there. If I hadn't put a stop to it, they'd have had to scrape your remains into a tin filled with alcohol.
It was between me and that guy. They wouldn't have interfered.
Smarten up, Ross.
You don't have to keep putting your finger up my nose every time it runs. I can look after myself. I mean, what do you suppose that lady thinks of me anyways?
What lady?
The one I was with at the table.
There weren't no lady at that table, Ross.
There wasn't? Yes, there was.
She wasn't no lady.
Yep, there was, and she was at my table. That's all I know. And that dude was trying to cut in. She tried stopping him, and he slapped her. And I was all set to slug him when you stumbled over. And you was drunk.
I was not.
Well, you practically fell on my fist.
I was acting drunk. I've done enough meddling in my life to know it's best done pretending you're either drunk or crazy or don't know the language. Now, calm down, kid.
I am calm.
No, you're touchy as a teased snake.
Well, you don't have to use that word.
What word?
Kid. You kept calling me kid in front of all those people.
Oh, well, he was older than you.
Well, he was younger than you.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, he was less older than me than he was younger than you. How's a man supposed to keep his self-respect if his pal keeps calling him kid?
Well, kid is not such a bad name. A lot of good men were called kid. There was Captain...
That's not the same thing.
And Billy the...
You just don't listen to me, do you? That's your problem.
Look, Ross, I come into that brawl and saved your neck.
You didn't save my neck.
There was 100 men in there just itching to sweat the steer out of us. Boy, they love to see all us cowpokes ride in weighing our own bulk plus payday. But, Lord, you better not be the last to leave after the money's changed pockets. I get myself hit by some jerk I don't even know. Tells me if he sees me around there again, he's going to give me a pill I can't digest. Gets the whole town after us, and while I'm sitting here, still catching my breath and feeling the age in my bones, you're worried about semantics.
About what?
Words, honor, self-respect.
They ain't words. They're important.
Yeah, and so's our lives. We could have gotten killed in there.
So?
Yeah, there are two things a man's got to be careful how he picks.
Listen, Pot.
His friends and his quarrels.
Potluck.
But you don't never learn nothing.
Pot.
You're the same dumbass kid who come to our outfit 6 months ago. You sit there, puffing that loco weed and diddling your new gun, and I could get myself a breakfast of smoking hogs this morning over nothing.
Potluck! It ain't over nothing.
I am going to worry about you, Ross. You got a habit of using your gun when your mouth gives up on you.
Boy, you sure don't look like the Potluck I know.
Will you leave me alone? You
look really old. You know that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Gotta admit, it's a switch, Ross. Usually it's the old fools get their fighting done for 'em.
It's getting cold. I don't think it's ever going to be warm again.
Maybe it was a mistake.
What?
Quitting the outfit.
We'll find work next season.
Well,
That's one thing. There's always plenty of work.
I don't know. Charlie asked me why I'd chose this year to quit, and I couldn't give him a reason. I'd cooked for his outfits for more than 10 years, and I couldn't give him a reason. He was friend enough not to press it, but I could see it in his eyes that he knew. And I've been trying to figure it out. What? We had a good drive this year. No stampedes. Hardly lost a head. 1868 now. That was a bad year. That was my first season as a cook. I had a natural instinct for socializing, and I could take criticism. So it was just natural I become a cook. But I never thought it'd last this long. No, sir. 1868 was a bad year. A Chinook come down out of the Montana mountains that winter, brung the worst snows and caused the worst die-up amongst the cattle there ever was. Open range grazing ended that year, too, because the rustling had gotten so bad. They'd taken to splitting the calves' tongues to keep the little critters from nursing. It was just about the cruelest doggone thing I'd ever seen. It wasn't just the weather that year. Blood was running cold, too. The cattle started the drive lean and finished leaner. And by the time we got to Abilene, nearly half the herd was gone. Hardly enough to pay between us to do one night's damage. And we all figured it was the end. The drive's only been on since the war, you see, 3 years. And we thought the era was finished. And that was, 19 years ago. No. This year was an easy run. Best drive on record. Biggest herds. The weather was good. The Indians is all stuck away on reservations. And the grass was so thick I didn't have to fret strays poking the chuck wagon for snacks. But this year, it's the end. The government's given out the last of the homestead lands, you see, and we was moving that herd like a checker piece, dodging fences and towns that a year ago wasn't even there. Took us 3 weeks longer. Now, they're building a railroad south. Oh, I reckon I do know why I quit. The end is here, and I don't want to stay around to see it. Ross? Ross.
Huh?
You fall asleep.
I don't know.
You let the fire go out. Used to be just about this time I'd be lighting it. Well, it was time to quit.
I'll bet if you hadn't have quit, Mr. Maxwell would never have fired me.
Ross, no wrangler's got a snowball's chance in hell of being kept on if he loses the trail boss's best cutting horse.
He was an old fiddle-headed mount.
Wranglers usually learn more about their horses than that.
Well, I wasn't a wrangler nohow. I was signed on as a regular hand till Pokey quit.
Wasn't it better than riding drag?
It's the principle.
Well, most of the good cowpunchers start out as wranglers.
Well, I didn't. That dumb nag stepped on my gun. He was an old fiddle-headed mount, and so... Well, so was that trail boss.
Hey, don't you cut-mouth Charles Maxwell. I took your part at times because I was cook, and that's what I was there for. But don't you ever cut-mouth Charlie again. You would have quit anyways.
Yeah, well, how they expect one man supposed to handle 70 horses anyways?
Oh, times used to be when it was more than 100. You never knew how rough it could be.
You mean you only took my part because it was your job?
The wranglers was my responsibility. Sometimes I had to go a ways, but you was just about the longest reach I ever had.
Didn't I do all right by you?
Oh, I guess you weren't that bad. A couple of spectacular blunders, but you weren't that bad. Well, hey, there's the first light.
Yeah.
My hand's stiff. Damned arthritis. I wish we hadn't riled up that whole town so.
Don't worry. I'm going to be right with you this morning. We'll wrestle the skunk out of that hombre's spine, and this time leave at our own pace.
Will you let that pass?
I'll bet the last thing he expects is to see us again.
Ross, will you settle down? I'm a cook, not a gunfighter. The only thing I ever used my gun for was to float it on the coffee each morning to make sure it was strong enough.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that at my age, any sure fight I can sweat into a near miss, I will.
You mean you ain't...
No, I ain't.
But what about...
Honor?
Yeah.
Pride?
Yeah.
Dignity?
Yeah.
Self-respect?
Yeah.
Sorry, it ain't worth it.
You can't say that.
Just did. Ain't all those put together worth my face? And that face, I mean to save in the strictest anatomical sense of the word.
Are you just trying to get my goat?
I can smell winter coming already.
Are you being serious or not?
I'm being serious.
But that guy hit you.
Will you quit rubbing that in?
All right. What do you propose we do?
Just ride on.
Ride on where?
West.
Ride on. Just ride on. And what do we do when we get to the Pacific Ocean? You ride on. I ain't going.
Huh?
I got a score to settle, and I can do it myself.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. It was my fight anyway. I don't need you chewing my cud for me anymore.
You ain't never been in a gunfight in your life. He'd kill you.
So, it's time I took care of myself.
I'll drink to that.
I ain't gonna ride on the rest of my life knowing there's a whole town somewhere that's laughing at me behind my back.
It ain't important, Ross.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
Quit pushing me, Ross.
I ain't pushing you. You're pushing me. You've been pushing me all night.
No, you're pushing me.
No, I ain't.
Yes, you are.
No, I ain't.
I got a gun here that says you are.
Potluck. What are you doing?
I've had just about all I'm going to take from you, Ross.
Potluck.
There's only one way to settle this.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else, and everything was designed for them, not for you? Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words.
Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Listen with your heart and start to understand.
Grandma, does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. You know, your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Lorne Greene again, and here's the concluding act of Leavin' Cheyenne.
Potluck, watch out with that gun. You fired at me. You could have hit me.
Shut up, Ross. I'm tired of listening to you.
What?
I said shut up.
Wait a minute. Quit it!
You're gonna shut up?
What?
I said shut up.
What are you doing?
This time I'm aiming right at your gut. Now throw down your gun. Throw it down.
All right. There.
That was a dumb move, Ross. You should have kept it.
But you just told me
A man oughtn't ever to let go his gun.
What's got into you? Hey, what are you doing? I just threw mine down, Potluck. Come on now. Come on, cut it out. You ain't behaving normal. You gonna shoot me? What for?
How many times I told you not to call me Potluck no more?
Well, that ain't no reason to shoot someone, especially if he's your friend.
That don't make no difference, kid.
Quit calling me kid.
You gonna apologize?
No.
Apologize.
You'd shoot an unarmed man. I ain't got no respect for you at all.
I don't give a good gall dang what you got. I'm gonna blow the goobers off in your vine.
Yeah? Well, shoot me and get it over with. I ain't apologizing. Potluck.
Right between the... Yeah. I moved the cylinder back, Ross. Okay, so you proved it. You proved you ain't afraid to die. So now you can forget about that fight. How'd I ever end up out here with you? You'd let the only guy you know kill you for name-calling. Well, that's dumb checkers, Ross.
You ain't the only guy I know.
Name another. There. That's what you ought to be shot for, making coffee like that. And that'd make more sense than getting killed over some knock-around tart in a saloon.
Lady.
Huh?
She was a lady.
She was for sale, Ross. She was dressed up like a sore toe. Do I have to put a knot in your skull that'd sweat a rat to run around? It was the bulge in your back pocket she was after.
I know that.
Well, if you knew it then, what...
I just paid her when that guy come over.
Oh, and you didn't want to lose your investment.
I was sure going to do something.
Oh, money. That's what everything's boiling down to now, isn't it? The only thing got any value anymore, money. Self-respect, hell. Scratch a man today, and you find scrip. You grousing more about your pay than trying to do your job right and learn something you could be proud of.
What's proud about being low man on the totem pole?
Well, a wrangler may be low man on the totem pole, but he can learn things about horses that few other men know, and he can use that knowledge to work his way up, because men will respect it. You find pride where you put it. Same with honor. A man's self-respect don't by nature extend to the tarts he sleeps with, and certainly don't extend to the tarts he don't sleep with.
But he hit her. What was I supposed to do, stand by and let him do that?
Ross, she signaled that man to come over.
So? What?
It was a setup. The whole thing was a setup. They get your money and then get you so riled so you kick up a row, and then they give you the bum's rush. It's the oldest trick in the book.
You mean they... Well, that damn...
Ross...
I should have...
Ross.
Who's she think I am, anyway?
Listen to me, will you? Will you listen?
That's really something, isn't it? That's really... Boy.
There's no way you can get even, so don't even think about it. You try, and you'll end up in jail for assault. And then what'll they do? Fine you. Money.
That's just about the lowest.
That's why the trail is closing down. Money. You can't play stud if the house is dealing blackjack, Ross.
Well, that's just...
Chalk it up to experience.
Oh, that's
Ross.
really... I don't need no experience like that. I can get along without that just fine.
He probably wouldn't even fight with you anyways. Why should he? He's got his money.
My money. They were in cahoots the whole time. Yeah. And you saw it. You saw the whole thing. I'll be damned. I really will. I'll...
Ross, it works every time. Because they know our moves. As soon as we fly off the handle, they've got us for whatever they want to take us for. And the day our paws strap gun belts round our waists, We're just like hound dogs with collars on. Hound dogs to the coons of pride and honor. Well, them's just chips on the shoulder, Ross. Cow chips. Stink to high heaven and weigh a ton. On the trail, them words did mean something. A man's responsibilities was clear-cut, and his loyalties was obvious. And them words meant enough we never had to use them. It was only when we rode into town that we become self-conscious. And our code become nothing more than just waiting for somebody to insult us. We was cowpokes, but them town folk didn't see nothing but suckers. They even rumors that guys like us ain't all men. How do you contend with that, huh? You lose, and you're dead. You win, and they say, pretty good shot for half a man.
So?
So, you pick your friends right and pay cash with the rest. It's dawn now for sure. There's the sun. I'm getting my gear packed up, and then I reckon I'm off.
Can't we go together?
Well, I'm sure you got plans that don't include an old man like me.
No. No, I ain't got no particular place. I just kind of figured that wherever you want to go is fine by me.
Oh, I don't know. Where were you thinking of heading?
Don't matter.
Oh.
What about west?
Well, I think I'll go south.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, I just want a warm corner, Ross.
Sure. Let's go.
Ross, I got some business to attend to.
Oh, that's okay.
It's kind of personal.
What is it?
Well, I got to go back to that town.
Back to... Why?
It's nothing.
Potluck.
Some guy stole my frying pan.
Huh?
While we was in that deadfall saloon, someone walked up to my horse and proceeded to get his frying pan mixed up with my frying pan, and in a confusion forgot to leave either one of them.
You're going back for that?
Well, I told you it was just personal.
You'd fight over a frying pan?
I just want it back.
Why don't you just buy another?
I don't feel like putting out money for another of something I already have one of.
I'll give you the money.
I want the one that stood by me for 19 years on the trail.
You talk about it like it was a person.
It was my partner.
Well, okay.
Ross, I won't need no help.
But you're my friend. You just said that was the most important thing.
Yeah, I know, but...
You think more of your frying pan?
Well, it's been with me longer, Ross.
Well, geez. You pick your friends and they skip out on you. Take to the trail and it's closing down. Stay shy of towns, they're springing up like loco weeds. So what am I supposed to do?
You'll manage.
I'll manage? I'll manage? What the heck's that supposed to mean? Boy, you sure was right, mister. Your advice-giving days is over. You got the punch of a rubber spur.
Don't you think I know that? It's like the time...
I don't want to hear no more of your stories. Ain't none of it true anyway. I mean, anyone that thinks of a frying pan's more human than a person. How are you going to find a frying pan out of a whole town anyways?
By acting crazy. Well, got my bindle packed. I'm going to saddle up.
Samuel? I never knew you was married.
Did I say I was?
Yeah?
Well, a long time ago to an old widow.
Was she pretty?
Got her out of a catalog.
Is she still alive?
I don't know. Think she's teaching school now, somewheres north. Montana, maybe.
You going to fetch her?
No, it's too cold up there.
Well, but if she's your wife...
Ross, One of the best things about the old trail days was the way a stranger was respected. If he had a mind to tell you his business, you listened. And if he chose to remain silent and just have a cup of coffee, that was okay, too. And when two horsemen met on the prairie, they always exchanged a word or two. But when they rode on, it was considered impolite to look back over your shoulder.
Yeah. So long.
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Eyes right, eyes left. Eyes will go from head to toe when you dress right dressing in the newest fashion attention getter. Sears salutes the military look with double-breasted short jackets, belted skirts, and narrow-leg trousers with front pleats. All standing tall in navy or tan polyester and cotton twill. Junior sizes 5 to 13. So, march into most Sears larger retail stores and arm yourself with the latest military style. Whew, at ease.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Did anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
Of my rutabaga dip?
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 illustrious colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores. I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Leavin' Cheyenne was written by Percy Granger, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were John Daner and Don Johnson. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI.
I'm Andy Fisher, WNEW News. At 7 minutes past 10, time for the Sears Radio Theater.
It's Tuesday, and we invite you to stay tuned for Sears Radio Theater. Today, you'll laugh along with your host, Andy Griffith, about things that are funny. Eve Arden and Brooks West star as two middle-agers. They drop the people they've been engaged to for years and get married quickly with hilarious consequences. Listen for Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot? Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Here is your chance to make someone's dream come true for Valentine's Day. Put their name in lights on Broadway on New York's most exciting light display, Spectacolor. For only $25, your message can blaze over Broadway. Tell her you love her. Ask him to marry you. Call 221-6938 for details. It's 221-6938. For a few extra dollars, they'll even take a picture of your message. So call Spectacolor at 221-6938 now and light up someone's life.
Related to the program objective.
We can explain the law.
in clear, simple language. Free.
Information under sub-clause E of clause 1 of subsection B. The commissioner there.
Just right. Closer look. Box 1492, Washington, D.C. 20013. That's Closer Look. Box 1492, Washington, D.C. 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
This is Andy Griffith. Here they come now, the newlyweds, Fred and Margaret Jackson, fresh from the wedding ceremony and the honeymoon. They make a lovely couple, really. Well, no, neither one of them will ever see 27 again, but nevertheless, it was a case of love at first sight. He saw her. She saw him. Double whammy. Neither one of them has ever done anything like this before. I mean, like getting married. You have to admit, that's making a commitment. 3 weeks ago, if you had told Fred Jackson that today he'd be carrying his bride across the threshold, well, maybe not exactly carrying her. At the same time, if you had told Margaret Jackson, that is, Margaret McElmurray, that today she'd be culminating a 2-week whirlwind courtship in a rented house in the country with a middle-aged Lochinvar who is practically a total stranger, well, they both would have told you were bonkers. But as I said, here they come, the newlyweds, with the ceremony and the honeymoon behind them, ready to tackle the happily ever after part, which in this case is not the end, but the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Whitmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot, by Shirley Gordon. Our stars, Eve Arden and Brooks West.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft, plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
Give your Valentine fragrances from Sears and release the inner spirits of romance. Give her free-wheeling, breezy Charlie by Revlon. Give him the rich, manly crispness of English leather. Or for them both, Chauvin Sport Scents. Refreshing, exhilarating, and all of them ideal for a Valentine surprise. Choose these or many other popular fragrances at most Sears retail stores.
There they are, the newlyweds, stopped in front of their first little house. Happy, of course, we can see that. Ever after? Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Well, there it is, ready and waiting.
It has nothing on me. I've been waiting years for it.
It's better than coming home to my old bachelor apartment, or yours, isn't it?
Oh, much.
We're beginning a new life together. It should be in a place that's ours together from the start.
Our home. I hope all our things are here, and the utilities turned on and everything.
Don't worry, they will be. I have a very efficient secretary. Very efficient, and very old and very ugly.
Oh, darling. A wife being jealous of her husband's secretary went out with Jean Harlow movies.
Oh, good.
I hope you're not planning to wax romantic and try to carry me over the threshold with the way I've gone off my diet these last 2 weeks.
I'll restrain myself. Well, open sesame. Welcome to our home, sweetheart. Oh, wait till I get the light. Oh.
Well, if your secretary is as old and ugly as she is efficient...
Oh, you know help these days. You have to take what you can get.
Oh, no lights and no heat.
Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll light up your life. And you've got my love to keep you warm. Who was it said, life begins at 40?
You did when you proposed to me.
I did? Wasn't very romantic.
At my age, a woman is looking for other things besides romance, like a comfortable home.
Sorry. I guess we'll just have to settle for romance. Until morning, anyway.
Which brings up another point. What do you suggest we're going to sleep on?
Well, hey, none of our things are here. I'll have to have a talk with that secretary.
Well, first thing in the morning, darling. Meanwhile...
I suppose we could drive to a motel.
No, we're not going to spend our first night in our new home in a motel. We'll just have to curl up on the floor.
Well, good hardwood.
Oh, darling, remember, we're country folk now. Where's your pioneering spirit?
Oh, I think I left it in my other suit.
Well, look at it this way, darling. Someday you can tell our grandchildren about this night.
Oh, I don't know about that. I was planning on giving it an R rating myself.
Oh, I like that. Fred? Fred?
What's the matter?
You were snoring.
I was sleeping.
But all during the whole week of our honeymoon, you didn't snore once.
I only snore when I sleep.
So you do?
Well, maybe I only snore when I sleep on the floor. Oh, I thought sleeping on a board all night was supposed to be good for your back.
Well, that's only if the board is under a posturepedic mattress.
Well, sounds like we have company.
Oh, and I haven't even got the floor made.
No, I'll get it.
I tried the doorbell. It doesn't work.
Come in, Kelly. I have a few things to take up with you. Margaret, this is Kelly Brown, my...
Secretary. I'd know you anywhere from Mr. Jackson's description.
Really? What did he say?
Just how was it you described Miss Brown, darling?
Efficient.
Honestly? Oh, Mr. Jackson, that's the nicest thing anybody ever said about me.
My pleasure.
I brought you some mail. I thought you might want to see.
Never mind the mail, Kelly. Where are all our things? I asked you to arrange to have everything moved out from my apartment and from Miss McElmurray's, Mrs. Jackson's. Remember?
Oh, sure, but I didn't think you want them delivered until you were here to tell me where to put everything.
There are a few basic things they probably could have figured out for themselves. Like a bed in the bedroom.
A stove in the kitchen.
Well, don't worry. Everything's on its way. The moving van should be here any time now.
Good girl. You see, Margaret?
Thank you, Miss Brown. And the utilities? The gas and electricity? The telephone?
Oh, I knew I forgot something.
That's 3 things, Kelly.
I'll take care of them right away, Mr. Jackson. I'll call you as soon as I get back to the office.
Yeah. Well, if I don't pick up the phone right away, it'll be because I can't find it.
Oh, that's right. I'll take care of the telephone first thing then.
After the gas and the electricity.
Right. Well, congratulations, Mr. Jackson. Oh, you too, Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you. I'm glad to have met you, Miss Brown.
Drop into the office anytime.
Oh, I will.
See you later, Kelly. Would you believe I'm just a father figure to her? She's the niece of an old college buddy of mine, and he asked me to hire her as a favor. I'm helping her work her way through business college.
Darling, you're adorable when you squirm. And you'll never be a father figure to me.
Thanks, fellas. You did a great job. Well, sweetheart, it's official. We're amalgamated. All our assets are together in one place.
Darling, we may be made for each other, but our assets appear irreconcilable. How are we going to fit in my Swedish modern with your...
grandmother's attic? Wait till you see some of the goodies I'm finding in this carton.
Last night we had nothing to sleep on. Now we have
my grandmother's genuine old antique feather bed.
But I have a lovely king-size Swedish...
We'll stick that in the guest room. My grandmother can sleep on it when she comes. She loves Swedish modern. That's why she threw out all her genuine old antiques.
What is this deadly thing here?
Oh, that. That's just my grandfather's genuine old antique horse pistol. You don't have to worry. It hasn't been loaded for years. Wish I could say the same for my grandfather. Personally, I think it's going to make our marriage all the more interesting, getting acquainted as we go along. I give up. What is it?
Oh, that. I made that myself. Isn't that marvelous?
Too bad it got broken.
It's a mobile. Wait till you see it hung.
I didn't know you were so artistic. This painting isn't bad at all. You ought to finish it.
It is finished. It's an abstract.
Oh? What's it called?
Self-portrait.
Oh.
You see, darling, you have lots to learn about me, too.
I guess so.
Well, really, Fred, this looks like it was time you grew up and got married.
Hey, you found my old box kite. I haven't flown that since last spring.
Well, we'd better start figuring out where all this stuff is going to go.
Wait a minute. Wait. Who's this?
That photograph? Oh, that's only Tom.
Only Tom who?
Tom Hammer. He's an old friend. Darling, at my age, I'm bound to have a few old friends.
Do they all look like this?
Tom is very good looking, isn't he? But I married you.
Well, I'm not exactly bad looking. How close an old friend?
Tom? Oh, we've known each other for years. I suppose you could say we were kind of engaged.
Engaged? How come you never even mentioned him before?
On our honeymoon? Are you sure you don't have an old friend or two you haven't mentioned?
Not that kind of an old friend. Except Jane, of course. Wait till she hears I've tied the old knot.
Jane?
Jane Roberts. I suppose you could say Jane and I were sort of engaged, too. For years.
Do you have a picture of her?
No. And his picture isn't staying up in our house.
Tom's? But I'll have to find some place for it. I've always had it on the wall. I'd miss it. I told you he's an old friend. What are you looking for? I thought you said you didn't have a picture of your old friend.
Only snapshots. But I can have one enlarged and framed. You're right. No reason to give up old friends just because we're married.
No, of course not.
Ah, here we are. This snap was always my favorite.
You can hardly see her face.
Her face will show up more when it's enlarged.
Yeah, so will everything else.
But I married you.
You hadn't seen that much of me until after our wedding.
You don't hear me complaining, do you?
No, me either.
Does he really look as good as that picture?
Who? Oh, Tom. Does she?
I'd like to meet him. I mean, since he's such an old friend of yours. And since I'm going to be living with his picture.
I'd like to see what her face looks like.
I'm sure Jane would love to meet you.
I'm not sure Tom would love to meet you.
You'll like Jane. She's very likable.
Tom's adorable. You'll...
But
we married us.
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Eyes right, eyes left. Eyes will go from head to toe when you dress right dressing in the newest fashion attention getter. Sears salutes the military look with double-breasted short jackets, belted skirts, and narrow-leg trousers with front pleats. All standing tall in navy or tan polyester and cotton twill. Junior sizes 5 to 13. So, march into most Sears larger retail stores and arm yourself with the latest military style. Who at ease.
Dear, today I found the bedroom suite of my dreams at a great price.
That's a coincidence. I found one that has all the features.
Well, mine has authentic country styling.
So does mine.
Does yours have a beautiful 26-step finish?
Nothing but, and I get a choice of 13 different pieces.
All built to last for a long time?
Yes, with sturdy tongue and groove construction and dovetail jointed drawers.
Is yours
Sears Open Hearth bedroom furniture? Sears Open Hearth bedroom collection. Expert craftsmanship at a reasonable price. Select from 13 different pieces. Now at most Sears retail stores.
It's enjoyable to think about your favorite things, and even more enjoyable to wear your favorite sportswear from Sears. Like the shirt, teamed with pants that fit. The shirt is a perma-pressed easy care polyester knit in a choice of prints and solid colors. And a comfortable, flattering fit is yours with pants that fit. These polyester knit perma-pressed pull-on pants are proportioned for tiny, typical, or tall gals in splendid solid shades to match the shirt. Give a boost to your wardrobe in the sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Well, there's the predicament. Margaret and Fred happily married, if newly so. The ink on the marriage license not yet dry, in a manner of speaking. And he's invited his ex-lady friend over for a bite of dinner, while she's invited her ex-boyfriend. Gives us all a good chance to see if civilization works.
Good morning, Kelly. I'm glad to hear you're keeping busy. That's a new accompaniment, isn't it?
Only for advanced students.
Sousa would be proud.
I wasn't expecting you, Mr. Jackson. I thought you were taking another week's vacation.
I am, after the house is settled. Mrs. Jackson decided it would be better that way. And she said to thank you for getting everything turned on so efficiently.
Tell her it was my pleasure. Oh, here are your phone messages.
Good girl.
Except Miss Roberts, she calls so many times I stopped writing her down. But I didn't tell her anything.
Well, get her on the phone for me, will you? But don't tell her anything.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir. Miss Roberts is on one, Mr. Jackson.
Thanks. Hello, Jane. Oh, Jane, how have you been?
Where have you been?
I didn't say where. I said how.
All right, so I won't ask.
All right, so I'll tell you. On my honeymoon.
Very funny.
It would be if it weren't true.
You almost sound like you're on the level. Are you?
Her name is Margaret.
Margaret?
No one you know. I just met her myself.
What's her last name?
Jackson now.
Fred, you are on the level.
Matter of fact, as soon as the house is settled, I want you to...
You have a house already?
A nice little place in the country. We rented it before we left on our honeymoon.
Then that's really where you've been. No wonder Kelly's been acting like Secret Agent 007 every time I've called.
She could have told you.
You could have told me. Well, guess this means our engagement is off.
If it was still on, yes, this means it's off. But since when was it still on?
Oh, Fred, just because I kept telling you it was off.
Well, I finally took you up on it. And you know darn well you're glad.
That's how much you know. No woman likes to be jilted.
Janie, girl, if you want to think of yourself as jilted, be my guest.
I'll decide after I meet her. Never mind the house. I can't wait. How about this evening?
Impossible.
All right, tomorrow night then. I'll call you in the afternoon for directions.
But...
And tell her not to go to a lot of bother just for me. Tell her what old friends we are. Bye, Freddie. I'll save my congratulations till I see you.
Yes, sir.
You can talk now, Kelly. She's gone. Get me Mrs. Jackson on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Dee-dee-dun-dun, sing this song, a-doo-da, doo-da, bum-doo-doo.
The line's busy, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, all right, never mind. I'll call her later.
So, Tom, I wanted you to be the first to know, new address and all.
Well, thanks for small favors, Maggie.
Oh, but you know you and I were only drifting. It was never really going to come to anything.
I thought it already was something.
Well, to marriage, I mean.
I didn't know you were the marrying kind.
I know. I didn't either.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to at least come out and check this guy out. How about tomorrow evening?
Tomorrow? But the house isn't
The
even...
house? Come on, Maggie. You're forgetting who you're talking to.
But I'm not sure Fred...
Never mind, Fred. I'm coming to see you. Fred's had you to himself long enough.
All right, Tom. It will be good to see you.
That's more like it. Until tomorrow, Maggie, love.
Oh...
It's Mrs. Jackson for you, Mr. Jackson.
Oh. Hello, sweetheart.
I'm sorry to disturb you at the office, darling.
Matter of fact, I just tried to call you. The line was busy.
Yes, I know. Darling, I was wondering if you'd mind if we had company tomorrow evening.
Sweetheart, that's just what I was going to ask you.
It might be fun.
Should be laughs. Wait a minute. Who are you expecting?
Who are you expecting?
Well, Jane called and...
Tom called me.
You mean they're both coming? The same night?
It might be fun.
Should be laughs.
Well, here's to our first party in our new home.
You're amazing, sweetheart. How you have managed to pull things together.
I wonder what your friend Jane will think.
She used to tell me if she and I got married, I'd have to throw out all my old junk.
Likeable Jane said that?
She didn't really mean it.
Well, Tom has always been very supportive of all my artistic outlets.
Did he understand them?
Oh, perfectly. Because he knows me so well.
Well, I'm willing to learn.
You will. Uh-oh. Here we go. I'll get it.
All we need for this evening is an MC.
Hello, Maggie.
Come in, Tom.
Well, I guess I have to offer my congratulations along with these.
Oh, my favorite yellow roses. Oh, thank you.
I bought you red roses on our wedding day. Why didn't you tell me?
Tom, this is Fred.
The lucky man.
I thought roses are supposed to be red. You know, roses are red, violets are blue. Oh, excuse me. How are you? What'll you have to drink?
He'll have a vodka martini, very dry.
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Force of habit. I'll go put these in water while you two get acquainted.
How did you do it?
That painting? I didn't do it. I don't even understand it.
No. I meant, how did you get Margaret to say yes? I tried for a lot of years, you know.
I didn't give her time to think it over. She said you understand it. That painting, I mean. Cheers.
Cheers. How long have you known Margaret?
3 weeks.
That's all?
One of them was our honeymoon. That ought to count extra.
And this painting of hers doesn't come through to you?
Let's say it goes right past me.
Listen, Fred, old boy, that is the most self-revealing portrait I've ever seen.
It is?
I don't know that you should have it hanging here in your living room, right on display like this.
Margaret hung it there. I didn't.
Well, of course. Maggie Wood, she's just what's up there on that canvas. Ooh, what a woman.
Oh, don't worry, Fred, darling. Don't try to understand it. Just enjoy it.
You have a point, sweetheart. Have an hors d'oeuvre, Hammer. Something to whet your appetite while I freshen your drink.
I'll take care of Tom, darling. It's your turn to play celebrity guest.
Right.
Freddie, in your own little house in the country with the crickets and everything. How nice.
Janie, girl. Come on in. Everybody's in the living room.
Oh? Everybody who?
Margaret and her old... that is, an old friend of Margaret's came out, too.
Oh? Ah, so you're Margaret. I'm Freddie's Jane Roberts.
I'm delighted to meet you. And this is my Tom Hammer, a very old friend.
How do you do?
Marvelously, thank you.
Well, here we all are.
Relax, dear. Go and fix your Jane a drink. No reason we shouldn't feel comfortable with each other. After all, we all have someone in common.
Oh, that was a scrumptious dinner.
What a waste, Maggie. A good cook like you married to a man who can't eat.
Now, wait a minute. I can eat anything.
Except that then you can't sleep all night. Of course, that can be a blessing with the way he snores. What are you doing about that?
Well,
earplugs helped a lot.
I'm certainly going to miss your cooking.
Oh, understand, Margaret, dear, I didn't mean to imply... No, you see, I have this boat, and Freddie and I used to spend a lot of time on it. But it was purely platonic, of course.
The SS Platonic. My, but she was yar.
And, of course, Fred, old boy, I only meant that Maggie, dear girl, would often suggest that we eat in rather than out. Much cozier.
Not if you eat green onions.
There wasn't anything Margaret cooked that I couldn't eat. My digestive tract is faultless. Matter of fact, I don't snore either.
How are you on the water?
I'm extremely seaworthy.
Marvelous. You'll have to give me your number.
I knew you for months before you asked me out on your boat.
Darling, you didn't look seaworthy from the start.
Here's my card. Call me anytime.
Well, you've certainly changed, Tom. I've never seen you so quick on the draw with your phone number.
I was just thinking I've been too much of a recluse, too much nose to the old grindstone.
I know. I was there, remember?
Yeah, you were always telling me that, weren't you? Well, I'm just realizing you were right. You probably come up with just the answer, Miss Roberts. A refreshing weekend on your boat.
The SS Platonic.
Why not this weekend, Mr. Hammer?
Why not?
Now, wait a minute, Janie girl. Aren't you rushing things a little? I mean, you don't even know this guy.
Fred, I assure you, Tom is a perfect gentleman. That is, he always was.
There, Jane, you see. Even his old friends won't vouch for him.
Well, it's just that I've never known him to rush into anything like this before.
Maggie, I assure you
Look,
that this...
would you two old friends like to come along and chaperone?
Yes.
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because we wouldn't think of it.
That's right. We wouldn't think of it.
Tom's over 21, perfectly free to do as he pleases. And I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Oh, I'm sure he knows what he's doing, too.
Fred, you know very well I'm able to take care of myself.
Yeah, I know.
Jane, I should tell you, Tom is different than Fred. He's, well, more sensitive in a way, more conservative.
You mean he was?
Yes.
I simply insist that you both come along this weekend. We'd love to have you. Wouldn't we, Mr. Hammer?
Delighted, Miss Roberts.
No, really.
We wouldn't think of it.
this ocean air feels great.
It was lovely of you to invite us along, too, wasn't it, Fred?
Sure was. Well, here we all are. Again.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
When George had his heart attack, the doctor told me that we had to reduce the animal fat in his diet. His cholesterol count was too high.
What did you do?
George gets only lean meats, and I always cut off extra fat before cooking. He gets low-fat dairy products, grains and cereals, fish, poultry with no skin, fresh fruits and vegetables, and you know what?
What?
Our food bill is lower than before George had his heart attack.
But doesn't he miss all
What's to miss? He eats better than ever before and has more variety in his meals, too. And you know what?
What?
I do, too.
What?
Enjoy.
The American Heart Association wants you to eat foods that not only taste good, but are healthy for your heart. It's not as complicated as you might think. Ask your Heart Association for their free booklet on heart-healthy diets. The American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight, put an end to the sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Andy Griffith again with the concluding act of Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgotten?
Well, I must say this is most refreshing.
Yes, isn't it?
You're out of shape, Freddie, darling.
No, he isn't.
Thank you, dear.
Then why don't you and Tom try a little fishing while Margaret and I have a little girl talk?
Well, I've never done any ocean fishing before, but I'm game to try.
Girl talk? About what?
I should imagine Jane and I have lots to talk about.
Now that you mention it, I guess you and I have a few things to hash over. Haven't we, Hammer old man?
Right.
I feel as though now I should bring out a picture of Freddie nude on a bearskin rug.
Do you have one? I really don't want you to tell me about Fred. I'd rather wait and be surprised.
Oh, you probably already know him better than I ever did.
Well, it only took me 2 weeks to know he was the man I'd waited years to marry.
On the other hand, feel free to tell me everything about your old friend, Mr. Hammer.
Tom? Well, as you can see, he's handsome and quite rich and very sweet.
Freddie's sweet. Period.
Tom is absolutely everything a woman dreams of. I wonder why I didn't marry him.
Watch yourself. This deck can get pretty slippery.
I'm afraid I'm not too much of an outdoorsman. Haven't had much time.
According to Margaret, you've been busy hauling in the kind of fish that count.
I'm not so sure money counts in the long run. Didn't land me Margaret.
Margaret's not the kind to marry a guy for his money. Fortunately for me.
Well, she's also not the kind who would turn a guy down just because he happened to be a little filthy rich.
No, she's no fool.
What about your friend Jane?
What about her?
How do you suppose she would feel about a guy who's filthy rich?
Jane is doing all right on her own. She's become queen of the real estate jungle.
Yeah, she seems quite remarkable.
Besides looking like a centerfold, I wonder why I didn't marry her.
Excuse me, old boy. I'm not sure, but I think you may have something on the end of your line.
Holy mackerel.
Something bigger, I should think. You need some help?
Out of the way, Hammer. This is my baby.
Now, careful. It's a slippery deck, remember?
Don't worry about me. You just take care of your... Oh!
Steady, old boy. I'll get you. Oh! Help! Man overboard! Help!
Did you hear something?
I'm not sure.
I thought I heard someone yell.
Oh, dear, it's probably Freddie again.
Or Tom.
I'll get the life preservers.
Man overboard! Help!
Here, Tom. Grab hold.
Here comes yours, Freddie. Catch. Well, let's reel them in.
Thank you, Maggie love. If you hadn't thrown me that life preserver, I would have been a goner.
Lucky you remembered me, Janie girl.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I knew that Tom couldn't swim.
Don't blame your bride, Freddie dear. How was she to know how sinkable you are?
She didn't have to wait to find out.
Oh, darling, I promise next time I'll rescue you first.
Thanks a lot.
Dear, he always catches cold when he falls overboard.
Ah, don't be too put out with Margaret, Fred, old boy. It's hard to break an old habit.
Oh, Tom, your poor sinuses.
Yes, after all, Freddie, I instinctively rescued you.
Gesundheit, darling.
Don't worry. I have a special hot toddy that always works for Freddie's colds.
Wonder if it would work for me.
Tom, I've known how to take care of your sinuses for years.
Margaret, dear, it sounds as though you and I are going to have to exchange remedies. Or patience.
Good morning, Kelly. Anything for me?
Mr. Hammer, he's waiting in your office.
Oh?
Bless you.
Thank you. You can strike up the band again.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Hammer.
Bless you, and cheer up, Fred, old boy. Jane sent you some of her magic hot toddy in a thermos. I put it there on the desk.
Thanks, but how come she didn't bring it over herself?
She had something else to do. Oh, and you can tell Margaret I won't be needing her vaporizer. The sea air is working wonders for my sinuses.
The sea air?
Yes, I've become quite fond of Jane's boat.
Her boat?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be taking an extended cruise. That's what I dropped by to tell you.
Tell me?
Well, I really thought I owed you the courtesy. I mean, considering your long attachment in the past. That is, it's rather like asking a father for his daughter's hand in marriage. Except in this case, we don't exactly have marriage in mind. Yet.
I give up. Just what do you have in mind?
The South Seas, Tahiti, or one of those places. Jane and I haven't decided exactly where yet. But we'd like to know that we'll be sailing off with your blessing.
You mean Jane and you're sailing off into the sunset together?
Exactly.
Well, I would have thought this is something that Jane would have come and told me herself.
Oh, but that's just it. Jane thought she owed it to Margaret to ask for my hand.
Coming. Oh, Jane. Come in.
I hope you don't mind my popping in like this.
Well, if you don't mind taking things as you find them.
I really do think you're doing wonders, considering. I always told Fred if we ever got married, he'd have to throw out all his old junk.
But he said you didn't mean it.
Oh, yes, I did.
Well, I'm getting used to it.
I guess maybe you and Fred are made for each other.
After all the years that I thought it was Tom.
And all the years I thought it was Fred.
Then you don't mind that I suddenly showed up and jumped your claim?
Well, it's a bit late for me to mind, isn't it?
I suppose so.
What about Tom?
What about Tom?
What if I told you I'm more than mildly interested in him?
Well, Tom's free as a breeze. I don't have any claim on him anymore, if I ever did.
Well, Freddie doesn't have any claim on me either. But you've both been acting like a pair of overprotective parents, so Tom and I thought...
Oh, you're right. I dropped Tom, but I didn't like it when you came along and picked him up.
Yeah, it's not easy to give up an old love, even after you've found a new one.
Especially when someone else finds the old love appealing. Yeah. But I guess Fred and I have been kind of overdoing it. From now on, as far as I'm concerned, you can see all you want of Tom.
You sure?
Sure. How are his sinuses, by the way? I was thinking of dropping over with my vaporizer.
He doesn't need it. His sinuses are fine.
Really?
I've found a better remedy.
Really?
Yes, in fact, that's what I dropped by to tell you.
Tell me what?
Tom and I are planning to see a lot of each other. Quite a lot.
Oh?
We're going to take a cruise to the South Seas on my boat.
You and Tom?
Right. Me and your Tom.
But why didn't Tom come and tell me himself?
We thought he should ask Fred for my hand while I asked you for Tom's.
Oh. Well, then, give him a message for me, will you?
What is it?
Bon voyage.
Margaret?
Hmm?
You still awake?
Mm-hmm.
I still can't get over it. My Janie girl just sailing off like that with some guy she just met.
Well, I guess Tom could sweep any girl off her feet when he finally made up his mind to.
You'd think she'd at least have waited a decent interval.
Darling, you got married, not buried. The trouble with you and me is our egos are suffering.
There's nothing wrong with my ego.
Good. Then let's go to sleep.
What are you doing?
Your Jane left me a wedding present. A pair of earplugs.
Oh. You told me you'd decided my snoring had a soothing quality.
You can get used to anything if you have to.
Oh, sweetheart, you haven't caught my cold, have you?
No, it's your grandmother's genuine old antique feather bed. I told you I was allergic to feathers.
I thought you meant only when the chickens were still attached.
This is like trying to sleep in a banana split.
You'll get used to it.
Well, it looks like we're going to spend the rest of our lives getting used to each other.
Might be fun.
Should be laughs. Fred, you're not going to smoke in this bed, are you? It takes an hour to climb out of it. We ought to hold fire drills.
I just thought I'd read a little of this book that your Tom sent me as a wedding present.
Tom sent you a book?
Mm-hmm. It's called Understanding Abstract Art.
He's bluffing. He never understood that painting of mine any more than you do.
Really?
I told you, don't try to understand. Just enjoy, darling.
Nothing abstract about this.
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
This spring for women, the fashion place at Sears suggests these up-to-date separates. They're comfortably casual, yet dressy and lighthearted enough to go anywhere this spring. Margaret mixes Sears texture blazer and the small collar striped shirt with trousers, while Wendy wears a shawl collar blouse and the slimmed-down dirndl skirt. Color coordinated, these great-looking separates will come together beautifully for you. Spring's mixable, matchable, up-to-date separates. Get them at most larger Sears retail stores. One Valentine's Day I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot was written by Shirley Gordon, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Andy Griffin. Our stars were Eve Arden and Brooks West. Also heard were Mary Jane Croft, Hy Aberback, and Joan McCall. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
It's Wednesday, and we invite you to stay tuned for Sears Radio Theater. Today, you'll hear a story of mystery and suspense with Vincent Price as your host. Howard Duff stars as a detective, and Linda Kay Henning is the woman who hires him. A young man is shot to death in a park where 13 governesses are sitting. Listen for the 13th governess. Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
I want to go to old Chicago. I want to go on the ride. Take me to old Chicago. I want to win a prize. We'll see the clouds, mess around, maybe even go head down.
Sunday's not the end of this weekend. Old Chicago Amusement Park will be open this Monday for Washington's birthday from 1 to 9 p.m. with 40 exciting rides and attractions. I-55, the Stevenson Expressway, and Route 53. It's 8:34 now. The temperature in Chicago, 27 degrees. The outlook for the rest of the night, temperatures steady or rising with periods of freezing drizzle. Tonight on the CBS Mystery Theater, the president of a plant building nuclear reactors suffers a loss of memory for one day with serious consequences. Russell Horton stars in the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presentation, The Missing Day, tonight at 10:30 here on WBBM News Radio 78.
This is Vincent Price. Except for the expensive briefcase he's carrying, the young man stepping off the bus looks like a college student. Dressed in casual clothes, he walks deliberately along a street lined with fully restored buildings. Ahead of him, a small child is trying to retrieve a ball, which is stuck between the posts of a wrought iron fence. The young man sets down his briefcase and frees the ball. But when he turns around, the briefcase is gone. It's disappeared. No one else is on the street, only the young man and the boy. And oh yes, there, turning the corner, a figure dressed in white. A nurse, perhaps. Or a governess, since she's pushing a baby carriage. The young man hurries after her, but when he reaches the corner, the governess is gone. He crosses the street to a small green park. And there sit 13 governesses, alike in their white uniforms. And before each of them is a baby carriage. The young man wheels. There on the roof of the building which faces the park, a silhouetted figure aims a rifle. The young man, killed instantly, falls without making a sound. The governesses scatter, a mad rush of baby carriages clearing the park paths. The briefcase is gone. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The 13th Governess, by Elliott Lewis. Our star, Howard Duff.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Your baby's room. Furnish it with the quaintness and charm of Sears Jenny Lind's crib, dresser, and chest. Your baby will be secure in our old-fashioned crib built with high sides and a safety drop-side latch. And each handsome maple color piece comes in a non-toxic finish. Sears Jenny Lind dresser and chest is furniture that will adapt gracefully as baby grows older, too. So visit us soon, because Sears has baby buys bundled up. Available at most Sears retail stores.
A shopping center, by definition, is a place where you shop for groceries, sundries, medicines, toys, hobbies, and so on and so on. This particular shopping center has an added service. Note the discreet sign, Harry Holliday, Private Investigations, Confidential Matters. What sort of a man performs those services in a shopping center?
Did you ever want something so bad you could taste it? That's how bad I always wanted to be a private investigator. I don't remember when the idea first came to me. I only know that it was something I headed for. I worked as a cop, as a private guard. I took classes. I spent time working for one of those large outfits. I took tests. And son of a gun, I passed and I got a license. And here's what really has me shaking my head in wondrous delight. My first case was a murder. How's that for wish fulfillment? She was young, early 20s, stunning, gorgeous. You know, all those adjectives it means she was a knockout.
Mr. Holliday?
She wasn't dressed in black. She wasn't sobbing or distraught. None of those things. The dark glasses were the only clue that she was a widow.
My name is Valerie Robeson. My husband was Matthew. He was...
Yeah, I read about it in the paper. Killed with a rifle fired by person or persons unknown. I'm sorry.
The police said the shot probably came from the top of a building that adjoins the park my husband was in. It's their feeling some neighborhood kid was fooling around taking pot shots and accidentally hit Matt. I came to you because their explanation is so improbable.
Do you live near the park?
No,
Does your husband work in that neighborhood?
no. I don't know why he was there. He didn't. Will you do it for me? Find out who killed Matt? I don't have a great deal of money.
You pay me by the day, plus my expenses. If we get lucky, it shouldn't cost you over $1,000. She nodded her agreement and opened her purse. She fumbled around in it before she remembered she was wearing dark glasses. She slid them off. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the expression a little lost. She was a young widow, filled with anguish and despair over the death of her young husband. In the building from which the shot had been fired, a cold marble lobby separated door and elevators. Midway was a desk where renters picked up phone messages and mail, and where intruders such as me had to stop and be identified by an efficient-looking lady. I told her I was interested in renting an apartment, and she directed me to the rental agent, apartment 101, first door on your right after you turn left to the elevators. I rang, and the door was opened by a short, fiercely mustached man with bright blue eyes lined from peering into the sun.
Sir?
I'm interested in renting an apartment in this area.
Oh, come in, sir, come in. Major Emery Griffiths, sir. Retired from Her Majesty's service.
Major?
Mrs. Griffiths is the house renting agent, but she's not immediately at home. Now, how can I be of service, sir?
Is there an apartment available on the top floor, overlooking the park?
Oh, jolly good time for the question, sir. Jolly good. The wards are planning a year-long cruise, you see. Well, out of the country 12 full months, and perhaps interested in subletting for that period, you know. Would that interest you?
Why, yes, it might. My wife has this wish to settle in for a while, all that moving about the last 2 years, you know. He ate it up, nodding crisply at the invented travels my mythical wife and I had been taking. The wards were out, he told me, and led me to the elevator located directly across the lobby from the eagle-eyed woman at the front desk who would have seen anyone coming or going. Is there a freight elevator for our furniture?
Oh, yes. It runs from the basement to the top floor, at the opposite end of the building.
Of course.
Here we are. Now, if you'll follow me. Well, you're very fortunate. The wards only made their decision a day or two ago. Now we'll see if I brought the proper key, what? After you, sir. You'll see it's 2 bedrooms, to the left and right, before you reach the living room, which is directly ahead. And the kitchen is to your right, and there are 2 full baths. Lovely place, as you can see.
Lovely.
Our tenants often take the sun down there in the park, you know, where those governesses are sitting. Or we allow them to use the roof just above you, sir, which can be reached by stairs at either end of the building.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very, very nice. I'd like to bring my wife, if you don't mind. I'd need her opinion. You understand that?
Oh, of course.
Guy I went to school with, Ben Wheeler, works in the morgue of the morning newspaper, and he let me find a corner where I could go through the newspaper's filed stories of Matt Robeson's murder.
You're suggesting Robeson's death wasn't an accident, sir?
No, his widow doesn't think so.
This her, Harry? The pretty lady in black?
Yeah, that's her. Behind her, her parents. Beside her, a family friend, Zachary West.
How about that mustache?
He's a hairy one, isn't he? Hey, look here. Tragic family. Says her brother was killed in a boating accident 2 years ago. Out sailing, storm came up, boat sank. Found a cushion the next day, boat and brother gone. Here's the picture you ran on him. Kind of looks like his sister. Can I get copies of these?
A lousy quality, but sure.
I found family friend Zachary West's address in the phone book and drove out there. A big sign out front read, Century One Apartments, first in a series of posh pads for swinging singles. I parked across the street just as a dashing red sports car shifted down, mufflers burping, and ducked into the underground garage. The driver was the man in the newspaper picture, Zachary West, of all the hair. I got out and managed to bump into him on one of the paths. Instead of being straightforward, I put on my puzzled, ingenuous face. You find out more things that way.
You look lost. Help you?
Yes, I thought maybe I'd like to rent an apartment.
You picked the best spot. I'll steer you to the manager's office.
Oh, that's very, very nice of you. Appreciate it.
Don't sweat.
What happens if you move in and then decide to get married?
Why get married when it's all lying around waiting for you? Here we are. Lorenzo, I bring you a customer.
Welcome.
Lorenzo is manager, master of ceremonies, and what one might call confessor arranger for our community.
Glad to see you.
Zach, tonight's 15B's birthday party.
Count on me. I'm in 86A. Drop in for a drink anytime. And don't hesitate to bring 1 or 2 guests, even 3.
I'll show you some of the apartments. You prefer blonde neighbors, brunettes?
Speckled if they come that way. He showed me a series of flashy apartments, all furnished for a race of people who only got out of bed to have a drink or smoke a joint. I told him I'd let him know, and left it in the garage, which gave me the chance to write down the license number on Zachary West's red sports car. I'd only driven a couple of blocks when I saw that someone was following me. A young woman, long black hair blowing, driving a beat-up station wagon. When I got to the shopping center, I drove around to the back where my office is and parked at the H. Holiday stencil. She circled, pulled into an empty space, and slid out, peering around like a baby bird looking for its mother. She tried to see where I'd gone. She spotted my car and came toward me. As she arrived, I stepped out.
Oh.
Looking for something?
What? No, why?
Because you were following me. Why?
Why? That's a laugh. Why? Because I saw you before writing down Zachary's license number. What sort of behavior is that?
I didn't take down his license plate, silly. I took the number of the car next to him. I'm an insurance adjuster. Not that it's any of your business. Any further questions?
Well, you see, I got this impression you were a cop, and I couldn't understand that Zachary, what he could have done to bring out the fuzz, so that's why I... Excuse me.
Quite all right. Perfectly logical error. She seemed to be just a nice young lady looking out for a friend. Or so I believed then. At all events, she left me with an enormous curiosity about Zachary West. So next morning, I waited outside his apartment, followed him into the city, parked where he parked, and sat beside him at the counter of the coffee shop where he ate breakfast.
I recommend the waffles.
Yeah, waffles, miss. And coffee now, please.
If you had questions, why didn't you ask me? Valerie hire you?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, I'm trying to find out if anyone wanted to kill Matt. I saw the newspaper picture of you at the funeral. Were you Matt's friend or Valerie's?
Both. I introduced him, as a matter of fact. And Valerie works for me. I'm a clothes designer, men's and women's wear.
Oh. Any idea why Matt was killed?
Well, the police called it an accident, according to the newspapers.
Valerie doesn't think so.
Well, Valerie's a new widow. It's very difficult for her to accept what's happened.
Did you know her brother, the one who died in the boating accident?
Larry? Well, yes, he's how I met Valerie. What's that got to do with... Oh, don't let your waffle get cold. Here's my business card. Call anytime I can be of help.
Yeah, right. Valerie Robeson lived in the middle of an old housing tract in a one-bedroom house badly in need of paint. She introduced me to her mother, Dora Filbert, who was enshrouded in what my grandmother called a wrapper.
I don't know what Matt was doing in the park. He left here about 7:30. He had a 9 o'clock class at the university.
Did you ever get there?
No.
Now, while I was reading the background on this matter, I ran into the information about your brother. I'm very sorry.
It was a terrible loss.
Were you close to your brother?
No one was close to Larry. He was a bachelor, what you'd call a swinger. Girl in every port sort of man.
He didn't even have a job. His father kept after him. But Larry always had an excuse for not working.
I'm sorry, I'm late. Will you excuse me?
Well, sure. If it's all right, I'd like to talk to your mother for a minute or two.
Of course. I'll be late, Mother. Zachary has a show tonight, and I said I'd work it.
All right,
One of the
dear.
girls is sick.
All
Bye.
right. Bye-bye.
I'd like to know a little bit more about your son, Larry. Would you mind?
No. But what does that have to do with Matt's death?
I don't know. Probably nothing. Do you agree that Larry's death was an accident?
I'm sure that in your profession you hear all sorts of things about people.
Well, I don't surprise easily, if that's what you mean.
What I'm going to say is in confidence.
Of course.
I think Larry took his own life. Larry and another young man, Zachary West, they were very close. Too close, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, I think I do.
His father spoke to him about it. His father told Larry he was less than a man, and he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Well, Larry went up to the lake the very next morning, and that's why I think he took his own life. And certainly he's better off, in my opinion.
Did your son-in-law, Matthew, know Larry?
Oh, no. Valerie got to know Matt after Larry was gone.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Filbert. Oh, one other thing. Valerie said Matt was taking some classes at the university. In what, do you know?
Oh, photography, of course. He was learning to be a photographer.
Matt's photography instructor had been Norman Fields, a full-bearded, shaved-headed man. I met him in the mall outside the Fine Arts Building. I sat in the sun while he hunkered beneath a tree, rubbing the top of his head.
What did you want to know about Matthew Robeson? And why would anyone want to kill the dreadful little twerp?
His widow asked me the same question. Tell me about it.
Well, now, let's see. I suppose you want to know if he was a good student, innovative, questioning, and so forth?
Yeah, things like that.
No. Although he spent an inordinate amount of time here. Matthew Robeson was a man who didn't even own a decent camera. And yet he was in my class. Now, one must ask oneself, why?
Why?
Because Matt's own personal interest for what motivated and guided him. His time here was spent in the darkroom. He cleaned it up, set out the chemicals, stacked, sorted the photographic papers, cleaned the enlargers.
Any notion why?
Oh, sure. He needed a place to develop his own work. Things he didn't want anyone else to see.
Pictures?
Of course.
Did he keep the negatives and prints here?
Oh, you mean no one has mentioned Matthew Robeson's attaché case? Why, that was the most obvious and apparent thing about him. He was a scruffy little man, late 20s, skinny, wild clothes, who always walked in a slouch hurriedly. He was never without this attaché case, like a small suitcase, very expensive, never out of his grasp. Well, I would assume that that's where he kept his goodies.
Why goodies?
Well, Matt Robeson was a man who'd do anything for a buck, and I mean that, literally. Whatever he was peddling was in that attaché case. Now, it's just a shame you didn't know him. You missed out on a real oddball.
I drove from there to Zachary West's showroom to look for Valerie. I entered a salon where a showing of Zachary West's full selection of clothes for the career woman was in progress. Among the natty outfits on display were wardrobes for lady mail carriers, surgeons, bus drivers, and lawyers. As I entered the room, the young woman with the station wagon was walking on stage to join the others. And would you believe it? She was dressed as a governess.
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
I can't believe they can do it for $19.99.
Installed? The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99 installed. And listen to the muzzler promise.
Sears promises that the muzzler will last as long as you own your American-made car.
Or return it for refund or replacement free.
And if Sears installed it, they'll install the new one free.
Well, you can't beat that.
I think it's fantastic.
It's a great promise.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Are we finally set for Grandma's?
I think so. We've got the new Sears Travel Guard baby seat in the car.
Right, and the extra sleep and play baby suits.
Oh, Grandma will love those. They're so cute and yet practical.
The extra baby blankets and bottles are in the vinyl diaper bag.
Oh, Sears certainly did make shopping for the baby easy.
Sure did. Well, I think we've got everything.
Honey, I think you've forgotten something.
Hmm? The baby.
Harry Holiday wasn't comfortable sitting on a folding wooden chair watching a fashion show. But being the gung-ho type fellow he was, he sat there like a little gentleman and took it all in. When the show was over, he bought his client a drink in one of those dark English tavern replicas where patrons hid in shadowy booths tucked into dark corners.
His attaché case?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't carrying it when he was shot. Any idea where it might be?
No, he never put it down. He lugged it around all the time. I can't imagine where it is.
When you asked me to help you, did you suspect something?
Suspect?
Oh, that he might have been seeing someone else, and that's what he was doing in the park that morning, meeting somebody?
Oh, no, I never thought Matt would cheat. He wasn't that sort of man. Matt's only weakness was his greed. Oh, he was a sweet, dear man when we got married. Then, well, somehow I must have given him the impression, led him to believe that, that I was dissatisfied with our life, that I expected more from him. And I didn't, really. It's just that I kept hoping he'd find himself, stop drifting. That terrible, restless drifting.
I don't know why, because I don't find any connection. But I can't help remembering that in the pictures I saw of your brother's funeral, there was no casket. Was he cremated?
No, because there wasn't a body.
They never recovered it?
They told us that often happens in deep lakes. The body is trapped in the boat. We held the services anyway, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. The next morning, I called an old Army buddy who worked for the Department of Motor Vehicles and gave him the license plate number of the battered station wagon and asked for the owner's name and address. And then I got a phone call from the answering service, a Major Griffiths wanted to speak to me.
Oh, is that apartment you liked is available?
The Major told me. The wards had found a freighter leaving with the tide tomorrow night.
Yes, the place needs a bit of cleaning, you know. Some soap and water, and she'll pass inspection. I'll hang on to it until your wife comes by, what?
I thanked him, had some breakfast, and went over there. The Major and his wife were out. The lady sitting guard over the front desk told me. But Mrs. Ward was expecting me. Just go right on up. I did.
Oh, you must be Mr. Holliday about the apartment.
That's right.
Isn't your wife?
She'll be along later. I left word at the desk to send her up.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
You'll forgive the mess, but suddenly we're on our way, and it's really so exciting. All the way around the world, can you imagine? And on a freighter.
She babbled on, absolutely delighted with the new adventure she was about to have. She was a pretty, bright-eyed little woman in her mid-30s, and her face was flushed from her exertions. She was putting things into several large packing cases in the center of the room, which would be stored until their return, and she'd hung clothes that weren't to be taken in a large wardrobe. Half hidden behind a few dresses was a governess's white outfit. She saw me staring at it.
I won't be needing that anymore, thank goodness.
She continued her work, chattering on about their sudden departure, how lucky they'd been to find a freighter with space for them.
And my poor husband out gathering passports and letters of credit and all the things one needs. And speaking of good fortune, tomorrow is our first wedding anniversary, and we'll be sailing the high seas in celebration.
What's that?
Oh, well, I'd have told you about that anyway. Some of the tenants sun themselves on the roof, and when they step out of the stairwell, it makes that sound.
Oh, I see.
It happens very infrequently. Oh, look, there's Teddy. There, he sees me.
It all happened very quickly. Her husband, Teddy, was walking across the park toward us. He looked up and started to wave, and then he must have seen something because he opened his mouth to shout, and then the bullet hit him and he slumped onto the pavement. The governesses in the park scattering like dry leaves in the wind. I was out of the apartment almost as soon as I heard the sharp snap of the rifle fired from the roof above me. I heard the freight elevator groaning down to the basement and raced after it. But no one was there, and the alley was empty. By the time I got around to the park, Mrs. Ward was kneeling on the path beside her husband. She didn't cry. She almost looked as though she'd expected.
It had to happen.
Well, why do you say that?
You can't live as he did without suffering the consequences. I kept making believe that everything was all right, that the money he brought home was legitimately earned, that silly governess costumes, the exchange of envelopes and a baby carriage, all of it was a prank, not something real, something that would end in this.
She didn't say anything more to me. She answered questions put to her by the first policeman to arrive, and then spoke to the homicide men. They questioned me, I told them what I'd observed, and nothing more, then ducked out of there. Soon after I got back in the office, the call I'd been afraid I'd get came in.
The police just left. We can't believe it. It's been 2 years, and he never...
I'd like to come by later in the day.
My father's coming down to be with us. Who did it? Who shot Larry? Or, what was he calling himself? Teddy Ward?
I don't think they know who shot him.
And it's something to do with Matt's death. It happened the same way in the same place.
That's what I'm trying to find out. The minute I hung up, I got a call from my buddy at the Department of Motor Vehicles. The owner of the station wagon was Roxanne Lucetti, and he gave me her address, a place called the Aloha Arms. Her apartment faced the court, which featured a postage stamp-sized swimming pool, being cleaned by a tan young man with long blonde hair and an earring.
Yeah? What? Well, look who's here. What do you want?
Well, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Come in, although I don't recall we have any unfinished business to discuss.
Hey, nice little apartment. Your mother decorated?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, nothing really, but everything's sort of square in here, and you seem to me to be more of an individualist.
What's the matter with you? You come in here without a how do you do or how are you feeling today, then you start to make critical statements about me and my family.
Not critical at all. No criticism implied or intended.
What sort of a person are you making fun of me?
Hey, come on. Take it easy with that bag. Hey,
no!
Hey, what do you got in here? Concrete? Come on now.
No,
fun's fun. Now, give me that.
That's personal.
Hey!
Don't open it.
What have we got here? Well, bless my heart. Just what every lady must carry in her bag, a rifle scope.
Give me that.
Is it yours, Is this your scope? I didn't realize you were a marksman. Markswoman.
It's not mine.
Well, why is it in your bag?
This friend asked me to sell it for him.
What friend?
I don't remember his name. Now go away.
You know, you're really a terrible liar. Your whole character changes. I like you better when you're yelling and screaming.
You just listen. I was nice enough to allow you to come into my apartment, and then all you do is cast aspersion after aspersions at me and my friends, and it's none of your bleep business. So why don't you just go away and leave me alone? What kind of a jerk are you?
Okay, gotcha. I stopped for a minute outside the door. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I heard her crying. Crying her heart out, as the fellow says.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
If you have a child with a handicap, we have some good news, and some very good news. The good news is there's a new law that guarantees your child the right to the special education he needs.
Evaluation procedures conform to the corresponding requirements in the final regulation of Section 504.
But here's the very good news.
The term continuum, as with least restrictive environment, is commonly used by...
You don't have to hire a lawyer to explain how this rather complicated new law can help your child.
Is in accordance with specific performance criteria related to the program objective.
We can explain the law in clear, simple language free.
Information under subclause E of Clause 1 of subsection B. The Commissioner there...
Just write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. That's Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
I gained 20 pounds in 2 months. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I never lost that weight either.
With me, it was different. I was climbing the walls, yelling at the kids. I just couldn't live with myself.
Neither could Dan, could he?
No, not really. He said having a wife that smoked was better than being terrorized day and night.
Better a friendly dragon than a nasty dragon, huh?
Right. So anyway, I'm back to a pack and a half a day, addicted just like I was
Let's
before.
hold it right there. The American Heart Association wants you to know that smoking cigarettes becomes a habit, not an addiction. Habits can be broken. Smoking is a matter of choice, not destiny. We can help you quit. You don't have to gain weight or climb the walls. Contact your American Heart Association for a free booklet that explains how to break your cigarette habit step by step. The American Heart Association wants you to know we're fighting for your life.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of The 13th Governess.
I think you can sense death around the place. The Robeson house seemed to be engulfed in it. The house itself appeared to be in mourning, although it probably was only the gray, sullen day. Valerie let me in. Her mother and father were sitting in the living room, coffee cups balanced in their hands, as though they'd forgotten they were holding them. Mr. Filbert was a tall, slender man with thinning hair and steel-framed eyeglasses, who looked as though he might once have been head clerk in a hardware store. After I'd been introduced, they picked up an angry conversation where I'd interrupted them.
I mourned him once, Dora. Once is all I got in me. So far as I'm concerned, he died 2 years ago.
You killed him 2 years ago?
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't. You've been accusing me for 2 years that I killed my son.
Oh, how long will you two do this to each other? Now stop it.
She's been after me for 2 years, Val, how I killed her son. Now she finds I didn't. She don't know what to say to hurt me.
Mr. Filbert?
Yes?
I wonder if we could talk, just you and me.
Mother and I'll go into the kitchen. Come on, Mother.
Mr. Filbert, why does your wife believe you're responsible for your son's death?
The death that never happened, you mean? Because she claims I called him a pervert, and that drove him to take his life.
Did you?
When a young man don't work and accepts money from men, to my way of thinking, that's perverted. That's what I told my son, Larry. His mother misinterpreted what I meant.
What did you mean?
Well, Larry wasn't never without that camera of his, is what I meant. Yet he didn't want to show me or his family what sort of pictures he was taking. I think them pictures was what he got money for, and I think his camera's what finally got him killed for real.
Blackmail? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's my opinion.
The question yelling for an answer was who Larry Filbert had been blackmailing, as himself and as Teddy Ward. I drove over to the apartment where Mrs. Ward had her personal things hastily packed.
I can't stay. I look down there into that pretty little park, and it terrifies me.
Ms. Ward, were you and your husband here when the first murder was committed?
Oh, I think that's why Teddy was shot.
Oh?
He saw something that morning, something that surprised him.
Yes?
He got his camera, the one with the telephoto lens, and he started to take some pictures. We both heard the noise, the thumping sound when someone steps onto the roof, and then this funny popping.
Shots?
Yes. And the young man in the park fell. The governesses all ran, of course. Teddy dashed out the door with his camera. He came back before the police arrived, and he was laughing. Can you imagine that? We're going to take a trip around the world, he told me. First cabin around the globe, because my ship just came in.
He developed his own films, of course. Here?
Yes, in here.
She led me to a bathroom her husband had used as a dark room, crowded with enlarger, tanks, chemicals, and papers. She searched through a drawer until she found a picture taken with the telephoto of young Matt Robeson in the park just before he was shot. And then she handed me another envelope with another picture in it. This of a man holding a rifle. A picture taken in the alley behind the building near the freight elevator exit. The man was no one I'd ever seen before. Bald as Kojak, wearing thick eyeglasses with heavy black frames and clean shaven.
That's the picture Teddy took after the shooting.
You know the man?
No, but...
You've seen him before, is that it?
Yes.
Where? In another picture?
Teddy said once, "This is your bank account. With this in your hand, you'll never be broke." It's too late to hide it, isn't it?
Much too late. She unlocked a drawer at the bottom of one of the cabinets and lifted out a manila envelope. I opened it. Pictures of the same man. In the first, he was drilling a hole in the caulking on the bottom of a small beach sailboat. In the second, a night shot, he looked with surprise and fright into the camera flash. It was winter. Some snow could be seen in the street in what seemed to be a suburban neighborhood. The man stood beside an automobile. A small object lay on the ground beside the car's right front wheel. I asked Mrs. Ward if I could take the pictures.
Of course, it doesn't matter anymore.
Well, why did your husband photograph the young man in the park?
He was surprised to see him there.
I don't think I understand.
Well, the only other times he'd been there was when I wore my governess outfit and traded envelopes with him. It was strange because I wasn't there, and the young man wasn't carrying his attaché case.
Did your husband say anything?
Yes. And I thought it was odd. "Do a friend a favor," he said, "and look at the greedy little Dickens."
The only way I could make any sense out of it was to begin with the photograph of the bald-headed man standing in the snowy street beside his car. At the university, Norman Fields opened one of the dark rooms for me and made a new negative of the old picture Teddy Ward had shot. From this, Fields made a series of blow-ups showing sections of the picture. The bald man, in a state of shock, was standing alongside his car, and beside the front wheel was a child's shoe. By lightening the printing tone, changing the contrast, what's called dodging, you were able to see under the car. And there was a crumpled bicycle and the hideously mangled body of a child. He was the only one involved in the mess who'd known all the principals through everything that had happened, and I wanted to ask him who the man was.
Buy you a drink?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Vodka on the rocks.
Fine. What brings you here?
I'm trying to locate somebody.
Someone I know?
Well, I think maybe you do.
Here's your drink.
Thank you.
I'll leave the door open and we can talk while I get cleaned up. Man or woman?
Man.
Any idea where I'd know him from?
He had a business arrangement with Larry Filbert.
Say, did you read about that? Can you imagine a guy changing his name, living a whole other life?
This man I'm looking for knew Larry Filbert, and I think also knew him as Teddy Ward.
No kidding. Excuse me.
Sure. He shot Matt Robeson and Larry Filbert, Teddy Ward, whatever you call him, with a rifle.
What do you want me to do? I don't follow you.
I know what this man looks like. I'll show you his picture, and maybe you can identify him.
I'm glad to help, of course, but up to now you haven't given me too many clues on the guy. Bald with dark framed glasses, that isn't much to go on. Clean shaven, too, you said, huh?
You know how it is when something strikes you? I hadn't said anything about how my phantom murderer looked, and out came the description to a T from Zachary West. I took the rifleman's picture from my pocket and a pencil, and I put hair on the bald head, erased the thick-rimmed glasses from over the eyes, and added a mustache.
How's your drink?
Fine. Let me ask you something.
Shoot.
How did you feel when you found out your new blackmailer, Teddy Ward, was really Larry Filbert, the man you thought you'd killed in that boat accident?
Hey, slow down. You're throwing a lot of names at me like I'm supposed to know them.
Well, no, that's not true. You know them. Larry blackmailed you after the hit-and-run accident with the child, so you tried to get rid of him by sinking his boat. So now here you are in town, thinking you're out of it, and Teddy Ward calls you, and the whole thing starts again. Only this time, there's more. There are pictures of you sinking the boat. I keep trying to imagine what you looked like when you found out you were being blackmailed by a dead man. I mean, wow, I would have had a fit. Well, what did you do? Follow Mrs. Ward to her apartment after she traded envelopes with Matt?
That a picture of me?
You he was standing in the doorway, bald head, no mustache, no glasses. And just to make the picture complete, he was casually aiming the rifle in my general direction. Just enough so I wouldn't misunderstand him.
Smart young fellow like you is bound to get into trouble.
No, not so smart. Till a couple of minutes ago, I really thought there was another man. It's really remarkable what a hairpiece and a phony mustache and contact lenses can do to change a person.
Remarkable.
You know what troubles me, though? How'd poor Matt Robeson get involved in all this?
His brother-in-law wanted to help him out, pass him a little money. I gave money to Roxanne. She gave it to Matt. He gave it to that governess until he got greedy and decided to go it on his own.
Motivation.
Money runs the ship, my lad. Money's what makes the world go round. Although I can't believe you're getting enough for what's about to happen to you. Move, please. We're getting out of here.
Why'd you run away from the accident? If you'd stayed, maybe that little girl could have been saved.
No way. Come along now.
Happy birthday! Any more, Zach? Zach? Hey, where's Zach?
We were just going out to pick him up.
Well, his car's here.
No, his friend Gilbert here drove it over. Gil, here, let me show him the rifle. Hey, look at this. Isn't it a beaut?
Yeah.
Bought it for Zach for his birthday. Come on, Gil. We better get going.
Hey, you guys will bring Zach to his party, won't you? I mean, we got all his booze and food and, you know, the trappings, little foxes, all sizes.
We'll bring Zach back. Don't worry about it, but go ahead. Get the party started.
Okay.
Rifle in hand, I eased Zachary West out of there. He made a couple of moves, like he wanted to grab the gun or get away. But by the time we got to my car, he was a limp sack. All the fire was gone. He ducked the responsibility long ago. He'd run away, then killed two men who tried to bleed him. And finally, there wasn't any place to hide. No place at all. He sat in the front seat of the car, blinking his eyes behind the thick glasses, letting what had happened to him sink in. And like I said, that's how I handled my first murder case.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
Want to buy some radios, but tires all look the same. You've got to have good feelings, you've got to trust the name. You know our reputation, remember what we said. When Sears is behind you, you come out ahead.
Hey, look, in here. Inside this stylish man's dress shirt, I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, 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 where America shops.
been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The 13th Governess was written, produced, and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Vincent Price. Our star was Howard Duff. Also heard were Linda K. Henning, Deborah Wally, Leorine Tuttle, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, Sidney Miller, Peggy Weber. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBR.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. Most of the men and women in prison today were abused children, and many abused children grow up to abuse their own children. Child abusers can be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight. Put an end to their sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Your satisfaction is our satisfaction at Townsend Pontiac. Townsend Pontiac.
You've got to go to Townsend Pontiac and buy a car. It's really important. It's important to you, and it's important to Mr. Townsend. Now, you could buy a beautiful new 79 Pontiac. Townsend has such a great selection, you won't have any trouble finding the car you want. Or you could buy a great new 4-wheel drive International Scout. Boy, that'll take you where you've got to go and back again. Come on, it's important. Why? Well, Jack Townsend knows that once you're a Townsend customer, you wouldn't want to buy anywhere else. And that's important to Mr. Townsend.
Your satisfaction is our satisfaction at Townsend Pontiac.
6300 Broadway,
Townsend Pontiac.
Merrillville, Indiana.
Cicely Tyson will be your hostess tomorrow for a warm-hearted story of 2 young people trying to help 2 elderly ladies find a suitable rest home. Our original story is called This Home is Dissolved, so be sure to tune in to this station tomorrow to hear the Sears Radio Theater.
Beginning tomorrow, you can start helping yourself to feel 15 to 25 years younger than you are today. You're never too old to grow young. That's the encouraging message of medical authorities in a special 48-page report called 10 Ways to Grow Healthier as You Grow Older. Based on recent medical research, this informative and useful report was prepared by America's largest Better Health magazine, Prevention. It's yours free as a new subscriber. 10 Ways to Grow Healthier as You Grow Older tells about a new method to help you fall asleep faster, about the simple dietary substance that scientists believe may sharpen your memory, about the nutritional program that may add life to your sex life, and much more. If you'd like to receive this free report, you're invited to try 12 monthly issues of Prevention for only $6.99. If you don't like the first issue, cancel. You keep the issue. You keep the special report, too, and owe nothing. Send no money now. Just phone toll-free 800-331-1000. That's 800-331-1000. For Prevention and your free report, call 800-331-1000.
CBS News, the Soviet ambassador in Washington called in tonight to hear a strong U.S. protest connected with the killing today of the U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS radio network. Ambassador Adolph Dobbs was shot to death in a gun battle between his kidnappers and Afghan police who rushed the hotel where he was being held. State Department spokesman Harding Carter tonight revealed that Soviet advisors were on the scene in Kabul when the fighting took place.
He says Acting Secretary of State Warren Christopher in Washington tonight summoned Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin to the State Department to lodge an official complaint about the role the advisors played.
The acting secretary said that he was not accusing the Soviet advisors of responsibility for the ambassador's death. He did, however, charge them with failure to heed repeated requests by U.S. embassy officials that the assault on the hotel in which Ambassador Dubs was held not be undertaken.
Carter also said some American citizens were taken from the U.S. Embassy in Iran when it was overrun by leftist guerrillas this morning.
On the question of Americans missing from the compound, the last report we have is that some 18 Americans may in fact not have returned to the compound. However, it at least seems on the basis of the latest reports that their whereabouts is known and that they are reportedly going to be returned or are returning and are in any case physically okay.
More news in a minute.
I had it when I woke up this morning. Sinus, my worst ever, until I took Sign-Off.
Send for Sign-Off.
Sign-Off gives you all the pain relief of aspirin, plus relief from sinus pressure, congestion, even postnasal drip.
Send for Sign-Off.
And for the fastest known form of congestion relief, Sign-Off Spray, Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
The sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Is here.
For occasional use only as directed.
Here's news from Amana. You can get a $50 rebate check direct from Amana when you buy the Amana Touchmatic 2 radar range, the microwave oven that cooks by time, cooks to temperature, even holds at temperature to tenderize economy cuts of meat, and holds at serving temperature for late arrivals. So automatic it even remembers the time of day. So buy your radar range from your participating Amana retailer and get a $50 rebate check direct from Amana. Offer expires February 28, 1979.
A cool reception for President Carter on his first day in Mexico. David Dow reports from Mexico City.
Just 6 hours after arriving here, President Carter received the first pointed evidence of a new Mexico, backed by new oil wealth, determined to use that for new leverage and equality with the U.S. It came in the form of a luncheon toast by Mexico's president, Jose López Portillo, which sounded more like a stern lecture to the U.S. president. Mexico has suddenly found itself the center of American attention, said López Portillo. Attention that is a surprising mixture of interest, disdain, and fear, much like the recurring vague fears you yourselves inspire in certain areas of our national subconscious. At another point, the Mexican president warned that surprise moves are poisonous fruits, an apparent reference to the sudden scuttling by the U.S. of a deal for Mexican natural gas a year ago. The tone of Mr. Carter's toast was conciliatory, with attempts at humor, alluding even to an attack of Montezuma's revenge the president said he suffered in a previous visit during a performance of Mexico's famous Ballet Folklorico. David Dow, CBS News, with the president in Mexico City.
The big three U.S. car makers in Detroit report overall new car sales picking up, increasing 14.3% in early February. GM and Ford scored the gains, but Chrysler sales were down about 3%. Now this.
Fred, it's after midnight. Oh, look what you've done. Will you stop eating and go to bed? You'll never get up in the morning for work.
I can't get to sleep. I took an aspirin, but I'm still wide awake.
Well, what did you expect? Aspirin's for headaches. You need a sleeping aid to help you fall asleep. I'll get you some Compose when I go shopping.
Some what?
Compose. Go to bed, will you, while I clean up this mess?
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Taken as directed before you go to bed, Compose actually helps you fall asleep when you want to fall asleep at bedtime.
So what else happened at the office today, Fred? Did you get the order for that new job? Fred? Fred, you asleep? That's Compose for you.
Headache? Take aspirin. Sleepless night? Take Compose. Compoz. Take only as directed. Compose is available at all drug counters.
The Illinois State Senate today rejected a rule change that would have made it easier to pass the Equal Rights Amendment there. Observers say the defeat drastically reduces chances ERA will be approved in Illinois in the next 2 years. It's the only northern industrial state that has not passed ERA and has been the focus of a strong pro-ERA campaign. David Jackson, CBS News.
Tonight's weather in Chicago, locally dense fog causing hazardous driving conditions, but warmer with periods of freezing drizzle. Temperatures will be steady, or they will rise, perhaps, to a high of 35 by tomorrow. Tomorrow we expect more freezing drizzle, becoming just plain drizzle, and snow likely by evening. Then on Thursday night, snow continuing with several inches accumulation possible. Windy with blowing snow and bitterly cold with lows 0 to 10 below. Friday, chance of snow flurries again and a high around 10 degrees. It's 27 degrees at all the reporting points in Chicago. The humidity's 100%. The wind east, 7 miles per hour.
First in news, we're CBS News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
It's 9:32. This is Alan Bickley on News Radio 78. In the news tonight, I-57 murderer Henry Brisman, now serving a 1 to 3,000 year prison sentence, has been indicted by a county grand jury on charges of murdering a fellow inmate.
Thank you for listening. Please like and subscribe.